surprise. What a surprise. I can't believe it myself. Seriously, the last few hours have been absolutely monumental, which is fantastic. But it's very nice to be with you on a Saturday morning. I can't remember the last time I actually did a Saturday morning. And in fact, the Sunday morning I knew about, but the Saturday mornings I don't remember at all. 3,000 people complain because Roy Chubby Brown's gig was axed. They got 59 complaints saying that he was racist, he was homophobic, he was misogynistic and all the rest of it. So they cancelled it. Not the first time a Roy Chubby Brown gig was cancelled, but the people who bought tickets were fuming with this council. You know, it's freedom of speech. And also, you wouldn't book a ticket for a Roy Chubby Brown show thinking he was going to do balloon modelling, would you? You'd be expecting him to be rude, filthy, you know, and as obscene as you can be. The answer being, you know, what is not funny? Answer is, nothing is not funny. So the council cancelled the gig. Little bunch of wusses, but they were being a bit woke and a bit snowflakey. So 3,000 people complained about it. It was like, who's that other bloke who does the hard-hitting shows? He wears glasses. Frankie Boyle. Well, I've bought Frankie Boyle DVDs, and to be honest with you, his audience go there waiting to be shocked by what he comes up with. And some of it is very funny. It's rude. It's offensive, you know, but that's what you pay your money to go and see. That's what Punch and Judy shows were years and years ago. They reflected, you know, the politician. I mean, you could have a field day. People were saying the other day about Boris going, which of course he hasn't. He said he's going to, but he hasn't said when it's going to be happening. And people are saying, oh, well, of course, I mean, the venom I've heard coming out after that is almost unbelievable. It's almost like bullying of Boris. You know, if this had been anybody else, that would have been classed as bullying. Because people were saying, oh, I'll be glad to see the back of him. He should go to Daisy. And people were literally coming out with hatred. I'd never heard anything like it. But then Thatcher produced that kind of impression on people. You know, people were going, oh, I can't stand her and all the rest of it. And yet she was actually brilliant for this country. Brilliant. And Boris, no matter whether you think he's a buffoon or he hasn't done things right, you won't forget him. All the others are going to be a little bit like Driftwood, a little bit like Beige. You know, at least Boris has got something going on. He bumbles his way through it, but he clung on for 3 years, for goodness sake. Best ever viewing figures for Love Island. Biggest pile of dross I've ever seen on the television. It just doesn't, I don't quite get what it is at all. And who eats the most kebabs in Britain? Is it you? Nick eats the most kebabs. Isn't it funny? We were talking about kebabs the other day, and it's the only food that you don't eat in the daytime when you're sober. Not funny. You can only ever enjoy kebab when you're 3 sheets to the wind, staggering down the Strand, singing "Let's All Go Down Thee." Mylene Klass says she's ready to go back in the jungle. Oh dear, not standing under the shower again, dear. I do hope not. And I will tell you who actually eats the most kebabs in Britain a little bit later on. And the evil mother of Baby P is set free. I'm afraid I can't think of anything to say about this woman which is just not offensive. She's just the most disgusting person I've ever come across. Head of Cambridge says, stop this shameful wokery. Everybody's gone a bit, haven't they? Everybody like that now. Peaky Blinders star Helen leaves about £850,000 to her husband. The last surviving member of the Monkees speaks out. This is Mickey Dolenz, who in his early days was Circus Boy. And then he was the one in the Monkees. He played the drums, but he sang on most of the hits. And he's still going. The other ones have gone now, which is a great shame. Maureen Lipman says there's room for batty old grannies. Always room for batty old grannies. I was watching some old British black and white films the other day, and they're full of battling old grannies, you know, in the time when Ina Sharples was holding court at the Rovers' return. Declan Donnelly, sadly, in all the papers say his heartbreak after his brother has died. He'd been ill for a little while, I gather, but he was the one who sort of officiated at Declan's marriage. And that's great. Always a shame when you lose somebody. So they're really suffering at the moment with that. The one-off recording by Bob Dylan sells for £1.5 million. This is, you know, Bob Dylan. I've got him on a CD. I'm playing in the car at the moment, you know, like a rolling stone. It always sounded like he was 3 sheets to the wind and completely off his trolley. But as everybody says, he was the one who couldn't sing on We Are the World. You remember? We are the world, we are the... Yeah, very nice indeed, love. Very nice. Petrol prices, very concerning. It is. I paid 2.06 2:06 the other day, which was okay. You know, I can afford to do it. I just don't want to sort of keep driving around using the blooming stuff up. And if you want bargain fruit, apricots, apparently. Now, I'm not really a big... I've eaten tinned apricots, which are very nice with some custard on, or some condensed milk or evaporated milk. But because of the weather, it's great. Mind you, I was walking, because I went to bed last night. I'd had sort of something to eat, and I thought, I'll go to bed. I'm ready, and I'll get up today and go off for breakfast. And the first thing I do when I wake up, which is actually very good, is I check my telephone for messages. And there was a message from my boss saying, listen, we're really, we need somebody to cover the 4 till 7 slot. Could you do it? I woke up at 12:30. This message came in at 8:20. So I immediately dashed off a text message to my boss going, yeah, of course I can do it. But I don't know whether it's too late now and you found somebody else. So I think they were having difficulty finding somebody, and I was on the list, which was very nice indeed. And so I then phoned him, and it went to his answer phone. So I left a message saying, it's probably too late, but anyway, I am available to do it if you want me to. And so he then phoned me back and said, love you to do it, please. So I said, consider it done. And so here I am. The rest is history. But it is interesting coming into town on a Saturday morning, especially when you've got those roadworks in Knightsbridge with all these different traffic lights on phased, and this. It takes forever to get through it. So my advice is don't go through Knightsbridge if you're driving in London, because you'll sit in that traffic for the best part of half an hour to an hour. OK, because at the moment they've decided, all the councils, to start spending money on roadworks. Everywhere you go, roadworks, single file traffic. I told you I went the other day to my brother's. And as I'm going down the motorway, there was an accident on the other side. There was no cars upside down or anything else, but a woman of 71 died. Now, whether she had a heart attack at the wheel, I don't know. And I knew that somebody had died because there was a stretcher by the side of the car, and there was obviously somebody on it, but they were covered with a sheet. So, and it turns out to be a 71-year-old woman. And there were loads of police cars there ferrying 4 lanes of motorway down the slip road. You can imagine, can't you? Traffic tailback 20 miles. So I went to my brother's, and I'm thinking on the way back, I can't sit in that traffic for an hour. I really can't. I need to get home. So I ended up coming off and going via Newbury in Berkshire. So came in on the M4, which was okay. I mean, I can do things like that. But the one thing I was telling everybody the other day, that if you sit in traffic for too long, you might need to go to toilet. You might need to go wee or something like that. So I had to pull into a filling station, put some petrol in, and then buy a little bottle of things with a sort of wide neck, and then empty that away. So it was in the car for an emergency, just in case I got to one of those little bits and pieces. Roger says, some years ago, we used to get the best of Steve Allen on a Saturday morning. Well, let's look on it like that, shall we? Let's look at this as the best of Steve Allen. Carol says, what a lovely surprise. What a lovely surprise. And Paul says, what a joy. I hope Mylene stays in the jungle, and the horror who is Baby P's mother should have... yeah, I know. But, I mean, I don't know what to say. That's what the judicial system is. But as somebody said years and years ago, the law is an ass, I'm afraid. That woman should never have been allowed out or allowed to see the light of day. And there's a picture of her. They've got her already. She decided not to go for any surgery. I think they offer them the chance of surgery so that they can alter their appearance. Well, to be honest with you, you'd never be able to alter this particular person's appearance. She's absolutely enormous, but she was responsible for the death of Baby P, and for that, as far as I'm concerned, she goes straight to hell. It's just, there's no redeeming features about her at all. In fact, there is nothing. Ghastly. In Miss Platel's People today in the paper, it's another boring story about Denise Van Outen. It's sort of, I mean, why? Why? It's not the 90s. Denise Van Outen is sort of, so she went out with this bloke for years. She put him on Gogglebox, and it turns out he was texting other people. People do these sort of things. So she gets rid of him. And I believe she's found somebody else. But it turns out he has a history of appearing on reality shows as well. So out of frying pan. But anyway, she's revealed she was offered the chance to present a new show called Strictly Come Dancing with Brucey, but turned it down because it sounded boring. Churlish, Denise, writes Platel's People, or prophetic. Tess Daly stepped into her twinkly shoes and has bored us ever since. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that's redeeming about Tess Daly. Absolutely nothing. She's married to Vernon, And it's all very lovely, and then they went through their sort of ups and... Everybody goes through ups and downs in relationships. I don't see a problem with this. That's called life. That's what it is. You know, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, if we all sort of got into a relationship and that was it for the rest of your life. It does happen, but it's only people of a certain age now. I mean, you know, and then Denise starts touting this bloke about all over the place, and then she's had to find a gay guy to do Gogglebox with her, Duncan James, who used to be heterosexual, now he's gay, and I think he's got one child or two. Anyway, whatever it is, he's now let it be known, because I thought he disappeared, I had no idea, that he wants to go on to RuPaul's Drag Race. This country has become absolutely insatiably, overwhelmingly drunk with the idea of men putting makeup on. Seriously, I know people in this office. I could mention names, but I won't. People who are absolutely obsessed with Bag of Chips and all these other people. And you think to yourself, where have all these drag queens come from? In my day, they were working in the gay bars in London, and, you know, you got the drag acts who came on and they mimed. Lily Savage would come on and do... I mean, Paul O'Grady and I go back 45 years when he used to appear in bar, and he worked, believe you me, and he would do 3 or 4 pubs in a night. He'd have his face on, the wig he'd carry in a box, and he'd get to the thing, and he was brilliant. I mean, you couldn't beat him, because most of the acts were miming. It's like when you watch RuPaul's Drag Race. They're not drag artists. They're just people who mime to somebody else's songs and put the makeup on and go, oh, yes, I'm this and I'm that, and all that. And you think, a bit dated, love. You could never get away with it on stage. Never get away with it. But it seems to be the new obsession, and apparently Duncan James wants to put on drag. Like we're all working out, maybe he might have put it on before, I should imagine, a little bit. But, you know, I really don't want to know about Denise Van Outen's love life, whether she's going out with somebody, whether they've ditched her, whether I'm really not interested. We got it the other day, didn't we, with Paddy McGuinness and his boring wife. You know, are they splitting up? Who cares? It really has got nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing at all. If their marriage splits up, that's their business. It's not, you know, it's not there. And they've done an interview today with Neil Parish. Remember Neil Parish? Looking at the porn in the Commons. The question is, were you really looking for tractors? What made you watch porn? And has your wife taken the snipers to your very high sex drive? And so he's now an ex-MP. They're really stupid, these people. They really are dumb, honestly. It's all been going on, you know, apart from all the Boris stuff and all the other bits and pieces. It's just, you know, I don't know what we do. I don't know. And apparently Victoria Derbyshire is going to replace Emily Maitlis as lead presenter on Newsnight. Oh, dear. That's a bit... She's nowhere near the calibre for Newsnight. Nowhere near. She also revealed that John Kay will replace Dan Walker on the Breakfast Red sofa. Miss Derbyshire apparently is said to have been in talks to quit her role at the corporation for Channel 4 before landing the Newsnight job. She's just a bit too coiffured, I'm afraid, for me, and there's not a lot of substance. Not a lot of substance. So you lose Emily Maitlis, who actually comes to us. In fact, you know, they all come to us eventually because it's the only way is up.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to Saturday morning. Welcome to July the 9th. July the 9th. I think there's something happening in London tomorrow. I don't know why. In the back of my mind, it said, I remember seeing July the 10th. There might be something going. They're always putting up barriers in London. The mayor's got no idea how to sort of look after everything at all, so we have to sort of help him through there. What was the other thing that I quite liked, actually? Oh, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are not the only ones moving to the Royal County of Berkshire. How many more houses do they need? Will they be selling the last one? Shouldn't think so. So Pippa... I think pregnant Pippa has bought a £15 million country pile close to her parents, which is quite nice. You could do things like that. And here we go. Single since her beloved husband, Brucey, died in 2017. Will Nelia made a rare public appearance at the Caldwell Butterfly Ball, accompanied by their son, Jonathan Joseph, known as JJ. He was always known as JJ. Bruce always referred to him as JJ. Now he's a grown man with a beard and everything. I mean, seriously, unrecognisable. And they compared a picture of him with his mum when he was 8, educated at Charterhouse. JJ is a musician who plays in a heavy metal band called Junk Cake. His mother is a former Miss World from Puerto Rico. Inherited almost Sir Bruce's entire £11.5 million fortune, which when you consider, and I know it sounds very odd, when you consider how many years Bruce had been in the business, £11.5 million was not a lot to leave. Seriously not a lot to leave. But you tend to forget that he only started making proper money in the latter years when he did Strictly. You know, he wasn't making a huge amount of money before. It's like Barbara Windsor. You know, Barbara was working in the business for ages, but, you know, she never earned that big money. The only time she started earning really good money is when she joined EastEnders, which was, you know, absolutely amazing. And she left her mark on it. And boy, do we miss her. Boy, do we miss her. Shane says, good to hear you on a Saturday afternoon. I was going to put the TV on, but not now. I shall listen to your show instead, which is lovely. And another one here. Says, wait a minute, I've lost my place on it. I shall find it. Don't worry. Lovely surprise, Steve, to hear you. And Mr. Steve and the cats have got COVID. Feeling dreadful. I didn't think that the symptoms for COVID were as bad as they were first time round. I thought now it's supposed to be like a bad cold or something like that. Because first time, yeah. I bought some more masks the other day, those blue ones, which are everywhere. Talk about cheap. 50, £2.10. In Costco, boxes of these masks. They come in packets of 5, 50, whatever it is. But £2.10 for 50 masks, which is very good. 50. Well, the very first time I bought a pack of them, 60 quid. 60 for the very first time. I actually did that, actually. Steve had an interesting night on a famous pub club in Blackpool, called the Flying Handbag. Says Paul, full of drag queens. Oh, there's a very famous club, isn't there, up in Blackpool, which is all drag as well. And it's people still want to see it. And you know who wants to go and see drag? Hen parties. Hen parties go crackers for drag. They love things like that. I've got no idea, actually, why it is. I never quite understood. I think women will look and go, he looks better than I do. And where does he put it? That was the old Danny LaRue thing. Wasn't it? You know, people always ask that question, he used to say. You know, where does he put it? He said, well, at my age, he said, I've been doing it so long I whistle. He said, and it goes away by itself. So, hearing you has cheered me up, though, which is very nice. Mr. Steve, thank you very much indeed for that one. And he said, I heard you saying about feeling like Boris is being bullied. And I seriously thought it did sound like that. People go and get rid. He's got to go. I mean, you imagine waking up every morning knowing that there's a certain section of the country who were sort of, you know, rooting for you to either be run over by a bus or thrown in the River Thames and on ducking stool. You know, I seriously thought it was tantamount to bullying somebody. If he'd had a disability, it would have been bullying, and they'd have made official complaints about it. But it's just gone completely off scale. But the stuff of this, there's nothing to talk about at the moment. I mean, he's in all the papers, of course, because people go, you know, what's he going to do? Is he going to get... No, he's made his statement and he's said... I think he's not going to go. I have a sneaking feeling they're going to have this sort of quasi thing. And then there was some woman who was on the news saying, well, we're going to force him to do this and that. I thought, do you realise who you're talking about? There's no chance of forcing him to do anything at all. He does what he wants to do. And that's the way it works, I'm afraid, for Boris. He's always bumbled his way through it. He's always looked as though he hasn't got the faintest idea what he's talking about, but he managed to get voted in as Prime Minister. You know, OK, so, you know, loads of people, you know, didn't want him and complained about everything. But, I mean, thanks to him, we managed to get the COVID vaccine, and we managed to get that rolling out. And they did various things. But to listen to some of the people phoning up LBC, especially over the last 2 or 3 days, I've been quite horrified by how much hatred there was for him. Ash in Margate said, is this Saturday? You have discombobulated me. It is Saturday. It is. I've never done it. I don't think I've ever done a Saturday. I don't think I've ever done a Saturday. I can't remember. I seem to have done most gigs on the station, which is quite nice. And another one from Abby who says, lovely surprise to find you on the radio on a Saturday morning. So say hello to my daughter, who's not feeling well this week. She's the new generation of Steve Allen fans. Glad you signed the new contract. We need you to go on forever. Well, it's a bit like that. My heart will go on. But, yes, we've signed the new contract. Electronically, we signed it. Look at me not understanding technology. I'm rubbish at things like that. I'm absolute rubbish. I really am. What it does is they send you the contract on your email and then you sign it. So what you do is you go to the box, it's got a box, and you write your name, Steve Allen, and then it duplicates it, but in writing on a mouse pad. Yeah, it duplicates it into the box in front of you. Which you know, so that means that you've signed it. So it's Steve Allen has signed Steve Allen's contract. I mean, somebody means somebody signed it, but at least it's been signed. Imagine not signing it. But no, I was thrilled. I mean, you know, my heart will go on quite definitely. Bev says, I thought I was going mad. How lovely to hear you live this morning. I know. I wasn't sure if I could. I was worried I was going to sit in front of the television having a shave after I'd watered the plants and then fall asleep. And that's my worst nightmare, of falling asleep. I've only ever done it once, where I looked at the clock like, no! Live flashes in front of you. Really, really terrible, actually. And another one here, which says, can't wait for Paul from Call the Bailiffs to rock up and give Boris a number for emergency accommodation. I mean, the trouble, people were saying, what were they saying the other day? I thought which was the funniest thing, going, of course he has to make a living. He won't need to worry about the money at all. He will make millions. Theresa May made millions, and she wasn't even that much good at anything at all. You know, Priti Patel, she's basically sealed her fate. You know, she's been totally ineffective. But when you look at Boris, he'll get the after-dinner speaking. He'll be his biography coming out. Listen, he won't be short of money. That's the one thing you can guarantee. If you've been an MP and you've been Prime Minister, you're going to make a lot of money. A real lot of money. There's a lady here who went to a naked festival. Her name is Antonia. She arrived at Nude Fest. She was petrified, but after hours of yoga in the buff and a Starker's circus, she had an epiphany. Oh dear, I don't think I want an epiphany. I haven't had one of those for a long time. This was in Somerset at Nude Fest. And people sort of say it's very liberating, going nude. But, I mean, in a field with a lot of people who need ironing, I'm not sure that, you know, this is the way forward. You know, there is a place in France called Cap d'Agde, and Cap d'Agde is like a complete town, and everything's naked. You can push your trolley around the supermarket, carefully, of course, very carefully if you're a man, and everybody is nude. Families, complete families, go there, and you book into your hotel, and then you take all your clothes off, and then just go wandering about. I mean, honestly, I ask you. I mean, years ago we might have thought about things like that, but certainly not recently. I don't know why they're going on about Lurpak hitting $7.25 a pack. These people must be thick as brushes. Where are you going to? Go to Waitrose. The same pack is £3.60. I don't know where they're getting this $7.25 from. I think they're just making it up, actually. Just making it up. So Rose Prince is testing a way to help your cash spread further, and she makes her own butter. How boring, dear. Just go to another supermarket. Go and buy it in another supermarket. This all started ages ago where they said, oh, even in Iceland it was £5 a pack. Well, it's not. It's not. I bought a big block of Lurpak the other day, £3.75. I don't know why people are sort of so worried about it. Declan Donnelly, bless his heart. He's beyond devastated. He's lost his Catholic priest brother, Farmer Dermot Donnelly, died yesterday. He was only 55. It's too young, too young. Donnelly rushed to be by his brother's side when he was taken to hospital, and he says, I'm heartbroken to tell you that my darling brother, Dermot, sadly passed away this afternoon. He's been a priest for 30 years, and he regularly visited Donnelly's shows when the presenter travelled to Newcastle to attend Mass and visit the youth project set up by the priest. Terrible thing. To lose mum, dad, ghastly. To lose relatives, ghastly. To lose brother, sister, things like that. It's too dreadful for words. Too dreadful. Shame, real shame. But anyway, he's got a lot of support around him, and a lot of people will be writing him cards and everything else like that. What else do we have in the papers today? I don't know. Introducing your family to some other animals. People, I've never fancied, I don't know why, out of all the holidays you can go on, I've never wanted to go on a safari. I really haven't. The smell of the jungle, I'm afraid, doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. It really doesn't. Although I was watching a great programme on the telly the other day, and I think it's something like Elephant Hospital. And it's these mahouts who have these elephants, and they literally look after them. They're elephants who've been abandoned, or they've seen their parents killed by poachers who want their tusks and everything else. And one of them was chained up in a hotel as an attraction for tourists, and all he did was just sway side to side to side. That's all he did in his little box. And it was a bit of a shame, really. And he'd never seen another elephant. So they introduced them to other elephants, and the other elephants basically take them under their wing and look after them. And it's just such brilliant work. They take them to the river every morning so they can have a little swim and a paddle, and they consume huge amounts of greenery. I mean, like huge amount, which means that they produce huge amounts of manure, which they sell so that they can keep funding the hospital. And they have, they give them all sorts of things. But to look after them is just quite simply amazing. Quite simply amazing. It really is. So I enjoyed watching that, but I don't want to go there because I can imagine what the smell was like. It's like going to a zoo and you go near the tiger enclosure or the lions and things like that. Oh, poo, 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 in a heat wave. And especially next week, it's going to hit 31 degrees. My advice is, if you don't need to go out, don't go out. Unless, of course, it's to drag more people in. He's on the radio. He's on the radio now. Seriously. No, it's not Monday.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to Saturday morning. Welcome to... Oh, goodness me, we're going to swelter, aren't we, in this heat? It must be a nightmare for those people. Because I've seen cars coming into town yesterday and this morning as well, with their windows open. Well, of course, it's 21 degrees in town. I heard Clive telling us 21 degrees. And I remember thinking, well, of course, I could sit there with a jumper on in my car because I've got this air conditioning, this cooling, whatever it is, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely, it's so cold. I mean, I had to turn it off. It was so cold. But when you see people with their windows open, they're basically just brushing in all the hot air from outside, and it's not very pleasant. Not very pleasant at all. Another one here. Nick in Nottinghamshire says, your dulcet tones have woken me up far too early on a Saturday. What's going on? Are you on tomorrow morning? No, as far as I know, I'm not. As far as I know, I'm not. Neil in Harlow says, is it a work day? What's happening? And one here says, very strange, Steve, hearing you whilst not being sober. We got home and left LBC on. Last night's show was hilarious. Your voice and effervescent wisdom has woken us up, jumping in the bath for going to Park One Love. Going to the park. Oh, sorry, One Love from Penge. Crystal Palace Park. How lovely. And somebody who's on holiday in Tuscany, where it is very hot. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all. You'd imagine if you lived in certain places like Dubai and you end up sort of with this sort of swell. That's why you need air conditioning. Ridiculous. And Waitrose sell the smaller 500-gram Lure pack, which is reduced at the moment to $3.50. It's the 750-gram bigger pack, says Susie. Sold in other supermarkets, which can cost... Well, don't go there. Just go to Waitrose and buy it at £3.50. So much better. So much better. And, Steve, I'm over the moon to hear your voice. It's a lovely surprise. Is this a regular schedule? No, I'm a one-off. Brendan in St Anne says, I've turned on the radio and Steve's on. What sort of upside-down world is this? I don't know. It's all topsy-turvy. All topsy-turvy. New festivals back in vogue. I've never been to a festival. It's never interested me to go to a festival. If I was going to go to somewhere like Glastonbury, I would have to be in a yurt or one of these sort of glamping things. I don't want to go anywhere near that. Have you seen the toilet facilities? I'm sorry, not for me at all. Definitely not. Wayne, the trolley dolly. Thank you very much indeed. And I'll tell you what I'm negotiating at the moment. Not negotiating, we're just sort of trying to fix a date for my Magic Circle show, which we should have details of certainly within a few weeks' time. And also for Make Some Noise, Global's Make Some Noise, there should be another show, hopefully at the Leicester Square Theatre, which I shall tell you about a little bit nearer the time. So certainly as soon as the tickets go on sale. And then you can come down and join the merry throng, which it is. Mylene apparently is ready to clean up in the jungle again. I don't know why she wants to go in the jungle again. It was just really Mylene showing off how many bikinis she's got under the shower, which I'm sure pleased some people. Cameron Norrie was in the hot seat as he chased a Wimbledon final spot, but his girlfriend found a cool way to calm her nerves. Just basically an alcoholic, just sort of chucking back the booze, which actually I don't think you can do. What did I have? I'll tell you what I want to see more of. Slush puppies. I want to see more slush puppy machines. We don't have any in Twickenham at all. None. You know, you have to go down to sort of the back streets of Teddington to try and find a slush puppy machine. And you don't want to do that. I mean, that's not right, is it? But there should be some of the shops there having a whole row of them. Cherry, limeade, and all sorts of different... These are these things with little bits of ice in, which gives you... Is it brain freeze? Also, you go, I wonder why it does do that. It's certainly very interesting. Certainly very interesting. But I could do with something like that because we've been lucky. During the weekday, as you know, we have a listener called Ian. And what does Ian do? He delivers ice cream to the London theatres. He delivers the little Haagen-Dazs little pots. And so, for quite a number of days, we've been having ice cream deliveries from Ian. He will drop off 4 now, actually, because Ben, one of our top security boys here, has got in on the bandwagon. The other day we had strawberries and cream Haagen-Dazs little tubs. Before that we'd had caramel, and we've had double chocolate, and so we get them delivered, and I have to eat them whilst doing the programme. A hardship, as you can well imagine. I'm well used to. The assassination of Japan's longest-serving premier has shocked the world. Gunned down in the street, and they have got the person. There's obviously some people with some serious mental issues out there. He was the longest-serving PM, shot twice. This is Shinzo Abe. Assassinated, giving a campaign speech outside a railway station. But I mean, Japan, to be brutally honest with you, has very little gun crime. It's not a place for that. They have close to zero tolerance of gun ownership. 32 deaths in 2020, according to the Small Arms Survey. So, you know, it's a dreadful thing to happen. But you get these people who are just cracked, I'm afraid. What causes brain freeze? This is, you know, when if you'll know this if you're a younger person, and it's when your body senses sudden extreme cold in the mouth or throat, and it tries to react and warm up. It's very clever, the body, isn't it? Blood vessels throughout the head expand to let extra blood into the area for warmth. That quick change in blood vessel size causes sudden pain, and it is like, it is awful, isn't it funny? So that's what it is. Your body senses sudden extreme cold in the mouth. And yet, strange enough, I can crunch ice cubes and I don't get anything like that at all. I wonder if it's because they're little tiny bits of ice, aren't they? Whatever it is, it's very clever, and I do like them. And I do like the cherry. And if you go to the markets, you can get a sword for £5, and they fill it up, and you can go back and have refills. It's only water, you know, different sort of colourings in, which is which is very nice. David Wandsworth, Steve, what's happening Saturday? Oh, I don't know. And one here says, Steve, slush puppy tends to give you brain freeze because you have a plate inside the roof of your mouth that's sensitive to cold and heat. When it gets too cold, that's what triggers the brain. So how do you make it go away? Stop eating or drinking the cold item. Kind of figures, doesn't it? Drink a warm or room temperature liquid, not cold and not hot. Press your tongue or thumb against the roof of your mouth. Yeah, I've done that before. You'll do anything, actually. So avoid freezing food, drinks and air. Eat and drink very cold things slowly. And use a barrier against cold air, such as a scarf or a face mask. Are you supposed to get it in your mouth then if you've got a face mask on? That doesn't make any sense, does it, really? But I do like them. I might have one later on, but I'm going out for breakfast today, which is very nice. Alfie Moon, Shane Ritchie, has not set foot in Albert Square for almost 4 years. But he's returning to EastEnders after he clinched a deal. 20 years since first arriving in Walford. He's back with ex-wife Kat Slater and nemesis Phil Mitchell, first in line to give him what for. Wow. So Shane, who is now 58, says it's an absolute honour and privilege to be asked back again. You see, that's how it works. Whereas Daniela Westbrook created merry hell about her character was being replaced by another actress, and she'd go, "Oh, I'm going to sue them. I'm going to." Oh, it's a load of old claptrap from the Danielle, I'm afraid. It was just a little bit tedious. Heatwave health warnings issued yesterday. They're saying really have fun, but stay safe. Kids love it. So hat, sunglasses, usual sort of things, and not only that, but liquid on the arms, you know, to stop sunburn and stuff like that, because you will get sunburnt and you don't want to get anything else that goes along with it. Not good, I'm afraid. A robber has been found guilty of taking part in a terrifying raid in which a gang threatened to cut off the fingers of Ashley Cole. And the former Arsenal and Chelsea player was targeted by thugs who stormed his house in 2020. He told police he feared he'd be set alight or murdered in front of his children. He was wearing a pair of boxer shorts, bound with cable ties and forced to his knees at his home in a place called Fetcham. I've never heard of Fetcham, but anyway, there it is. He now coaches at Everton, but one raider screamed, "Let me cut his fingers." What's the matter with these people? Once we get them, I think we should really make them suffer. I'm sick to death of people like this. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But his wife feared she'd be killed or even raped. They fled with items worth £500,000. But you know what people are... But I mean, what do you do with it? Say you've got it. Well, big blooming deal. Big blooming deal. Nothing at all, is it really? Steve... See, if I woke up, heard your voice, thought I was late for work, and that's when you said you were here on a Saturday. I thought, thank God. I know. It does confuse people, doesn't it? They go, what is it Monday? Monday? Where's the weekend gone? What's happened? What's happened? So the BBC make 2 big news appointments. You know, Victoria Derbyshire, way out of her depth. They were going to drop her ages ago. And then she sort of started to... She just doesn't look right. Doesn't look right. But, John Kay... Who's okay, safe pair of hands, nothing particularly, changing there. But anything to beat boring old Dan Walker, who apparently is reading it on Channel 5 now. Not that you'd know, because nobody watches. It's got the lowest audiences of anything at all. But Kay is born in Hull. He said, sitting on the famous red sofa is a real privilege. What planet are you from, love? Sitting on the red sofa is a privilege. It's just another settee, love. What are you on about? I suppose, so he's coming from Hull. You're probably not used to furniture, are you? I can remember when Charlotte Church's family, they had a pub. They said it was the only pub in Wales where the furniture was screwed to the floor. Stop people throwing it at you. What else have we got? What else? Paid to watch the grass grow at Wimbledon. This is Mark Ferguson. He's not interested in the Stars' results. He cares more about the courts they play on. Because after you've watched them playing for a while, they just seem to make a mess of it. And it doesn't look as good as it should do. And it costs a small fortune. Average cost of a motor insurance premium rose by 7.8%. I've never made a claim on my insurance, so I'm not. If they put it up, I shall move companies, and I shall tell you which company I'm with, and then we can all move together. Mickey Dolenz, the last survivor of the Monkees. And I thought they were great. I loved all their stuff. I loved all the Monkees stuff. I thought the programmes were great. I interviewed Peter Tork. I'd love to have... wanted to talk to the rest of them. But he's out there. He's savouring every moment. He said 15,000 people screaming at you is a hell of a buzz. He's still touring. Dolenz, Jones, Boyce and Hart's original studio and live albums are out now from 7A Records. Because you know that they had an awful lot of trouble when the Monkees were assembled. It was an advert. They were looking for some zany kids and all the rest of it. And so they thought, oh, yeah. So they turned up. Peter Tork and Mike Nesmith turned up with their guitars. And the people who put them together said, well, what's that for? They went, well, to play the songs. They went, no, we've already recorded the songs. It's already been done. We've already done all the backing tracks. And they basically discovered that they were puppets. They were told what to do. They were told, what to sing. Because they got the Neil Diamond song, and I'm a Believer. Was that I'm a Believer was Neil Diamond? I think it was. But anyway, and they got all these hits, but they didn't actually have anything to do with it. It was a bit of a shame, really, and I think they felt a little bit miffed, to say the least. They didn't like the idea that they didn't have any say in it, and they wanted to rebel and everything else. I think the most rebellious was Mike Nesmith, who didn't need the money in the first place, because wasn't it his aunt who invented Tipex or something like that? So they made loads and loads of money. But I just thought they were good. I thought it was a zany show. It was a bit wild and wacky, and you always got a song in it. And so they went out on the road singing, and it was good. Neil Diamond, I think, wrote 4. He did I'm a Believer, Look Out, Here Comes Tomorrow, Little Bit Me, Little Bit You, with Don't Know, I Apologise, Love to Love, 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 to Love, Love, to Love, Love, to Love, I think, and Black and Blue. But I'm a Believer, biggest hit. And I remember all the rugby crowds in Twickenham, they used to go to the Barmy Arms afterwards, and they used to have a disco there on rugby days. And the moment he'd start playing I'm a Believer, everybody started singing it. To hear more than 1,000 people singing it is fantastic. Also, Neil Diamond, when they play him at a lot of stadiums in America, Sweet Caroline, everybody wants to sing along to it. Everybody wants to sing along to Neil Diamond because he was brilliant. I see that Niles Rodgers have vowed to keep touring forever. God, bit of a threat, isn't it? He's going to tour forever. Why not? Why not, for goodness sake? And somebody said, Bernadette says, morning, Steve, you just made my Saturday morning. Very pleased to hear your voice. Bernadette is a very long-time listener. That's the ones we want. Thank you very much indeed. The more the merrier. 13 to 5.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve says, what a wonder... Steve says, I'm Steve. What am I talking about? Talking about myself in third party, actually. Just woken up and turned on LBC, and it's you. It is me. It is me, and very pleased I am to be here. It's only because there's been a bit of a change around, nothing to worry about. But people get ill and things happen and things change at a moment's notice. So I'm very delighted to have been asked. Thank you very much indeed. So Shane's back as Alfie. The return saves Jessie from the soap Axe. And they've had some really good moments, actually, over the years. Because EastEnders is basically hemorrhaging audience. It's getting smaller and smaller. They spent a small fortune, trying to sort of, bring it back together again and trying to get the public interested. But they didn't quite achieve it. In fact, it wouldn't make any difference at all if they axed it. It really wouldn't, because it does need, and I don't know what it is. I think it's too many young people. And I know that probably sounds a little bit old-fashioned, but too many young people, they don't have the gravitas that the older characters have. We want to know more about the older characters because they've got the longevity. And what they tend to do in a lot of places now is that, especially the BBC, they've got a thing about age. They tend to get rid of them. So they bring in children, and nobody's remotely interested. Nobody is remotely interested in sort of children being on it. It kills it stone dead. And then because all they're interested in is being famous, whereas the established actors and actresses, they're just interested in doing a good job and trying to get an audience. And that's what it's about. But, I mean, when you consider what they used to have at EastEnders, and now you look at the actual pitifully low audience figures, something's gone wrong somewhere. And I think it's bringing in too many young people. They do it in all the soaps. They bring in young people because they're cheap. But they don't realise that the audience just go, I'll go watch something else. The evil mother of tragic baby P pounds the streets for the first time in 7 years. This is Tracy Connolly, given parole despite a last-ditch bid by the Deputy PM, Dominic Raab. She marked her freedom with a trip to Aldi. She weighs about 20 stone. She's just disgusting. I can't think of anything else that I'd be allowed to get away with. And even her mum slammed her release. Mary O'Connor, blasted. Look at the state of her. She's wearing a mask because she doesn't want anybody to recognise her. Everybody will recognise her from this. She lost appeals in, I think, 2015, 2017, 2019, with officials finding she still posed a threat to the public. I mean, to be honest with you, she's just too disgusting for words. Too disgusting. She's subject to 20 licence conditions, which I think is about an all-time record. But, I mean, when you consider what she put little baby P through, this woman should never have been released in a million years. That's just my opinion. What do I know about these things? Nothing. But she's got to wear a tag, and she has to declare any relationship she now forms. Any breach could see her sent back to jail. Oh, please, God, she breaches. Please, God, she breaches. We get her back in prison again. Disgusting piece of work. Keir Starmer wriggled off the hook over the Curry Gate. This is, I'm quoting from the Sun this morning, and used his victory speech to tout a general election pact with the Lib Dems. Oh, God heavens, they did that about 55 years ago. The Lib Lab pact was ages ago, and they're going back on it, as if anybody knows, really, what Keir Starmer's policies are. If there was an election tomorrow, I'm of the firm opinion Labour wouldn't get in. I don't think they have any policies that, people can cling on to and go, oh, yes, because what they'll do, they spin you any old waffle, as you probably discovered through listening to politicians over the years on the radio. Yeah, we'll do this, do that. I can remember talking to a former sports minister on LBC and saying, what's the best thing about your job? He said, the best thing, it was Tony Banks. He said, I've got no power. He said, the football clubs do what they want to do. He said, I can't do anything about it at all. So the football clubs, best way to, to sort of, take your money. Look how much money the football clubs make. Who are they responsible to? Nobody. Nobody at all. It's absolutely pitifully awful. Look at the petrol crisis. Why is petrol so expensive? Because basically Boris and his cronies have done absolutely nothing about it. Nothing. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And then you've got old Harry, the quiet, shy, retiring. Oh, don't want any publicity. Don't give me publicity. Back in court again over complaining about his sort of breaches of things with the Mail on Sunday and about how he wants, security and all that. And I think, but who are you? Who are you? Just some silly little boy who dressed up, and got drunk and lashed out at people and now wants to hang on to everything that went with the royal family. He doesn't want to do anything with it at all, And as for being the biggest hypocrite under the sun, him and his dreary wife, you mustn't take private planes. What do? Take private planes. And what do? Nothing. Nothing at all. Apparently... Roger says Nick Abbott was so happy about the Boris situation he brought his own treats in. Did he? He's always writing to me. It's awful. I found it very embarrassing. Oh, hi Steve, it's your friend Nick here. Yeah, whatever. Can you bring in some sweets for me? I think not. He's always obsessed with that. Mind you, other people have said, where did all the treats come from? I said, well, I bring them in, but not this morning. Not this morning at all. What else have we got here? This is Kim Kardashian. I'm a little bit perturbed by Kim Kardashian. She's not the brightest penny in the box, and she's famous for being Kim Kardashian. And no, naked. Well, I don't know. She might have been naked, I should imagine. However, Jeremy Clarkson, who I do like, has announced he will finally open his farm restaurant today after finding a planning loophole. Do you remember? He planned to open his diddly squat restaurant in an old lambing barn, was scuppered by the local council. But the restaurant will still have its grand opening today, serving food produced on his 1,000-acre Cotswold farm using a different shed. Clever boy. Clever. Sick it to the council, Jeremy. Go on, you go for them. These mamby-pambies. Because the mamby-pambies in the council, they're going by what the locals say. Oh, we don't want that down here. He's been there for 20 years. 20 years in the locals. Think of all the traffic it'll bring. Yeah, it's called trying to pep up the countryside, which is dying a slow death. I mean, everybody has spent the last 3 months becoming an expert in planning regulations, and we've now found a delightful little loophole. So they're going to, it's called Open Table. And he said, before making your booking, you should know it's small, mostly outdoors and very rustic. They do have a tiny VIP room, which seats 4 people. Not really much use to everybody, is it? But in January, West Oxfordshire District Council rejected plans for the restaurant after more than 50 objections from woke snowflake. No, we don't want that. No, we don't want that. We live in the countryside. We want to smell that. What is that stench? And mainly about increased traffic. Oh, diddums. Well, you stay there. But he's opening it anyway, whether you like it or not, which is good news. Who scoffs the most kebabs in the country? I don't know. Baby P's mother, judging by the picture of her in the paper today, but Yorkshire, apparently. Why Yorkshire? I've got no idea. Around 1 in 3 in the county scoff the takeaway every day, compared with the UK average of 1 in 10. So where is London? London is third. 1 in 3 people eat kebab every day. Well, my Auntie Enid wouldn't. She couldn't get round pita bread. She wouldn't know what to do with things like that. And as for putting any of that sauce on and a bit of manky old salad, she definitely wouldn't have that at all. But, well, it says here, 1 in 3 in the county scoff the takeaway. I merely repeat it. Whether you believe it or not is neither here nor there. I'm telling you, it's a load of old rubbish. Wales was second place with 1 in 5 devouring a kebab every single day. I mean, I also don't believe the fatties in Yorkshire are seriously eat it 1 in 3 people. They're just not possible. It's not possible at all. Apparently, the late-night favourite, the drunk favourite, that's what it is typically doner meat in pita with lettuce, onion, tomato and garlic mayo. Just basically. There's no hot sauce, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. You've got to have garlic sauce, haven't you? I just have meat. I always go, and I haven't had one for ages, large doner, please. Just meat. Chili sauce, just meat. To try and explain to people. I went in the other day down at Waterloo Station. There's a Subway. And I went in there and I said, do you do baguettes? Okay. She looked at me like I was stupid. And so she went, so? I went, do you do baguettes? Because I don't know how to order in Subway. What I wanted was a ham baguette with lettuce, not lettuce, with tomato and cucumber. And she said, no. I said, you don't do baguettes? No. And I thought, perhaps she didn't speak English, because all the pictures on the board look like baguettes to me. I said, that's okay. Your loss, sweet pea. Dawn Neeson says, off to work at silly o'clock on a Saturday morning with Steve Allen show on LBC. Happy days. Happy days. Lovely, Dawn. I was looking at pictures of you, actually, the other day. Where are you going this morning? Where are you going this morning? That's what I want to know. Dawn Neeson. Honestly, this woman, she's doing like 23-hour days. We always talk about her every day. And the reason being is because she's always so nice about us, which we think is very sweet. Very sweet. Doesn't have to be. You know, she's a journalist, and she does a very, very good column in the Daily Star, which is good. Ex-Love Islanders Samira Mighty released her debut single. That'll sink without trace. Years ago, we used to joke about people releasing a single before it was sort of a DVD, and we'd say it's in plastic. You can make it into a sugar bowl or something like that. I remember leaving a load of records on the back shelf of my car, donkey, about 30, 40 years ago, and the sun did. And when I went to play them, of course, I couldn't because they'd all melted. Records melt. And they weren't. Nowadays, I mean, they don't actually melt. The roads melt. The roads melt. You know why? Because it's getting hotter and hotter. So, Dawn, I wonder if it's red today. Red or green? Which one are we going for? It'll be something lovely, won't it? And my friend Christopher also had his colonoscopy the other day, and everybody who I've spoken to, as we did it on the programme, easiest procedure you ever go through. But do go for sedation. It doesn't make you go under or anything like that. You don't go to sleep, but it just makes it a lot easier, and you won't notice anything. I promise you. Trust me. I'm nearly a doctor. We'll take the news at 5 o'clock this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on a Saturday morning. Just for a change. Just for a change. I'll be back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen in this morning for Ian Payne, who's going to... Is it Ian Payne? Yes, who's doing breakfast this morning. So just in case you get a little bit confused. Dawn Neeson is wearing pink today. Ooh, very summery, very, very summery. That'll go nicely with the hair. There are certain colours you can put with sort of your hair, and you've managed to find all of them. But pink today, I shall look forward to that very much. Steve, the reason why Clarkson's neighbours moan about him is because he's not very green and promotes petrol cars. Who cares? He's living in the countryside. We're not interested in snowflakes. No, they're complaining about the amount of traffic. That's what it is. But I really couldn't care less, actually. He's not very green and promotes petrol cars. But, I drive a petrol car, have no intention of changing at all. Well, everybody drives petrol cars. That's why we've got petrol in the pumps. That's why it's there for. It's there for us to go out. Apparently, they call them Subway rolls, says Lewis in Rugby, because they're from America and not baguettes. They're not very nice anyway, he said, best avoid. Oh, right. Well, it looks like a baguette to me, but she'd obviously never heard the word. Nobody's never heard the word. So I didn't go to Subway in the end. I came out and I thought, well, whatever. Why they just can't do well, they just call it what do they call it? A sub roll or sub something anyway. Subs. A sub. It's called a sub, isn't it? That's what I thought. But I didn't buy one actually. Yeah. Well, a baguette is sort of like a French thing, isn't it? You get it from the French places, and well, I do expect a stiff crust. I do, but not in Subway. It's all soft, is it? Oh, see, I don't. I've tried those Subway rolls in Marks and Spencer's. They do a pack of 6 of them, and I like a hard crust on the top. I don't want to do soft. I've tried soft. It just doesn't work for me. It's got to be like a proper baguette. So if you can have a ploughman's lunch, you can't serve them a soft roll. That'd just be ridiculous. A ploughman's is half a baguette with a hunk of cheese, pickled onions. I love pickled. I'm totally convinced that the pickled onions were very good for my colonoscopy. I don't know why, because I don't have any history of eating pickled onions, but I bought these pickled onions. I think the slogan used to be the first pickles to bite back. And I bought a couple of jars in Waitrose. And every so often, if I'm in the kitchen, I think I'll just have a pickled onion. But because they're in malted vinegar, it's a bit sharp. But I still like them. I still like them a lot. So there you go. That's me. The one-off re-recording of Bob Dylan singing The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. That has just sold. It's the first new studio version since Bob wrote it in 1962. The estimate was 600,000 to £1 million, and an unnamed bidder paid £1,482,000 for the new tech iconic original turntable disc, and they liked it. But it's a one-off recording, singing Blowing in the Wind. So there you go. So what are the benefits of eating pickled onions? Rich in antioxidant compounds, onions loaded with plant chemicals, including flavonoids, which have both an antioxidant anti-inflammatory effect, may support heart health, may support bone health, may support gut health. Oh, I'm going to start eating more pickled onions. They're very nice. They're very nice. With a piece of cheese. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? But the trouble is I'm a bit dubious about cheese, whether or not it's proper cheese or whether it's compressed and put together. Have you ever bought a packet of grated cheese? You turn it over and see how it's made. It's not literally a block of cheese that's grated. Nothing like... It's like if you buy a pizza. That's not proper cheese you're buying. You know. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Dave says, real treat to drive to work this morning listening to you. And so people are telling about the Subway rolls. And so came to bed last night looking forward to a whole day of rugby on TV, wakened up to the dulcet tones of Steve Allen. Yes. Apparently, yes, the crust thing, they toast them for you and ruin everything. I think it's for students. I think it's for students. Yeah. I think that's what it is. I think students go there because it's cheap. Because I don't see normal families going to Subway. Mind you, I don't see them going to, in Twickenham, we have a Burger King. Well, tell me the days it's open. Because it's almost getting as bad as Pret-a-Manger. Pret-a-Manger now don't do any hot food in Twickenham at all. And in fact, sometimes they don't even bother opening. Nothing. They might do a soup, but they used to have the cabinet with the hot food. No, they got rid of that. Basically, so they can't get any staff. And they used to open at 7 in the morning. Now it's about, you're lucky if they open at 9. They certainly don't bother half the time. So you see people going trying the door. And then you think, sod it, I'll go somewhere else. You know, if they don't provide... You know, what's there. Liam Woking says, pickled onions with a roast dinner. No. Sorry, no. No, definitely not. Definitely not. What would I have pickled onions? Just a ploughman's, or just failing that, I just take a fork, open the jar, stick it in there and put a pickled onion in my mouth. And then sometimes I take a few out and have them eating, you know, just in front of the television. But I wouldn't have them with anything in particular. Because I don't think you can't add salad cream to pickled onions. I don't cut them, I just pop them in my mouth. And yes, I mean, I wouldn't even have them in a baguette. Because apparently in Subway they do a baguette which has got meatballs in it. Well, I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. That might just literally fall apart because of the juices in the meatballs. So I'm afraid they don't get my business. But it doesn't matter. Pros of, another one here says, yeah, they do crust them for you. What, they sort of put them in a machine, do they? At the Subway? Oh, right. Because you can have whatever you want in it. But as I say, she didn't even know what a baguette was, so I thought, I'm talking to a complete and utter idiot. Peter says it's the aroma that gets people in. There's an aroma in a Subway? I don't think so. I mean, there is of everything else, but not anything like that. I'm enjoying my tea. Love my tea. And, Steve, forget all these brand-name fast food places. The best to go to is your local Greasy Spoon and have an all-day breakfast. I'm not telling you where we go for the all-day breakfast. But, in fact, I did have one day before I went to have the colonoscopy and the endoscopy. And I felt a bit guilty eating it because I had... What did I have? Oh, it was just scrambled egg with bacon on toast. Very nice. Very decadent. So today, I think I'm going to be going back to the same place. And it's only about £7 for a full breakfast, which actually not bad, is it, really? So we like that. And I've got this liking for scrambled egg. I don't know if it's any good for you or whether it's not any good for you, but I like it, which is good. Peter says, Steve, Bob Dylan and Neil Diamond, two of the worst... Oh, no, Neil Diamond's voice is fantastic. Have you ever seen Neil Diamond live at... Where's that big place in America they do in New York? It's it's a big arena. Simon and Garfunkel have played there, everybody else. And Neil Diamond took his... Is it Madison Square Garden? It was fantastic. It was his his sort of backing band were well, he's given up singing now, hasn't he? He doesn't sing anymore, Neil Diamond. And no, because he's not well, is he? He's not well. He's been quite ill for a while. Grated cheese, Steve, says Andrew, is grated from a block and coated with potato starch to stop the grates. No, this is not even cheese. All the stuff that they put on pizzas, they buy huge big bags of this stuff. It's like plastic cheese. Plastic cheese, horrible. What about chip shop pickled onions? Chip shop pickled onions. I've never heard of chip. Oh, well, they used to do big ones, didn't they? But I mean, what would you? So you'd have those with chips. But no, I don't think. No, we don't think so. It's like nobody eats anything from fish and chip shops apart from fish and chips. I like a battered sausage, I have to be honest. And also, I used to like a battered beef burger. But you don't find those so often. You have to... Yes, why would you buy... Yeah, because they do sausages which aren't battered, and then they do them in batter. But they are nice, aren't they? There's something nice about a battered sausage, which is very good. You can get those in that fish and chip shop in Twickenham, just opposite where Barclays Bank still remains. For how long, we've got no idea. So you come up, Barclays Bank is straight in front of you. You go left as if you're going up to the station. And it's just there on the corner. Yes, just where the HSBC was. Big sign, HSBC, yeah. And it's fish and chips directly over from there. Where it's further back, literally just on that corner where you turn left. It's opposite hairdressers, of which we have loads in Twickenham. In fact, you can't move for hairdressers. Steve, my idea of food hell is cheese and pickled onions. Well, actually, I never liked cheese and pickled onion flavoured crisps. I never liked things like that. You know what pot noodle have just brought out, because apparently everybody wanted it, was doner kebab flavour pot noodle. People wanted that. Amazing. Steve, chip shop, spam fritters and pineapple fritters. Yeah, pineapple fritters, very nice. And go to a chip shop in Scotland, you get a slice of pizza with doner kebab meat on it, deep fried in butter. Do you mean batter? You can't deep fry something in butter unless you're using tons of it. Try pickled garlic, says Keith. No, I think you would die if you had pickled garlic. I used to know somebody used to eat raw garlic. Raw garlic. I mean, really, really dreadful, actually. And Shane says, on your recommendation, I'm going to walk up to Woolworths, because he's in Sydney, and buy pickled onions. Yeah, you should. You should. They're very good. I mean, if they're good for you, for all those things, for your gut and for all that. I'm not saying eat loads of them. It's like everything, you know, but you could have one a day. One a day would be nice. And sometimes they're never uniformly the same size, are they? They're sort of just, they all vary. But I might go home and have one today. I don't know. See how I feel. I can do what I like. It's my body. I shall. They're shallots. Yeah, shallots. So, in fact, Paul Cooper in his greengrocers will, when it's shallot season, he'll sell bags of shallots, and they do the pickling vinegar as well, because my mother used to make them. We would take them home from school because we used to grow them, and you'd take home, and she'd say, bring them all back, and she would make them into pickled onions, and she would put them in the big jars, like the big sweetie jars, and then we would keep them in a dark place and have them at Christmas. Because we used to have things like that at Christmas, which was very nice indeed. Because my mother used to make everything. You know, apples. You know, apples would fall from the trees. She would wrap them in brown paper and pack them in boxes, and we'd save them for Christmas. So we would always be able to have apple pie. People were a bit more savvy when it came to making things, making food and everything else, because people wanted to do... Mainly because if you went to the local shop, you know, you might buy a slice of ham or a couple of eggs, and then people started keeping chickens and stuff like that. But most people cooked, you know, so you used to have the little corner shop, the Liptons and stuff like that, which we still have one in Twickenham. Well, the sign is still there. The shop has changed dramatically. Yeah, very 80s. It's on, just around the corner from where the chip shop is. You can see it, the sign is on the lower bit of the window, Liptons, which is, you know, that's, you have to sort of, you know, take it from people. That's how it was ages and ages ago. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. After Wimbledon yesterday, Steve, I went to Joe Allen, says Linda from Bushy, on your recommendation. It was great. Your spikers recommended the burger and Prosecco. Many thanks to them. Had a great day. Good. I'm glad. I always like sending people to to Joe's and to Little Italy and everything else because it's just nice and you feel comfy. I've got to feel comfy in a place. You know, if I'm not... I've been in some places where they make you feel a bit inferior. Apparently the best shop-bought pickled onions are Garner's. Yes, you can buy those in Waitrose. And Roger says, don't the Scots eat deep-fried Mars bars? Yes, they have done. They have done. I mean, to be honest, I couldn't eat that. But I could definitely eat a pineapple fritter. I don't think I've ever had a pineapple fritter, but it sounds delicious. I think that they should do the same as the Chinese restaurants do. They should do the toffee apple bananas as well. Toffee apple and the toffee bananas. And they're quite nice, with ice cream. In fact, they're actually delicious.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Haywood's pickled onions. I think it was Haywood's who were the first ones to bite back. Walsh says, locked into the spite, I can't believe you're on a weekend. I know, well, I can't believe it either, actually. And Alison says, I've just woken up to your voice. Does that mean it's not the weekend? No, it is. Pleased you're well, and it's great hearing your voice, but now I'm confused. Doesn't take much, does it, really? Just to get confused. And Sidcup Julie says, lovely to have you on this morning. As I heard you on Catch Up yesterday, I'm off for a cycle ride to Whitstable from Sidcup. And you've made my morning. There you go. And Chris says the reason older people could produce real food was they were brought up in that way in the war, which they had to do when food was scarce. Exactly. Food rationing. Food rationing. They actually sort of taught you how to cook. In fact, at my school, when I went to school in Yorkshire, we did home economy, where they would teach boys, I know it seemed a pointless exercise to be brutally honest with you, to make things like coconut macaroons and bits and pieces. And it was lovely. By the way, to cycle... Well, I don't know whether it's cycling all the way from Sidcup to Whitstable. Cycling is 4 hours, 44 minutes. Just like I tell you, you know, because we know these things. And we have access to the computer, which is very... If you were walking, it's going to take you 15 hours, 23 minutes. Again, thanks to the computer. If you take a bus, which obviously has to stop, it's a train, isn't it? 5:20, 7:10. So it's actually not 1 hour 55 minutes, seems to be about average. And if you're driving in your car, 53 minutes. I'm walking. It's a long way to go, isn't it? Whitstable. One of my friends lives down in Whitstable. And they do... are they oysters? Whitstable oysters and stuff like that. See, I can't eat things like that. Somebody said to me, it's an aphrodisiac. I said, you know, the last thing you'd be thinking about is having sex. You're just too busy being sick, eating these oysters. But they're very famous. Very, very famous. Britain's oldest referee is continuing to hand out red and yellow cards at the age of 85. You see, some people just are ageless, and then they go just quite quickly. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? They sort of go forever and ever and a day. And Barry says, can you continue doing my shift Tuesday to Saturday? And can you big up Glasgow Passport Office? Applied for my passport last Tuesday. Listen, people are not waiting as long. People are just spreading all these ridiculous internet rumours about, it takes for this, it'll be 3 months, 6 months, or whatever it happens to be. No, definitely not. Ellie, my resident baker, says, how lovely to hear you this fine morning. You're keeping me company whilst I bake cakes before I get too hot. I know. Tony in Hertford, good morning. Lovely surprise. Thank you. For both of us. Apparently, Trevor says, Nick Abbott says you should leave your Bentley at home and do these sort of, use the roller skates he's bought you. Now, Trevor, you know he's too tight. Seriously. He wouldn't spend money on anything at all. Absolutely not. He asks people to gift him things. It's as simple as that. He doesn't actually have anything. He really doesn't. I'm trying to persuade Vernon Kay to get his hair cut at the moment. It just looks awful. And you consider he used to be a male model. You know, I think really he has to get his hair cut and do it properly. And they're nominating people for Sun Awards. And for some reason they've picked up Fleur East again, whoever she is. Who is she? I'm not sure who she is. I'm sure she's somebody marvellous. And for the heat wave, wear a hat. Do you know you can buy hats that have got little fans built in and everything else? Or failing that, just buy a car. You know, and just sort of sit there and have a nice time in the car with the air conditioning on, looking at everybody else sweating buckets. Because it's not, I don't enjoy, you know, going out in it. It's not particularly pleasant. But doing nothing today apart from having brekkie, which is very nice. which is good. Elon Musk has pulled out of something. What was I hearing my cousin talking about that earlier on? I'm pretty certain. Steve, another one here. Just got back from Paris, where I used to live 40 years ago. Then one of my regular haunts was Joe Allen's. Delighted to see it's still there. Dropped in for a couple of couple of drinks. Brought back memories, says Richard in Marlow. Oh yes, I didn't know there was a Joe Allen's in Paris. I only know the one in America. So there was a Joe Allen's in Paris. Oh well. Well, I think the one in America's still there, and the one here, which is on the Strand, just part of the Strand Palace Hotel. You can go into the Strand Palace Hotel, take a right, go up the stairs, then take a right, and that'll take you to Joe Allen's, or just go past the Strand Palace Hotel about 50 feet, the little road there, and Joe Allen's is on the left. Can't miss it. And Steve, it is a nice surprise hearing you this morning, says Jonathan. You perk me up with your comedic wisdom. Oh, right. Sidcup Julie says, best pickled onions are Garner's. They will knock your socks off. Some of them, the vinegar's quite strong, isn't it? But I still like them. And now we know they're good for you as well. Let's start a new trend, shall we? Let's eat a pickled onion for health. I think that's a brilliant idea. And Vincent Price advertised Haywood's pickled onions, the first onions to bite back in the 70s. I knew Dean, somebody had done that. I couldn't remember who it was, actually, but you're right. Now you've reminded me. I'm very good. But none of us cook. Well, I'm surprised loads of you who cook. I've got loads and loads of people who listen to me. Phil Vickery listens all the time. He cooks. Jamie Oliver cooks. All these people. And you think, it must be quite good to be able to throw something together. But I can't do that, actually. Steve says, Chris in Hartford, great to hear you on a Saturday morning. Talking of ice cream has made me want a syrup sponge pudding. Oh, no. Do you know, that's the only thing that I really couldn't get excited about, a syrup sponge pudding. We used to have them at school, and I remember thinking at the time, I hope it's not sponge pudding again. I didn't like it, especially as it came with pink custard. Pink custard, I ask you. It was either the chocolate custard we liked, but then sometimes it had been sitting there for a while and it came with the skin on the top of it. Oh, it's horrible. So I never liked treacle tart, treacle pudding, any of those sort of things. They just didn't do it for me at all. I didn't even like tapioca, but I could cope with rice pudding. Marks and Spencer's used to do a nice rice pudding, and you could eat it cold. It was just rice and cream. So absolutely useless for diabetics. But I can remember thinking at the time, you know, I could eat this forever and a day. There was a famous actress, wasn't there, in Hollywood, and she was prone to putting on weight because she liked cream cakes. I mean, who doesn't like a cream horn? You know, you bite the bottom of it off and then you suck the cream out, because they seemed enormous when we were little. Or an eclair. Or I used to like the apple turnovers with cream in. They were very nice. And the cream slices. In fact, actually anything to do with cream I used to quite like. But I can remember this particular actress, the director kept saying, listen, you've got to stop eating these cream cakes. He said, you're putting on too much weight. You know, we have to keep adjusting the costumes. It's getting to be a bit of a pain, this one here. And so she said, OK, I shall make $1 million, retire and just eat cream cakes. And that's exactly what she did. Was it Elizabeth Taylor? Oh, no, it wasn't Elizabeth Taylor. No, it was a little-known actress completely. Elizabeth Waits went up and then down and then up and then down again. She was prone to it, but also incredibly rude. She made Naomi Campbell look like a rank amateur. You know, Naomi Campbell, who's just accepted a doctorate from a woman who's so bad-tempered and is so revoltingly lazy, it's almost unbelievable. Unbelievable. But Elizabeth Taylor, you'd wait for hours. You know, she's supposed to be somewhere at 7 in the evening. She wouldn't turn up till 9 o'clock. And I can remember one of the papers in London, it might have been the Standard, did a report on Naomi Campbell. She was booked for a photo shoot. I think it was at Claridge's. Anyway, they were all standing there, all waiting, makeup, all the rest of it. She swans in about 3 hours late and then promptly announced she's going out shopping and she'll be back later. And I thought, not only are you a diva, you're rude with it as well, which is not very pleasant. Not pleasant. Japan's ex-prime minister shot dead at a poll rally, and they picked up this person who looks like a student. Again, somebody who's not the full ticket. And I don't know what they'll do there. And your energy bills, this is what I'm warning you of, and I've been doing this since they announced they were going to be going up. They reckon £3,300 this winter. £3,300. That's what they say. I think this came from Martin Lewis, founder of Money Saving Expert. So Ofgem have set a price cap for a typical bill of £3,000 a year, close to 4 times what some paid just 2 years ago. It'll push millions into poverty. So people need to be aware that there is that danger that things can go up, and they can go up very, very quickly. And if you don't have the thing... I mean, I don't think they're not going to get to that stage. If you're a pensioner and you can't afford to pay for something, they're not going to cut you off. That's what I've always said to pensioners. You know, if you get to that stage in the winter where you can't afford to put the fire on, go and buy one of these tower heaters. They're very cheap to run now. The electric bar fires are phenomenally expensive, and a fan heater will literally... I remember one year my boiler broke about 10 years ago, and so I bought a fan heater, 36 quid. The bill just for the Christmas period was £700. They drink electricity, drink it. So I bought a tower heater, and it's cheap to run, and it's really good, and it just swivels round, it sort of rotates, and it blows warm air all over you, and it's very lovely. That's a bit of sunbathing, which I quite like. Exeter Street. Now, that was Joe Allen's Young Fun. Yes, it's not in Exeter Street anymore. It's moved, as I say. They have to move. Barry Norman, pickled onions were the best, made to his mum's recipe. Yeah, we lost him a while ago. I was going through a list of people who we lost, people who I thought were still around, and they weren't around anymore. Here's a picture of Naomi Campbell swapping her risque outfits for an academic gown and mortarboard. Hilarious, isn't it? Just a girl from Streatham. All right, darling? All right? What you got now? Apparently, she accepted a PhD for her contribution to the fashion industry. Really? What, because she's a clothes horse and they put clothes on? She doesn't contribute to the fashion industry at all. But, I suppose you have to pacify. You're right, darling, you'll be all right now. They've given you an award. Thank God for that. 105,000 people missing out on pension cash. I'm always amazed at how little the pension is, actually. I don't know. I mean, I get it, but I'm working as well. So you sort of you sort of claim both of it. And they pay it in very regularly. So I can't complain, but you're never going to live on it. That's a fact. So I shall have to keep working until I just collapse. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Emma Thompson stripping on stage, which is lovely, but by God, then I'll drag it out, don't they? She's taken her clothes off. No, it was like the other day, Victoria Beckham's quite ill. I thought, I wonder what that could be. Nothing trivial. And it turned out she's got hay fever. They made a big drama about it. Apparently, all of the children have got hay fever. Yeah, except Brooklyn, who really doesn't spend too much time in any one place, so he's still on his honeymoon. He doesn't have a job. He can't actually do anything. He can't take photographs. He can't make a cup of coffee. And it takes 63 people helping him make a sandwich. That's how successful he is in the family. So there you go. There's a lady here called Annie Baines from Burnham-on-Sea. She was in excruciating pain and unable to leave her chair, forced to wait for 15 hours for an ambulance. That is a disgrace. That is a disgrace.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning. So yesterday I'm sitting, sorting out a cab and bits and pieces, and a lady comes past me, and she's on a trolley. She's pushing, it's a wheeled thing, and she's leaning on it and pushing. She's like this. Oh, she said, so people always talk to me. I don't know why. Everybody talks to me. Anyway, she was complaining that they've closed the bus stop over the road from where we were standing talking. And so she's had to walk down Heath Road because she needs to get the R68, which is taking her to wherever it was taking her to. I can't remember. And she said, I'm anemic. And I thought, well, I'm anemic too. And anyway, there's a big sign on the bus stop closed. Well, even while she was standing there, and then she sort of wandered off to go and find the bus around the corner, she was, the buses were coming down Heath Road and stopping at the bus stop saying, this bus stop closed. I was going to go over to one of the bus drivers and go, I'm sorry, this bus stop is closed. This old lady's had to walk down here, making her very, very ill and all the rest of it, because it said bus stop closed, but yet every single bus stopped there. Every single bus. I couldn't believe that it said, I didn't know why it was closed. There was no logical reason why it was closed. And she wasn't at all happy about it. In fact, she was very upset. However, the good news is, in the Pamplona Bull Run, which they have in Spain every year, 6 people were seriously injured. Fantastic. I love it. Hooray. That's good news, isn't it? The sooner they axe this outdated, perverse thing that they do in Pamplona. And what they do is the people antagonise the bulls, and the bulls run down the street and people have to run ahead of them. And if they get caught by the bulls gore them, which is fantastic. I'm all in favour of that one, because I hate the idea that they antagonise bulls so much that they're spooked and panicked. So they run down the streets. You can see it happening all the time. And there's one bloke, he's pictured in the paper today, and the bull's got its horn right on. Anyway, and you think to yourself, that's good news, isn't it? That'll teach you. It's like the Spanish also have a tomato festival where they trample to death millions of tomatoes. I don't know why. Obviously, they've got loads of tomatoes. But it's one of those sort of things, isn't it, really? Bit of a shame. But no, Pamplona, definitely. Definitely, we have to cancel it. Because at one time, they used to throw donkeys off the top of church roofs. And they'd go, oh, it's a religious festival. You think, you're a pervert. That's what you are, mate. You're a pervert. And the Pamplona Run, I mean, every year somebody gets seriously hurt in it because they're running in front of them. They obviously think they're really clever. I'm praying that the bull gets them. You know, as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't care less what happens to them. What a bonus, says Peter, the Toastmaster from Malvern. Yes. I see what you mean, yes. So, Rishi Sunak, he's obviously got his own publicity machine and makeup artist and everything else. And he launches a bid to be Prime Minister. But there's 15 candidates going in to join the race. And his announcement came in a very slickly edited, I don't know if you've seen the video, message under the slogan, Ready for Rishi. He's obviously just got an inflated ego for some reason. And I'm standing for the next leader of the Conservative Party and you're Prime Minister. Yeah, that's assuming, of course, that Boris is going to step down, which I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to bother with something like that. But Rishi just comes over as a bit creepy as far as I'm concerned. Also, Carrie Johnson, is she the political influencer suited to the Westminster scene? The answer is apparently so. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I love it. I can't wait. And there's a new Scotland Yard chief named with a vow to shake up the crisis-ridden force. And this is Sir Mark Rowley, going to be the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. He's won the top job. What it pays, I've got no idea. But he's 57. I mean, he's sort of young enough. Cressida Dick was outed. She fell out with Sadiq Khan, who seems to believe that he's the Mayor of London for some peculiar reason. I don't know what he's done. I don't think he's done anything at all apart from increased traffic problems and just make the whole thing just undoable. A bit of a shame, really, for all the people who sort of try and get about London. Can't do it, actually, now. So we can always change the Mayor. That's something that we can do quite quickly. All the papers full of, little bits. Victoria Derbyshire joining Newsnight as joint lead presenter. I think she's way out of her depth. Way out of her depth. Could be wrong. Dawn Neeson says, not today. What was that from, love? What was that from? Not today. Oh, she's not. Are you not doing anything, are you, today? Or perhaps you're replying to somebody else. And she must be on television if she's getting up and it's an unusually long day. So I wonder what she's doing. What is she doing? I like seeing her on the television. She's very, very sparky. I like a sparky person. What else we got in the paper today? Well, it's the same old. Now Starmer is absolved. He's got to fight on. But is he strong enough to lead the Labour Party? And that's the big question. Has he got any policies? Anybody ever heard them? All I've ever seen him doing on the television is sparring with Boris over the PMQs. That's the only thing I've ever seen him doing. I'm sort of waiting for him to come up with sort of something that is sort of so we can say, well, that's what the Labour Party policy is, because nobody seems to know. And I have listened to people. I really have, actually. And so far I haven't got anything at all out of it. Because if I knew what their policies were, I'd be feeling an awful lot better. But apparently the Prime Minister's got loads of places to go to. When he exits number 10. Chequers, of course, he won't have. He's cancelled the party at Chequers, apparently, as well. So they're going to look for another venue. Oh, he could afford anything. He could afford to hire the Royal Albert Hall if he wanted to. It's not that expensive, is it? He must be able to manage things like that. Plus, customers struggling to rebook flights after the BA cancellations. I was watching. I find endless amusement in the YouTube videos of all the people when they used to do the programme about EasyJet. And they were based in Luton, I think. And some of the characters there were great. A lot better than Jeremy Spake, who I found a little bit creepy, I'm afraid. And they would have... And then people would turn up late for the flight. And the person would stand there and go, I'm sorry, I can't... or perhaps they were in Liverpool. I can't get you on the flight because they've closed the doors. Well, listen, we've only got hand luggage. The plane is there. This is supposed to be EasyJet, the word easy. And they start becoming quite abusive to the poor people sitting behind the counter. I see it from both sides because I'm just the observer. And I love watching it because you get people going, listen, the plane is still there. We can go... No, you can't. What? They're stupid people. They don't understand the procedure is that the pilot will then have to sign off for those people. Once they've shut the door, they've shut the door. He's not going to lose his spot by hanging around because you two nincompoops faffed around coming down the motorway. Oh, we couldn't get a parking space. Well, that's your problem. That's your problem. You have to make sure that you get to the airport, especially nowadays, even more so nowadays. My next door neighbours jetted off on holiday the other day. They seem to take enough clothing for an absolute fortune, you know, obviously a long holiday. And they very wisely took a car to drop them at the airport because otherwise you're driving around the car parks trying to find the space. And if you can't find it, you're going to miss that thing. And she said, no, it's been closed. She said, it closed at 20 past, whatever it was, 20 past the hour, and it's 22. You're late. Well, we can go and get it. You have a duty. No, we don't have any duty at all. You have a duty to get there on time so that they don't have to embarrass you and make you look like a nincompoop. And these two people, I mean, one of them, he said, well, so you're going to put us on the next flight, are you? And some of them are really aggressive. And so she said, yes, I'm certainly going to try that. But, of course, the people who booked for that flight, they have press it. Well, they're not. We were bounced off this flight. No, you were late turning up, OK? You're the idiot here. And so he said, well, we will stand here and block the flight. You know, a real thicko. And they get really abused. We've only got a 3-day holiday. Now you're deprived. No, you've deprived yourself because you turned up late. It's as simple as that. Oh, dear. It's amazing, isn't it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one, the Met. I don't know whether or not Mark Rowley. Is he going to be good? I don't know. Looks like he used to sell car phones for some reason. I don't know why. And a pest controller had a good laugh with a tenant when he arrived at their property to deal with a rodent problem that turned out to be a toy mouse. These people are really stupid. It's like, I've just seen something in the next door's garden. I think it's a wild tiger. It's a stuffed toy. Seriously, I mean, they're absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Some people are just so dumb. They really are. They can't help it. Throw out the diary for a day. Charlene White is talking about it doesn't have to be Cannes, but a break every now and then can be very revitalising. Actually, Cannes can be, you know, you can stay in Cannes cheaply. They've got campsites and stuff like that. If you're staying on the Croisette, it's going to cost you a small fortune. But to be honest with you, and also you have to remember which beach is which, because a lot of the hotels have their own private beaches. The beach is not all open. There's the public beach at the very end, and it's all topless, remember? Whee! And and so you can go there. All the other hotels have got, you can't take your food onto their beaches, stuff like that, and you have to rent their deck chairs. But it's very nice, Cannes. We stayed there years and years ago. We went to Nice for the day, which was very nice. We liked Nice. We like all these different places. But also, strangely, considering that, you know, LBC and every other media organisation has been banging on for ages about how much your bills are going to cost you this year, how much more you're paying for petrol, how much more for this. What are people doing? They're not tightening their belts at all. In fact, the one thing you see, certainly around Twickenham and around Richmond, haven't seen it in Kingston, but I see them all over the place, is little scooters delivering food. Because as cash gets tight and families forego costly holidays, they're splashing out even more on fast food and meal deliveries. Seriously. Apparently, 641 quid was the average that every Brit spent on takeaway food in 2021. So, you know, you see it, you think, can't you get off your fat bum and walk up there to the KFC or go to the burger place and get it? Or do you have to sit at home waiting for a pizza to be delivered? Which you're paying for. People are just so stupid. You wait till these bills start coming in. God, Struth, we're going to have people going, oh, I can't afford to live. Really? How many takeaways do you have this week? That's what it'll be. because people are just bone idle. They can't, go and get on the bus, go and do something like that, go and, get on the bus, go to the shop and just order it like normal people. Or failing that, try and cook yourself. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll take all of your texts and emails. As long as they're legal, decent and reasonably intelligent. But as I say, some of them you have to just lose completely. In which case, we have the power. We just push a little button and that's the last we ever hear from you. We can either do it for a month or we do it for life. I've always said let's do it for life. Far more entertaining. Far more entertaining. And what was the other one? Oh, Wimbledon is ditching drivers' perks. Apparently, Wimbledon drivers who take the world's best tennis players to the tournament are said to be quitting next year because officials are removing their access to the matches. Oh, right. It's perks. They get perks, apparently. And one driver's been working the tournament for 10 years. He said they were paid about 11 quid an hour, but said, I don't do this for the money, but because I love being part of the Wimbledon experience. And Wimbledon is just basically a money-making concern. You don't think they're interested in tennis, do you? Of course not. It's there to make money. Prize money this year, I think for the men, 32 million. What do the ball boys and girls get for standing there regimented? 200 quid for the 2 weeks. Seriously, talk about you need an agent. Not only an agent, you need to get some lawyers onto this one. Fancy ripping you off like that. You have to stand there. They have to rehearse this thing. They can't move.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I'm just having a look at the championships at Wimbledon. The prize money. The winner gets 2 million. Runner-up, 1,050,000. Semi-finalist, 500. It's not bad, this, is it? I think I should take up tennis. I think so. And so the prize money, here we go, wait a minute, 28 million. And that's the total gentlemen's and ladies' singles, 2 events, 28 million. And then look a bit further down, and there's a huge sum down here, a bit further down, a bit further there. Total tennis events prize money is 38,900,000. Total prize money, 40,350,000. That is a huge amount of money, just for being able to knock a ball over a piece of netting. I mean, I ask you. I mean, the bonus is you get Cliff to sing, which is very nice. Total wheelchair and quad wheelchair doubles. Yes, because it's the first time, I don't know whether I've seen this before or not. I was watching people playing tennis in wheelchairs. Are they all disabled people, or are they playing in wheel? Now, the reason I ask this, it's very pertinent, because I've seen people doing the London Marathon who are in wheelchairs, but they're not disabled. They happen to choose to compete in a wheelchair, which, I mean, I suppose you can't just sort of stick in a wheelchair and hope you're going to make it. But the prize money for that, the wheelchair doubles, £46,000. The quad wheelchair, £46,000. Total wheelchair and quad wheelchair prize money, £618,000. They get a bit of a rum deal, don't they, actually? They're not earning as much money as the other people, which is a little bit of a shame. But when you look at the total prize money, 40,350,000, you don't think they're claiming. And also, the one thing that really annoys me, have you seen all the empty seats? You know who this is? A lot of BBC employees, because they get seats to go into things. What they do, they're supposed to go out, check in the ticket, and then they can sell the seat to other people who want to go to it, and they're not doing that. They're not doing it. I don't know why they're not doing it. It's very odd, isn't it? Because on some of Centre Court, it's been huge swathes of empty seats where people who want to go and watch it could have actually gone there if it hadn't been for the selfish so-and-sos. You know, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, of course, now the producers moved to my neck of the woods, which is very exciting because we are very well served for trains out of Waterloo. You know, you can either get the Reading train, the Windsor and Eton, you can get the Teddington train, you can get the Hounslow train. There's quite a selection of them, and they're fairly regular. There's 4 different trains throughout the hour. You know, I can always manage to make the train at 7:28, provided the bus is on time, which you get over there, the 176, or you can walk down the road, do the left, and by Charing Cross Station, just a little bit further back, opposite the Canadian Embassy or whatever it is, you can get the 139, which goes to Waterloo, and then you go up the stairs and then go to the platforms. Oh, you do the bridge, do you? Oh, you go down the embankment? Okay. Oh, right. Oh, I tried that once. I didn't like that, crossing the bridge thing. I did it when it was snowing one year. It was quite... I had an umbrella. It was cold, and also it was blowing in my face. And when I got to Waterloo Station, there was just me and 3 Polish builders. You know, I could always tell that they were Polish builders. They've all got their own workmates and buckets and all sorts of bits and pieces, which I didn't think people did anymore. But anyway, we just stood there staring at the board, waiting for it to come to life, and then there was a train. But because there was so much snow, there were sparks coming from all over the place. It was great fun. But no, I haven't done that walking. But it's very, very fit, because you've got to go down, through, and then up the stairs, and then across, and it brings you in at Waterloo Station, doesn't it? In fact, just by our platforms, because most of our trains are now at the sort of the end of it, sort of, which used to be Eurostar, didn't it, I think, which they've now moved, which is lovely, because we know all the girls who work Eurostar, and we're all very, very happy. Very, very happy. And Susan on the Isle of Wight. I wonder what it's like for you today. Actually, should be very nice on the Isle of Wight. I mean, the temperatures in London are going to hit today about 20, 26, 27. Whatever it is, if you've got plants that need watering, water them. Water them. Definitely. You don't want to sort of not water them, which is lovely. So today, you've got 26 degrees. It's at the moment about 10 to 6. What have we got? 18 degrees at the moment, so it'll go up. And then all the way through. Now, Monday and Tuesday, 32 degrees. 32 degrees. So double it and add 30, rough guide. Nobody, unless you're a little bit nitpicky or a woke or a snowflake. So double it, 64. You're looking at 94 degrees next week, which means if you've got plants or you've got pets, and the good thing is in Twickenham, a lot of the shops put out a bowl with water in for dogs, because dogs get very thirsty, and that's a nice thing to do. And make sure you can't sort of leave just dogs and think, oh, don't worry, they don't need water. They do need water, probably more than the rest of us. Apparently this new Met boss has been there before. He's been assistant commissioner before. Now, whether or not he can actually change anything, I think highly unlikely. You know, we are desperately short of policemen, especially in London. You know, we're always being told, oh, we've got loads of police. The only police I see coming through Leicester Square are carrying a bag from McDonald's. That's the only ones you ever see. You don't see anybody policing. It's hilarious. Christian Mitchum, thank you. And I would like to say hello, Steve, because I've been listening to you since 16, and I'm now 44. Wow, that's quite a long time. We have lots of people who've been listening a long time to this programme, which we're very grateful for. Very, very grateful. What else do we have in the papers today? Oh, look, the Henley Festival. Theresa May was there. She was spotted dancing. And I don't know who she was with. A bit difficult, actually. Must have been something going on there. The trouble is, I always thought Theresa May was that she just wasn't strong enough to be Prime Minister. We've had loads of what I call ineffectual, bland people. The Chequers wedding bash is off. Don't know why. He'd been hoping to celebrate his marriage to Carrie Symonds, which took place in May last year. The ceremony at Westminster Cathedral was limited to 30 guests because of coronavirus restrictions. I came past Parliament Square today as I came down. Did you know that House of Fraser used to be the Army and Navy? That's closed in Victoria. That's now, it's House of Fraser, but it used to be the Army and Navy store. And that's all gone. And so it's all boarded up, which is a bit of a shame. Although the rest of Victoria is quite nice. Came round Parliament Square, and it's the first time I've seen it in ages. Big Ben and the tower free of all the scaffolding, and God knows, but it looks nice, doesn't it? I'm very impressed by it, actually. Very, very impressed. So that's quite nice. It means that at least, you know, people who sort of come to London can actually see things without them all being drenched in scaffolding, because that's about the most boring thing going. That's one thing that we have, isn't it? We have scaffolding and we have cones. Cones are everywhere, and I wish I could say it was for ice cream, but it's not. Here you go. Spread the news. Life is better with DIY butter. They've gone berserk for this one here. They say the price of Lurpak reached almost 7 quid a kilo. 10 quid a kilo. Well, don't buy it. Stupid people. Go and buy something else. Ignore them. Yeah, if that's what they're charging for Lurpak, go and use somebody else's. I don't understand what the problem is, actually. It doesn't make any sense to me. A judge has ordered the wife of the boxing promoter Frank Warren to pay £215,000 to builders in a dispute over bats in the attic of £1 million property extension. She was sued for £1.2 million after the building company claimed she refused to settle a bill for work on this Grade 2 listed mansion at their 8-acre estate in Hertfordshire. I think if you've got bats, you've got a problem. because you can't do anything to remove them. Can't take bats away. They have right. Although, what about somebody who took a load of salmon, £60,000 worth of salmon out of a river? Didn't go to prison. You know why? There is no law for poaching. There is no sentences for poaching. You can poach as many salmon as you want out of the river. They've decimated it from like 14,000 salmon to about 1,500, and they didn't get into trouble. They certainly weren't sent to prison. You would have thought somebody taking that many salmon out would actually have sort of, enough evidence to say, but there's no rules on it. Is that the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? I can't believe it. You'd think it's theft, although nobody owns them. That's the trouble. They're in a river, so technically. I mean, you see people in other countries fishing off the end of piers and something like that. You're never going to get done for it because you've got to try and prove ownership. The only ownership there is of the swans on the river, and they're owned by the Queen. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Growing number of community buyouts are giving locals a new lease of life because pubs are disappearing. They're disappearing. And I don't know whether it's, as people say, I've heard people say to me, oh, it's a bit difficult, because you can't smoke in pubs anymore. No, you can stand outside and they've all got gardens and stuff like that. I didn't believe that was the reason. I thought, people don't go to pubs anymore, mainly because it's too blooming expensive. Steve, the paddle steamer you mentioned yesterday still runs from the Tower of London, the Waverley. Oh, right. GB Rail Freight team are back with us at the moment. And apparently the only reason you see police carrying McDonald's bags, says Pauline, is because all the police canteens have been shut. Well, I think they should make sandwiches at home. I think it's a blooming insult. Walking back here, and some of the police are slightly overweight, let me tell you. It's because they're eating McDonald's. You get little short WPCs, clutching a huge bag. What are you feeding, the 5,000? People like things like that, don't they? I always eat it and then feel guilty afterwards. I just have a guilt trip, I'm afraid, which isn't so good. I do like the idea of saving pubs, but they all then become a little bit sort of, we grow our own, beer and hops and all the rest of it, and it becomes a little bit bad. An E.T. fan giving her parents the slip at the London Film and Comic Con. Guests included the Gollum actor Andy Serkis and Christopher Lloyd from Back to the Future. People love these things, and you can have your picture taken with the good and the great, but you have to pay for it. OK, they're there as a gig. So if you want, your picture taken with Christopher Lloyd, he'll charge whatever he charges. And it's like if you want these little videos that are made by celebrities. Dick Van Dyke's was about the most expensive. I think he was just under £1,000. And for that, he will say, hi, this is Dick Van Dyke. Up on the rooftops, Mary Poppins. I listen to Steve Allen all the time. And you pay £1,000 for that. But people like them. People like them. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And Putin's palace. Where did he get the money from? Where did that money come from, old Putes? Where did it come from, lovely? Was that just be standard corruption in Russia? Because let's face it, you can't have done this on your salary. Have you ever seen it? It's just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it makes Boris Johnson look like he's not even trying with a makeover. Putin's got palaces and everything. A bit like the royal family. They've got, I think we want to move to Kensington Gardens. We're going to buy another palace for them. I don't know how many places they're going to live in. Mind you, somebody was saying the other day, they said, oh, God help us if the Queen goes, which we can't even bear to think about. The royal family will be changed very quickly. I think Andrew will be marching his way back to the Highlands, which is good. So police canteens have been shut. Well, they should use somewhere else, but they shouldn't be eating McDonald's. It's not very good for them, is it? Small wonder they don't chase after people anymore. Although we do see our fair share of police, but as I say, they're all sort of trying to keep things going. We'll take a short break for the news at 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast this Saturday morning, which is very nice indeed. It's going to be another scorcher. So the idea is, just make sure you're covered up, put some sunscreen on and make sure that the kids are covered up, and make sure that if you've got your doggies or cats and things like that, they've got access to water, which is very nice. Somebody says, warn people to be careful with letting dogs drink from bowls. Dog haters have been known to drop antifreeze. Not round our way, love. You probably live in a really rough area, but we're very good round our area. It never happened in all the years I've been there, and that's 30. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to July the 9th. Welcome to waiting for a tax rebate. You'll apparently wait for quite a while. They're in a dreadful mess at HMRC at the moment. And Starmer tests the Tories as he's been cleared of breaching COVID rules. And they're saying, come on, have a snap election. Very unwise. Very, very unwise, and I think he knows that as well. There's no way he's going to be going for a snap election because they haven't got any policies at the moment. So hopefully if they actually manage to get some policies, then maybe they're going to go for it. But it's not going to happen until much later in the year. September, October, I would have thought, actually. Steve, I love pickled onions, says Sue-Ann. Yeah, you see, I mean, we just did them at school. It was part of, I think for some reason, I don't know how this worked out, but we had a gardening club. And so we were growing onions and we were getting all these, bits and pieces. Then you take them home, and then my mother, and you can sometimes go to WI events or sort of local village events where they will basically sell you jars of pickled onions. And they're not difficult to make. Once you peel the blooming things, then you put them into the thing, you add the vinegar, and then just leave them. And they seem to absorb it. I'm a Celebrities. Mylene Klass and Paul Burrell have been lined up to take part in the South African spin-off show. Oh, God, not more rubbish from Paul Burrell, surely. The pair could be joined by Sean Ryder and Gillian McKeith. Oh, God, that was stand-up fall over, wasn't it, really? She just did all her fakery. There are plenty of other people. Apparently, Mylene created one of the show's most memorable moments as she showered in a white bikini, and a red bikini, and a black bikini, and a green bikini, and a pink bikini. In fact, she just took out loads of bikinis, and obviously her agent said, stand under the shower, and we'll get loads of pictures of you, and then we can put them in the paper, and then you become famous for having a shower. But it's one of those sort of things. It'll be quite interesting. Former royal butler Burrell caused a stir thanks to his comedic screaming, but he's so boring. That's the trouble. If only he was interesting, but not. Sean Ryder got on with everybody except Gillian McKeith, who is the most irritating little person you'll ever encounter. As they sat in freezing cold waters, viewers heard him tell her, "You're a irritating woman." Oh, she was very irritated. And then she just pretended to fall over, didn't she? And we had all that drama there when she realised she wasn't getting the sort of coverage. Heinz products. Good news is, back on the shelves at Tesco. After talks resolved the bust-up over the steep price rises, both sides remain tight-lipped about the details. See, I can't remember what it is, actually, because I'm on the odd occasion, very odd occasion, that I bought beer. I'll tell you what I have bought. I bought these tins of Heinz beans, 5 different beans, which apparently are really good for you because it's got all sorts of different beans in there, not just the baked beans, but the other ones. Tesco had proclaimed we will not pass on unjustifiable price increases to our customers. However, the firms have settled their difference, because I should imagine Tesco probably account for quite a number of sales of Heinz beans, because it's part of your, they tell you, part of your 1 in 5. 1 in 5. Extra early outside Olympia for the London Film Comic Con, says David. You are a little bit early. It's only just 6 minutes past 6. I don't know what time it opens this morning, but it certainly won't be for a few hours. But you'll love it. It's good, and all the people will be going in there. Myself and some friends, Steve, went to see Disney's Beauty and the Beast on Thursday. Absolute gem of a show. It's only on for a limited time, so catch it if you can, says little Julie. Seeing Frozen again next week. Love a show. Oh, it's great shows. And Disney have got some good shows, and they do it so well. In fact, I recommended Beauty and the Beast to somebody the other day, which was lovely. Somebody says, I didn't know you'd be on air this morning. No, me neither. Me neither. So thank you, Marguerite. And Steve, very slick, Paul says this, very slick and pre-prepared Rishi Sunak campaign. I know, but comes over as creepy, doesn't he? Somebody who's... do you ever remember that thing in America when they had Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan, and they made a film for his inauguration, and they were walking through sort of... It was all carefully shot to mask how old she looked. And he was just... And he had sort of, the pressed jeans and the check shirt, and I call her Nancy with the dancing eyes. And we all went, they threw up over them. Ghastly couple. Oh, the reason I call them ghastly is because he was making jokes about AIDS before people knew about it, and said to feed people who had AIDS, you used to shove the food under the door. He was that revolting. Ghastly actor as well. I mean, seriously, about as much talent as my little finger. And Nancy Reagan came over here and refused to curtsy to Her Majesty the Queen. Nancy Reagan was a ghastly piece of work. She had an official photographer, as they all do at the White House, and every day they would take something like 400 photos, and Nancy Reagan would pore through them and keep the ones where she thought she looked the best, whereas basically she was just a stick insect who, again, had no discernible talent apart from, spending the money that had been donated to the Nancy Reagan Fund. In fact, it was only when one of the big newspapers in America went, how much money have you given to charity, love? They started dishing out very quickly because basically the Nancy Reagan fund was for Nancy Reagan's benefit. She took planes, had offices, flowers, all the rest of it. She was living in a fantasy world, so not here anymore, which is good news. I don't know what advice I can offer you about staying cool in this weather. The answer is I can't think of anything at all, but everybody, I guarantee you, because it's the weekend, everybody will be going, especially if you live in London, let's go to the coast. Let's go to Brighton. Let's go to Southend. Let's go down there. So all the people in Southend and Brighton will be gearing up for hordes and hordes of people who'll be going down there by train. You know, the kids will have a bucket and a spade and, you know, you go down there for the day and then you trudge back later and you sit on the train and you've got sand all over the blooming place and sand in places you shouldn't have places and different things like that. And it's quite nice. It's a nice thing to do, but you have to get up early to catch the right trains, don't you, to get there? Or if you're driving, make sure that you've got, you know, the engine is top. What did they check the other day? We were running adverts on LBC. You know, before you set off on any journey, check your tyres. And it's funny because it's only, you know, within about the past 4 or 5 years that I've got a car which has got the computer on board which checks your tyres. And I push a little button and it shows you what the pressure is in each tyre. I mean, I find it quite clever, actually. And so I'm always doing that just to sort of check because a friend of mine had their car nicked about 3 or 4 years ago. And somebody just nicked the car. You know, unfortunately, they left the keys in it. Didn't help. But anyway, I saw their car the other day and it's got a flat tyre. And I said, oh, flat tyre. Do you want to borrow a pump or something like that? I've got a couple of pumps, you know, these electronic things, which are about 30 quid and it pumps up your tyres for you. And they said, no, we're going away on holiday. And so we'll leave it till we come back. And I said, oh, right, why is that? They said, who's going to nick a car with a flat tyre? They're going to have to pump the tyre up to start with before they even bother. So they're definitely not going to be doing it. David says, I'm early due to the parking issue. I'll be trading at the show, sell film and TV memorabilia. Wow, how cool. What's your most expensive item, David? What's your most expensive item? That's what I want to know. I mean, I have theatre posters. I don't have film posters. Well, I don't think I have any film posters. I'm trying to work out if I have. Still like my tea even on a Saturday morning. Can't wait for the cooked breakfast now, actually. Steve might even listen to Johnson's sister on LBC this weekend, says John. Well, I think you should too. Definitely. I mean, goodness sake, honestly, that's what LBC's here for. And people can phone up and say, oh, I think, you know, the Rishi Sunak campaign's a little bit... I mean, they've obviously been working on this one for ages. Have you seen the video? Clive was talking about it earlier on. And it's so skillfully put together. It's unbelievable. Former striking miners believe they were targeted by spy cops, just like the characters in Sherwood, which is a hit drama. I've never seen it. I have no idea what it is. And Alan Spencer says, when you made calls, you could hear clicks on the line. We knew they were listening. I forgot about this. Well, I hadn't forgotten about it. I remember the miners' strike very, very well indeed. By the way, COVID cases, just when you thought they'd gone away, they're on the up again. Up on a fifth in a week. So 18% last week, 2.7 million Brits now thought to be infected. So just when you thought it's gone away again, you know, if you're one of those people who sits on the bus and sits on a train and there's people all around you and you're not wearing a mask, more fool you. I bought masks the other day. In Costco, and the only reason I bought them is because they were so damn cheap. I got 50 masks, those blue ones, £2 and a penny. £2 and a penny for 50. Whereas I remember distinctly when they first came out, I paid 60 quid. I was saying to the producer, 60 quid for a box of masks, without realising now they are so cheap. So cheap. But I mean, you know, the risk of sort of saving yourself, I think that's quite a good idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Predator prop mask, £1,000, says David. Predator, is it a replica? Predator prop mask. You see, I don't even know what Predator is. Got no idea. Arnold Schwarzenegger, was it? I don't think I've ever seen an Arnold Schwarzenegger film. Doesn't help. I know. Call me a heathen. What can I do about it? I've never seen that. Is that the one where he says, I'll be back? Never seen it. I saw a funny one with him and Danny DeVito. Twins. I saw Twins, but I don't think I made it all the way through the film. Which is good. So £1,000 for a Predator prop mask. Wow. Sounds quite cool, David. Sounds quite cool. Steve, best advice for staying cool, running your wrists under the cold tap for a few minutes. Yes, I've heard that. Sitting with your feet in water, a bit difficult when you're driving, I appreciate. But that's what it is, to try and keep yourself cool. So the BBC making these appointments. As I say, Victoria Derbyshire does not have likeability factor. She just looks a bit hard-nosed. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of, it doesn't, you know, Emily Maitlis, of course, who we now have, is the one, but, you know, Victoria Derbyshire. And the other bloke's very sweet. This is John Kay, but nobody knows who he is. He thinks it's an honour to sit on a red settee for some peculiar reason. I can't imagine why, but there you go. Frank Skinner says a wrestler inspired him to go and become a comedian. Skinner, who returns to the Edinburgh Fringe this summer, he's 65, by the way, said of watching Les Kellett on TV as a child, Les had various routines. So he would accidentally spit in the referee's face when he spoke to him, and I like the idea of getting laughs and being the centre of attention. I don't think spitting in somebody's face is very funny. I really don't. Anyway, he's got Sky Arts, the South Bank show. He told Melvyn Bragg why he no longer did jokes about his sex life. Yes, he said, for the same reason I don't talk about climbing trees. It stopped. I tried climbing a tree about 2 or 3 years ago. I decided definitely not something I could manage. Definitely not. Spot on, Arnie. Phrase, get to the chopper. Is that another one of the phrases? I'll tell you, I'm out to date on these things. I've got no idea. I like the idea something's £1,000. I think that's quite, you know, it shows how much money these things are worth. They were talking the other day about clothing which comes up for sale in America, you know, which has been worn in films and which has become very iconic. You know, we had the Marilyn dress worn by that ghastly Kardashian old baggage, and various other people have got things. And Debbie Reynolds was a great collector of movie memorabilia, clothes. She had loads and loads of clothes. They sold just parts of them for millions of dollars because she decided to buy them. And I interviewed her once. Some listeners to my programme said, listen, we're bringing Debbie Reynolds over. Would you like to talk to her? I think, is the Pope Catholic? Of course I would love to talk to her. And I met her and I went to see the show, and it was, what an amazing life. What an amazing life. Absolutely. Chris Bryant is the Labour MP for Rhondda, chair of the Committee on Standards and guest columnist today, and talking about, you know, Mike Freer's resignation as Equalities Minister this week. And also, he said, there's much excitement in our household. I mean, seriously, I don't know what planet he's from. He said that the Sugar Babes, with the original lineup of Keisha, Mucha and Siobhan, are back touring. I mean, I can't imagine that Chris Bryant has got the faintest idea who the Sugar Babes even are. They apparently turned up at, Glastonbury. And a few people stood there and watched them, but apparently that's enough to put them out on tour again. They won't go away, these people, will they? Just when you seriously want them to go, they never do.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Victoria says, Steve, I've just gotten to the early train to head into work for the first time on a weekend in several years. And such a nice surprise to hear your dulcet tones. For some reason, I thought you'd stop doing the programme at the weekend. I had. I'm just a bonus. They begged, they pleaded. They did everything, actually. But it's made going into work at this ungodly hour much more bearable. Yes, I love it. 84850, and listening from Spain, we've got highs of 38 degrees forecast for today, says Lorna. I've never been more grateful for aircon. Oh, isn't it the best? Isn't it the best? I can't imagine a day without having aircon. I don't know how we survive. I mean, in other countries, it's standard, just standard. Michael's telling me how to pronounce Putin. Why don't you just mind your own business? Nothing worse than an old beaky, is there? Ooh, look, twitch those curtains. Ooh, I think you actually pronounce it like this. My Russian friend. Russian friend? Who had Russian friends? Nobody, unless you're mad as a fruitcake. Steve, don't walk your dogs in the daytime. No, in fact, you can. Early morning, this is the best time to walk dogs. Check the pavement temperature with the back of your hand. Oh, God, I really can't be bothered to do things like that. I'm not going to be standing there with my hand on the pavement. You know, if it's too hot for you, too hot for the dog to walk on. Oh, well, most people seem to carry their dogs nowadays. Most dogs seem to have an inability to walk anywhere. I love it. And another one. 17,000 people will be going to this Comic Con thing, 17,000 people, which is good. He says, I trade under the name of Santa Claus and dressed as a Victorian gentleman at a sci-fi event. Expect 17,000 people, but it paid off getting in early. Well, I mean, listen, I always think, even if you're flying or you're doing anything like that, get somewhere early, because then it's like if somebody's flying and they say, how long before I should get to the airport? And I go, well, listen, a few hours, because then you can go and have breakfast. If you're there and you've checked in, so much easier than panicking, going, come on, kids, I want to go to the toilet, get in the car. You know. So, in other words, your holiday's ruined even before you've got there. Apparently, Simon says you have to watch Arnold in the film Predator, his best film. It's a classic. Get to the chopper. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Oh, I don't like films like that. Is it actually an item? Is Predator like a megadon or something, or whatever it kind of is? You know what I mean? It's like is it a dinosaur? Predator. No, Predator is it's an alien. Oh, I don't like those that frightens me. I don't like those sort of things. It's not right, is it? We shouldn't be. Why would you want to go to the cinema to be frightened? What is the point? If I want to be frightened, I'll stand in the middle of the M4 directing traffic. But I don't, but you go to the cinema deliberately to be frightened, because if you're not being frightened, what's the point in going? And yet people sit there. I remember going to see Friday the 13th. I vowed never to go and see any ever again. It frightened me. I have to keep reminding myself that the director is standing where I was sitting and going, OK, we should do that bit again. It's like Daniel Radcliffe was in a film a while ago, Woman in Black. And there's one scene where he goes into this house and then all the lights go off. And he still goes into the house. How mad is that? And at one point, he goes down into the cellar and going, don't go into the cellar. Why would you want to go into the cellar? And so he comes upstairs and he's walking along a dark landing, and then the door in front of him goes and it shuts. And he still walks towards it. What is the... I said to him, what are you watching? He said, well, I'm not watching anything. He said, I'm looking at the door. He said, but there's all the film crew behind me. He said, trying not to laugh. I said, well, I wasn't laughing. I'm shouting at the screen, don't go through that door. There'll be somebody hanging inside, and they won't be alive. Don't go there. Get back out, get in the car, drive very fast and go away as quickly as possible. Oh, dear me. It's one of those dreadful things, isn't it? But people want to be frightened when they go to the cinema. Me, I don't want to be frightened. I do not want to sit there with a giant bucket of popcorn, a giant hot dog and some bottles of water and stuff like that. I really don't. I've been to the cinema next door here. We have all our big company meetings in there. And there'll be at least 1,000 people in there. At least 1,000. We all get goodie bags and stuff like that, which is very nice indeed. Toffee and a sweet to make. And, perhaps it was a little toy. Anyway, and they've got seats in there which cost a fortune, but they recline. They've got spaces for you to put your drinks in, and they're like giant armchairs. Well, my friend John, he went to see Grease. And they were lucky because he didn't have to suffer with Peter Andre too much, because he only played one little part. Jason Donovan was playing the other parts. Obviously, Pete's having a little bit of a breakdown on that one. But he said it was so good. He said he fell asleep. He said he was in the fifth row. He said he liked it, but he was a bit tired. And I did exactly the same. Whenever they would send me to see a film screening, if you're going to interview somebody like Tom Hanks or whoever it happens to be, or Arnie, you've got to go and see the film. And there's various places around London, mainly in hotels. You go to a hotel, you go down a couple of floors, and there is a little private cinema which holds maybe 30 people, something like that. And you sit there, and I've been into Soho Square on numerous occasions. In fact, one Sunday morning, I was the only one watching a preview because I hadn't managed to get to see it during the week. And so they said, well, don't worry, because after you finish doing breakfast, we'll open up, and 8 o'clock they'll do the screening. And so there's me and a security guard in the screening. And the reason the security guard was there, they're worried about piracy. And they think that you might... I know it sounds ridiculous if I'm going to bother sit there holding my phone up at the screen, filming the thing. And most of the time, they used to confiscate your phones so that people couldn't take screenshots and stuff like that. And I sat there on a Sunday morning for the best part of 2 hours, just me and a security guard trying to stay awake. Because the moment the lights go down, that's it. I'm done for. Little bit of a problem, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve says, Jamie the Skip, I thought today's show was a recap, which I think he means a repeat. Until I heard the time match the current time. I thought, that's clever. We get a bonus day. Yes, it's a bonus day, which is lovely. Another one here. More than a third of British holidaymakers say a full English breakfast is a highlight of their trip. It's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Anyway, 37% say they would eat food they would normally avoid, such as pancakes and pizza. Who are these people? What do you mean avoid pizza? 81% admit they felt unwell after eating too much. This drinks company who sponsored it. You can get them to say anything. More than a third had stomach pains, cramps, constipation, heartburn or headaches. And somebody says eating enough fibre, enjoying local fruit and veggies whilst abroad, keeping hydrated, reduces stress. What a rubbish survey. Isn't it absolutely a rubbish survey? But however, I found a lovely car for you. This is very nice. This is a Ferrari, a 250 GTE, 1962. It's been sitting in a barn for 40 years. Now, there is a company on the television. It's Bangers and Cash. And they're based up north, and it's a brilliant programme. And what happens is they sell cars. And they'll sell some of the cars which they sell are just a shell. There's no engine, there's no interior, there's no nothing at all, and yet people will buy them for a few £1,000, and then they rebuild them. Literally, they're resprayed and everything else. They put in new seating, they get all the seats recolonized, whatever it happens to be, and they literally bring these cars back to life. It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. And this one here has just sold, covered in slime. It's been stored for 40 years. It's got no front seats, holes in the floor. The bloke had it for 10 years. Then he placed it in storage, was going to carry out minor repairs, and he didn't. But when he visited the car after the 40 years, he opened the door and it fell off in his hands. The car in West Wales was missing its gearbox. The radio was hanging off and there were wires everywhere. There was a bidding frenzy. And it sold for £110,000. They reckon it could cost $150,000 to fully restore it. And there was a bidding frenzy for this thing because it's, these cars go for huge amounts of money. When you watch Bangers and Cash on the television, you will be absolutely amazed at these wrecks of cars. They go, this is one of our favourite cars. This is a Mini. I was sitting next to a Mini Moke this morning. I didn't even think Mini Moke still existed. This one had obviously been restored because it looked a bit pristine. And I looked at it, I thought, Mini Moke. And it's like a miniature Land Rover with no windows in it or anything else like that. And it's a lot smaller than other Land Rovers. But this one, a rare Ferrari. And by the time it's all been done up, it'll then go for £300,000. This bloke bought it for £800 in 1973. £800. He drove it for 10 years. The equivalent, by the way, £800 all those years ago, is about £7,000, which is a lot of money for a car. A lot of money. So drove it for 10 years, placed it in storage, intended to carry out, and the auctioneer was tipped off because a friend spotted it in the background of a photo of another vehicle the owner was looking to sell. So it's worth a lot of money. To somebody, it's a case of come and collect this thing, because the bloke from Bangers and Cash has to turn up with his trailer and everything else and literally has to winch cars out of all sorts of things. Which is, when you look at it, you'll see the pictures in the paper today and you will be absolutely amazed that something, which could be considered, at best, a rust bucket. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. 84850, and somebody says it's Saturday. Go home and rest after your hospital. Oh, finished that ages ago. I'm back normally, Monday to Friday. Thank you very much indeed. Another one here. Fantastic to hear you on LBC on a Saturday morning. It's only a one-off. It's a one-off. I'm helping out. Will you be on LBC tomorrow morning? No, not tomorrow morning. I'll be here Monday through Friday. Biggest audience, as you know, biggest downloads, 1 million a month at the moment we're doing, which is fantastic. And there will be a podcast for today, won't there? There will be a podcast for today. We're thinking about it. We have to grease his palms with money or something like that. So there will be the podcast for today, and you can download all the other ones. And if you don't know how to do it, it's so simple. As I say, 21 million downloads so far. Can't be wrong. All you have to do is go to lbc.co.uk. OK, that's our website. Click on the podcast and you download the Global Player app. Free. Absolutely free of charge. Doesn't cost you a penny piece. Once you've got that, it then will transfer to your telephone. So wherever you are, you can hear LBC and you can download all the podcasts. And at the moment, I think we're going back about 6 years in the podcasting. But the trouble is, what you've got to do is download as many podcasts. Free. Doesn't cost you a penny piece. And you download as many podcasts as you can, because what happens is, as new podcasts come onto the system, it's like a conveyor belt. The other ones drop off the other end. So we lose them. So you have to download as many as possible. I think I've got around about 6,000 or 7,000 podcasts ready now to be downloaded, including the In Conversations, the Steve Allen, a little bit extra. And as I say, 1 million downloads a month cannot be wrong. Cannot be wrong. And we know that because it sort of comes up with all the things. But Connie says, she's the one who said, I don't want to miss the Steve Allen show, so I need to know in advance if you're on tomorrow. Well, as far as I know, I'm not on tomorrow. I don't think so. But as I say, things change in the wonderful world of radio. But actually, Lau, who says rest after the hospital visit, no, it was perfect. In fact, I was bouncing around same day. The only thing I never got was my piece of cherry cake. I never got my cherry cake. I was so looking forward to cherry cake, but because they have to do diabetics early in the morning for the colonoscopy and endoscopies, because you've been fasting. So I hadn't eaten since Sunday. I didn't get any cherry cake, no. It just had to be cherry cake. I just had a fixation in my mind. I wanted cherry cake after I'd had the procedure. So not only had I not eaten since the Sunday, and the procedure was on the Tuesday, but I hadn't taken any of my medication. And so they worry that you might be a bit sort of dodgy on your feet. Well, I mean, I'm like that anyway.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7. We've just pushed the button on somebody. It was so funny, actually. Sorry, Welsh Sean. You can never write to anybody ever again. There you go. Put you out of your poor, lonely existence. Never mind. Had me confused, says Dean this morning. I thought it was Friday. Really? Oh. Heavy night drinking or something like that? No, it's still Saturday. It's fine. I don't think I've ever done a Saturday. I was trying to work out whether or not I had. Sunday I knew about, because I've done Sundays before, but I don't think I'd ever done a Saturday. Perhaps I used to do... Did I used to do Saturday and Sunday? I did Sunday morning, but I can't remember whether I've ever done a Saturday before now. Not since you've been here. Yes, it was yes. Interesting, isn't it? How strange. But it happened quite quickly. And now I'm here and I've had my cups of tea and everything. I'm quite settled in, actually. But Ian will be along a little bit later on. Chris in Cardiff says, nice to have fine weather again and long... Oh, I hate the fine weather. It's too hot. It's too hot. I mean, I tend not... I mean, I did wear a coat yesterday. Not a coat. It was just a light blouson jacket, which is okay. Don't have a problem with things like that. Because I've got so many bits to take out with me. You know, you've got to take your insulin. You've got to take your things to get rid of pigeons. You've got to take your phone. You've got to take your travel card, all these other bits and pieces. So you need pockets. Loads and loads of pockets. Beck says that car is the same age as me. Should we start a bidding frenzy? I love the way that these people... And this Bangers and Cash programme is fantastic. It's so good. And you watch people spending money and they look at it and they go, yeah, we can do this and that. And then the next time you see it, it's been fully restored. And the enthusiasm is just... I'd love to live in that village because it's my sort of place, actually. I commend the Elvis movie. Do you know the one thing that Elvis movie missed out on? The fact that they think Colonel Tom Parker committed a murder. And that was never mentioned in the Elvis movie because the film concentrates on the relationship between Colonel Tom Parker and Elvis. They never had a contract, but the Colonel skipped the Netherlands. And they thought that he had committed a murder, but it never came up in anything. He never had a passport, and he was a big gambler. And that's why Elvis appeared at the Hilton in Vegas, because they let the Colonel have basically free money at the table in return for Elvis performing. And Elvis was very... Although the shows were naff. The Elvis shows in Vegas, if you actually get any of his things, he came on to the same song, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun, you know, oh, she rider. And so it went on. And he had his little coterie of people, but he died broke. He'd been He'd been conned into buying a plane in this country, and he died broke. And the joke was that somebody at RCA, the record company, said after the hearing of his death, good career move. Because all of a sudden, Elvis box sets, everything. I got sent 6 box sets of Elvis Presley with the original versions of the songs that became hits, with him talking in between in the studio. They recorded everything. So he said, oh, she's the other one again. And wise men say. And so it went on. And because I gave a box set, because Barbara Windsor was a huge fan of Elvis Presley, so I gave her one of these box sets. But of course, people nowadays don't have record players. Years ago, people had, you had the record player and then the radio bit underneath and all the other things like that, twin cassette decks. I mean, that was considered like a sound system, which was amazing. 84850, Mary says, lovely to hear your voice this morning. When very exciting, I heard Nick Abbott and Clive say you were on this morning. I know, apparently it all changed quite quickly, because I didn't tell them till about 12:30 last night that, yes, I was able to do it. And then it was quite funny because I was driving in hearing Nick Abbott saying, Steve Allen set you straight at 4 o'clock this morning. It seemed a bit bizarre because it's like an ethereal moment as far as I'm concerned. So if this is your first Saturday morning, what would you normally be doing on a Saturday morning? Well, actually, I would still be in bed. No, I wouldn't. I'd be asleep on the settee. I'd fall asleep on the settee. I'd get up, because I still get up at the same time, and I fall asleep in front of the television. I'm a big fan of television in the morning. So radio in the bathroom, which is on, and then television, and then I watch it. And then, generally speaking, I either wait till Costco opens or I go for breakfast. This morning, I happen to have breakfast booked in anyway. So me and a friend are off for our cooked breakfast. And then I just do a little bit. Although my brother's going to phone me later about VAT. And then basically nothing. Oh, I must remember to get some Prosecco. I'm down to my last litre and a half. It's looking a bit sparse, actually, at home, but that's okay. Little Julie says, just wanted to say, make sure the wildlife have water, like bird baths kept topped up. Yeah, I mean, we have bees and wasps who drink from our water fountain. Did you know that wasps and bees did that? I didn't know either, because we have a water fountain with a ball on the top of it, and it's got colour-changing lights, and the ball spins round. And in the hot weather, the water evaporates like there's no tomorrow. It's like sort of watering your plants. And so I go and fill it up. I have to fill up watering cans because I've got a water butt which fills up to the top. And it's all very nice. And the other day, 2 wasps perch on the edge, one of these things, because the water cascades out. And they were sitting there drinking the water. I thought, get away. Drinking the water. I should have to fill up the... like that. But and bees do exactly the same. But bees are really good. Wasps are aggressive little so-and-sos, but bees are fantastic. If you're watering the hanging baskets, and I've got a lot of watering to do, it's a good half an hour, 40 minutes of watering on all my pots and everything else. And if bees are on there, they just move away. And I water, and then when I move away, they move back onto the flowers again, which is really nice. So do remember to put water out, and just remember, if it's too hot or it feels too hot, don't take your dogs out for walks, because they've only got pads on their feet, and it's not good. Astrid says, Steve, absolutely addicted to Bangers and Cash. We're binge watching, started on Series 1. Do you know what I've just bought? I have just bought Victorian Farm. There was a couple, about 3 or 4 of them, I think, and they've taken them back to Victorian times, and they do everything as the Victorians would do on this farm. And it's a box set of about 5 things, which is fantastic. I absolutely love it. It's good. It shows, I think they're really good. And so I had to watch it again because I was addicted to it first time round. Keith says, diabetics be warned to keep insulin in a cool place, preferably in a wallet. No, once I've taken it out the fridge and then I start using it, it's usable. It's fine. If I'm travelling abroad, I've got a little wallet which you dip in water, and it's got crystals in it, and that sort of keeps it chilled. But that's only just to sort of make sure that the actual one that you're using, I've got in my pocket at the moment. I don't need to keep it chilled at all. They're chilled in the fridge until I take them out and then start using them, which is good. Steve, another one here. What a treat, says Dave in Staines. He says, I used to look forward to every Saturday with your In Conversation. Do you know they're still available on the LBC website? You can still go to the LBC website and you can still download them. As I say, we've got about 7,000. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it, really? 7,000. Chris says, as for pickled onions, you have to cover onions in salt overnight, then rinse and bottle, which makes them super crunchy. They were showing you something the other day. Now you've mentioned salt, and I can't remember what it was. It was something to do with, oh, that's right, how you keep fruit fresh. and stuff like that. And you cover it. And then they were showing you on This Morning. And it was quite interesting because most people, fruit goes off in this weather like in about 5 seconds, because it's hot, it's sitting in the sunshine and it goes all mushy and everything else. And they were showing you how to keep bananas and how to keep apples and all sorts of different things like that. And I remember thinking that's quite useful, actually, called Home Economy. Home Economy. Jessica Bolton's whimsical wander through the showbiz world, talking of the Beckhams. Apparently, bad news for Posh. Her Spice Girls miniskirts get the thumbs down from the youngest Beckham family. Honestly, so much going on in the Beckham family and yet no action, really. We don't know how the old clothes shop's doing. We're not too sure about that. But they celebrated their 23rd anniversary on Monday. And as I say, it'll be interesting, actually. You can see the headline, Spice Girls beg Posh 75 to reunite for Saga holidays. But she doesn't need to perform with them. She gets the money whether she performs or not because they're all down as co-writers. What a clever trick that was. And how funny that the moment they left the Spice Girls, not one of them produced a decent album. And yet there they were in the Spice Girls turning out stuff left, right and centre because they all managed it. It's like Robbie Williams. The only line he ever wrote was, "And down the waterfall," and that was it. The rest was Guy Chambers. Take away Guy Chambers, Robbie, no more hits. Sorry about that, pal. Just the way the business goes, isn't it? Have I pressed Friday's show, says Nina in Camberwell. Lovely surprise to wake up this sunny Saturday. Oh, it's not sunny already, is it? Oh, God. Thank God I brought my sunglasses, being a huge international celebrity, walk through the streets. I'm constantly buying sunglasses. I don't know why. I used to live in Ray-Bans all the time, and then I went to America, and they're so cheap in America. Why? I've got no idea. Over here, they're about £100 a pair. And then I found another pair. Sorry, how much? $150 for aviators. I have got quite a number of glasses. I do find them all over the place. But at the moment, I've got these other ones which sort of look as though they're covered with blue and different there's a name for them. And they were about £120. But I don't lose sunglasses. Well, I do. I lose them in the car. 1 minute they're in the car, the next minute they're not in the car. I don't know where they go to. There must be a little hole somewhere where my sunglasses disappeared to. But I do need them because somebody said to me years ago, if you work nights, and I've spent a lot of time working nights, your eyes become terribly sensitive to sort of sunlight. I mean, I couldn't possibly drive in this weather with no sunglasses on. I'd have to sort of, go home. Phil Vickery's just sent me a text. He's saying, what a nice surprise. There you go. The trouble is he still on ITV? Is he ever? He's probably abroad filming. He's always filming. He's always doing something. He's either sort of, I'll mention him, and then all of a sudden he'll quickly sort of text me going, no, I'm still around. We get it from Jamie Oliver as well, which is great. All the people who cook and I don't cook tend to want to listen to this programme. Dawn Neeson writes an excellent column and seems to spend most of her time working, whereas me, I only do an extra day, and people are going, what a nice surprise. He's done an extra day.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to be company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Unusual to find me on a Saturday morning. Phil Vickery says, I'm still getting away with it, Steve. Listen, you and me together. I quite like the idea that people sort of say they're still getting away from it. Actually, of course, the good news is that at 10 o'clock this morning, and I do normally hear him, actually, it's Matt Fry. And when we were doing the Ukraine, when it first started, we got some of our best hits with Matt Fry, who is an absolute legend. And so I feel quite proud to be actually on the same day that he's here in a few hours. Well, I say a few hours' time. He'll be on at 10 o'clock this morning. Steve, have you tried Carver, says Richard. No, I've not. And I don't know why I've not, actually. It's apparently only got 3 teaspoons of spoonfuls of sugar. Where Prosecco has about 14. Do you know that they do a sugar-free Prosecco? Somebody sent me a case of it some time ago, actually, and I've never found it since, which is annoying, because I thought it was quite a good idea. Exciting day ahead, Steve, says Wayne, as my children, Alex and Maisie, are on stage at the Queen's Theatre, which we know is a favourite place of yours. Absolutely. That was one of my first one-man shows. In fact, that was the one that sold out. It was the fastest-selling show they've ever had at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. I think it sold out in, I might be wrong, I think it was about 40 minutes. We sold the whole theatre out very quickly. And there were people queuing for the box office. Seriously, even I was surprised. But we do sell out quite quickly, so we'll hopefully do exactly the same this year for Make Some Noise. Jamie the Skip says, my daughter and I taking our cat for a walk. long story. I found a bee in trouble, scooped him up, took him home, popped him on a flower, made me feel great. Oh, I don't think I'd want to pick up a bee or anything like that. I think that they said, I remember going down Hampton Court Palace years and years ago, and I was walking, there's a long road, the road that goes from the main road all the way down to the entrance at Hampton Court Palace, where you go to the other end and you go through into the actual palace itself. And all of a sudden I attracted a bee, and it wouldn't go away. And so what do? You run. Well, you kind of walk fast and say, like that. And the blooming thing's still with me. And, of course, anybody watching can't see the bee. They just see somebody walking a bit peculiar. And they sort of think, wonder what he's doing. And you don't want to hit it in case it gets angry and it then sort of comes back to sting you, because that's the only way you can upset bees. If you sort of whoosh them away like that, they're liable to come back and sting you. The only difference is a bee knows that if it stings you, it dies. Because as it flies away, it leaves half its abdomen on your hand or wrist. And I've only been stung by a bee once. And I think I'm allergic. But unfortunately, this one was in one of my slippers. It was a long time ago. I was a child. And the bee was in my slipper. I don't know why. And I trod on it. And, of course, it reacted and bit me. And wasps. I must give off some sort of pheromone or something that sort of says I'm frightened of wasps. And they know I'm frightened. They have been known to attack. You know, we've had a couple of wasps' nests at home which we've had to get rid of, which is quite good. Ron says Dawn is going to be up early, even more so, as she's co-hosting the TV show while Storm is off having a baby. Yes, I know. She's already done it before, so I knew about that, actually. Mary in Surrey says, it's my birthday. My birthday today. Oh, there you go. There's your free present for the day. But do podcast. Can't wait for the show, says Amelia. Tickets for the Liar King from Spitting Image in theatre. I used to like Spitting Image. I miss it on the television. I thought they brought it back, didn't they? Did they bring it back? I went to ITV something. Yes. I watched a dreadful programme on ITV2. It was on what? BritBox. I used to think it was great. I went to see an exhibition at the Cartoon Gallery a few years back, and they had Fluck and Law's puppets, which were amazing to see. When you look at them close up and you suddenly realize how clever they were. And then some of them came up for auction. They were selling some of the puppets, and I think somebody wanted to buy the Margaret Thatcher puppet, and because what they are, they were just sort of half puppets. But I thought it was brilliantly clever. And the Impressionists who were doing all of the voices for them, I thought were really, really good. In the days when, of course, Margaret Thatcher featured a lot, and you had different people in the government, and they were smaller and smaller puppets. It was Margaret Thatcher who just got bigger, which was great. So Victoria Beckham, but of course she suffers from hay fever. That'll alter the sales of clothing, won't it? I should imagine. Brad Pitt apparently suffers from facial blindness. What on earth is facial blindness? Did you see that thing that Justin Bieber got? He had facial paralysis, where one side of his face dropped. Apparently it's better now, but they had to cancel a lot of his sort of concerts. And, I've never seen him. I don't even know. I couldn't even... If somebody said, there's £1 million, Steve, name me 3 Justin Bieber songs, I'd have to give the money back. I wouldn't know. I was watching Family Fortunes the other day with a family, and they had to think of dames. Dame who? They didn't have the faintest idea. Not a clue. I mean, it was really embarrassing. I mean, how these people get on these programmes, I've got no idea. Derek says, why don't you use the slow release insulin? You don't have to inject once a day. I do inject once a day. But I do slow and fast. I used to. Now I just do, it's the slow release. And I do 50 units of it, which is very popular. But no, it doesn't make any difference. You have, bearing in mind, you have slow and fast release for different times of the day. So when you're going to bed at night, you don't take a fast release, you take the slow release, which sees you overnight. I have been a diabetic for a number of years. I'm fairly well versed in insulin. Thank you very much indeed. So somebody else talking about Blown Away by James O'Brien's explosive Beergate reaction. Yes, he's been exploding on an hourly basis as James O'Brien. I don't think he's ever had so much fun. But, of course, he's on holiday now, so God help us if something else happens. We'll have to rely on other people to do it for us, because we know James, I think he's sort of taking his usual sabbatical somewhere. I forget where he said he was going, actually. Is it the school? Are we on... I'm a bit confused now. Are we on school holidays yet? Is it the school holiday time? Because everybody seems to be going away. I mean, why would he take his holiday now? I think a few other people have taken holidays. And I'm assuming because they've got children, it must be because they're not at Not at school. I don't know. I mean, I can't remember. It's such a long time since I was at school. There's no idea. Absolutely no idea at all. Adele seems to be doing pretty well. Whether she's going to go back to Vegas remains to be seen. They've come up with a few venues. Whether or not she decides to go for them, I have no idea. But she did very well in the park. In fact, actually, everybody did very well in the park. Parents of my godchildren went, and they thought the concerts were fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I suppose it must be. You walk out on stage, and when you look at the Stones, and you look at Elton John is still. I mean, what else does he do? Even if he was at home, he wouldn't know what to do. Poor soul. A lot of people going camping. My AP, my assistant producer, Dan, he's off on a camping holiday with his parents, because he said to me, have you ever done camping? He said, I'm guessing not. I said, well, when I was younger, we did it, but we didn't go off on camping holiday. We had a caravan. Most people had caravans. It was, your little house on wheels, and that was quite nice. But we didn't even have an awning. Oh, whereas some people, to make the caravan look a bit bigger, put the awning, it zipped all the way around the outside. But we just had a Sprite Musketeer, I think. And it was quite nice because we didn't know anything else. But I'm not sure about camping. I did it once for the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, which we never actually finished. And I learnt a trick for camping. Don't ever put your tent up under trees. And the reason being, and it looked lovely, we were in Savernake Forest for part of the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, and we put the tent up underneath the trees, and it looked beautiful, and it was wonderful, and it was pitch dark, and it was very frightening, because mainly a gang of motorcycle yobbos came and shone their lights into our tents, and then they got bored, discovering that we weren't really that interesting at all. And in the morning, of course, what happens? All the leaves get all the dew on, and they leak onto the tent, so the tent is wet, and you can't pack the tent up when it's wet. You've got to dry it off. So we were drying it off with toweling and all sorts of bits and pieces. It was a bit of a pain. So never park your tent underneath trees, because it might look lovely, but I promise you it's not the best thing to do. Definitely not. Steve, my friend in Wigan. Almost sounds like a joke, doesn't it, really, actually, Paul? I've got a friend in Wigan. Remove swarms and bees from buildings and rehomes them in hives. Oh, right. Yes, because you can't kill bees. Wasps you can kill. Wasps' nests. They'll cost you about 28 quid. A man will come round, put his little white hat on and his bits and pieces, spray this stuff into the nest, kills them instantly. And then the other wasps coming back from their foraging, once they go inside the nest, they'll be killed as well. But bees, you can't do that to. It's that kind of, they are protected by law. It's like, as I say, it's like bats and stuff like that. Steve, I once mowed over a wasp nest at work. I'm a council gardener and suffered, says Chris, multiple stings, non-experienced repeat. Oh, I can well imagine. They get very irritated. Hornets and things. Hornets are the worst. Have you seen these giant hornets which are coming in, which will attack wasps, bees' nests, bee hives and stuff like that? Because apparently the Beckhams grow their own honey. They've got hives. Dave's so another one of these things that lasts about 5 minutes. He must be so bored, poor thing. And they've got all these hives there. And he apparently said to Victoria, he said, oh, good, we'll have our own honey to eat. And I thought, I'm sorry, are you really stupid? You've already told us she doesn't eat anything apart from grilled fish and salad. Why would she be eating honey? It's all sugar. She's not going to be eating that at all. But, of course, they don't know, these people, do they? They don't know. So you've got Rishi Sunak's face grinning at you from all the papers today. He also went to a summer party, the Spectator's summer party. Children have been told, here's the advice, don't play in the sun during the heat wave. And Tories warn not to choose the wrong PM. Well, it's open, isn't it? It's 15 names, I believe, in the hat. Whether they make it, I've got no idea. Whether it goes any further, whether Boris actually does relinquish the Prime Minister's status. I mean, I think, to be honest with you, he's going to keep it going at least until September, October, I would think. By which case, the papers, even the Mirror, might have given up by that time, going, oh, yes, let's throw a general election. That's not going to be happening anytime soon. Well, as far as I know, it's not going to be. And the first picture of the freed monster. This is Tracy Connolly, given parole, despite everybody saying she shouldn't be. The evil mother of tragic baby P, pounding the streets for the first time in 7 years. Sure you've all got your own thoughts on that. Morning, Nicey. Yes, I know, it's me again. Even I can't believe it's like Groundhog Day, isn't it? You get to that stage where you go, he's not back on again, is he? How many days is he going to be doing? Well, the answer is it'll be 7 days straight. But that's nothing, actually. People have done far more than that. It's only this weekend, because there's been a few little sort of upsets with the apple cart, that we're all sort of tickety-boo and singing and dancing. Although I have to be honest with you, I've not read a Sunday paper, I mean, apart from the things I've been buying over the past few months, for ages and ages, but to sit down with a complete set of them, I'm so disappointed. There's absolutely nothing in them. It seriously is dreary. I mean, let's face it, it's got to be desperate when they've got Peter Andre advising his children don't go on Love Island. Peter Andre's made more cock-ups in his entire life than you can shake a stick at. Apparently, all the fakeness is coming out in Love Island. You know, people are suddenly realising, quick, you don't want to be like Ronan Keating's son and get kicked out because he was boring and dull and very uninteresting. No, so you have to invent a relationship because that's the only way you make money on the outside. So there's somebody called Danica. Apparently she's a dancer. You don't have to look at a picture of her to realise what sort of dancer she is. It certainly wouldn't be in the ballet, put it that way, I suspect. And her mum's really pleased with her, and she's picked up with a bloke from Essex, who apparently is a model, but then everybody in Essex is a model. She comes from Leicester. And the least said about that, the better. And apparently, according to her mother, who's flogging the stories left, right and centre, trying to get some interest in her daughter, she thinks that she would be prepared to move from Leicester down to Essex. I thought, of course she is. She hasn't got a career otherwise. You can't spend your life dancing around a pole, can you? We live in a small town, she says, so there's a lot more out there for Danica. I feel like she'd be open to moving. Yeah, of course you would, dear, because she's got the word desperate stamped all over her. I mean, to sort of watch them, you know it's fake. We know it's fake because we've seen these relationships and they generally split up after a while. And then sometimes people get married and then sometimes they sort of go, oh, yeah, because we're really happy together. I mean, the other day I was looking at pictures of Wimbledon and Katie Price's sister was there. She was there on a freebie by some company I'd never even heard of. I thought they obviously wanted Katie Price, but she's gone down with food poisoning. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. In Thailand, so she obviously ate something that didn't agree with her. For that, read just about anything. And so they managed to get the sister of Katie Price. I thought, to talk about stretching it, my godfathers, I'm telling you, that's a bit dreary, isn't it? What else do we have in the paper today? Oh, the tourists. You know, first of all, you've got the problem with the aeroplanes. You get to the airport and they go, oh, it's not flying, that one. It's been cancelled. We've had to cancel it because, you know, we've got any staff, you know, unless you know how to fly a plane. Now, apparently, there's a shortage of motor vehicles to rent because the prices have gone sky high and people are going, I'm not spending that much money, because it was the standard thing. When you went on holiday years ago, people said, oh, you go on holiday and then you can explore wherever you are by renting a car. And but they're now saying there's a shortage of them because the higher prices have gone up, so they're basically taking them off the road. So if you're going on holiday, you might have to walk, you know, get a bit of exercise, you know, reduce that fat gut and that huge bum that you've got, you know, and then you can get out there and sort of do it. Temperature's set to climb again today, by the way. I thought yesterday was very interesting because I drove back from here, then came back into town for breakfast and then went to the Magic Circle and did a few little bits and pieces there. And it was a bit overcast. In fact, at one point, because I got the car washed yesterday, and I thought, it's going to rain. And somebody said no. And then by the afternoon, heavens opened and we got brilliant sunshine, which was great. So last night I woke up early. It doesn't make any difference to me. I can survive on... I'm a bit like Thatcher. Well, I'm not like Thatcher. I'm alive. And it's a case of how much sleep do you need? And I don't seem to need too much sleep. I can get away with 3 or 4 hours. I do a power nap. And I could be quite happy with that, actually. As long as I've got my cups of tea and bottles of cold water from the fridge, I'm fine. And so every day I put 2 bottles of water in the fridge, which keep chilled. And when I wake up in the morning, first thing I drink is cold water, which actually is not good for you. You're not supposed to drink cold water. You're supposed to drink water at room temperature. And I bought this water heater the other day because I can't be bothered to wait for kettles. So for years, I bought this thing years ago, and I bought it from Cooper's, and you fill it with water, you push the button on the top, and it delivers instant boiling hot water, like our taps here, only this thing you fill up on a sort of a daily basis. It'll make probably about 10 cups of tea before you need to fill it up again. So I go and buy bottled water and put bottled water in. It's a really expensive cup of tea, but I don't care, you know. And I bought this thing. Unfortunately, I bought the wrong thing. because this thing is a water heater, but it takes 23 minutes to heat up. Well, I can't wait 23 minutes. So I've sort of ditched that, went on to Amazon, and I bought a Breville, which you fill up. It takes, I think, 3 litres of water. And you literally just, you could set the little dial for how much of a cup of tea do you want. Do you want half a cup of tea or a full cup of tea, or about 9 different settings. And it'll come out boiling instantly. Just put the cup underneath. And that's all I want. So I bought it. It was 60 quid, and I thought that was quite a good bargain, actually. I felt quite pleased with myself for buying that. So, no, it literally heats as you push the button. Yes, it's obviously got some coil in it or something like that, and so literally you push it, and as the water, like the hot taps we've got here, you don't have to wait for the hot water. You just literally click it. It doesn't stay in the machine. It's like a cold unit underneath the sink here. But I didn't want to do it because somebody said you rent them. You buy them and then you pay a rental for the canisters or something that go with it. And sounds a bit complicated. So I bought this Breville. It was very posh, and the water lights up blue. So you push the button on the top and the whole thing. And I thought, I'll do that. I'll do that, actually. And then Clive was talking about, is there life out there in the universe? Well, that drags them out, doesn't it? Oh, my God, does it drag them out? Oh, I do believe there is something out there in the universe. Yes, dear, of course you do. All these people want to believe that. They really want to believe. I think they've seen E.T. 3 times and Close Encounters, and they believe that there's something out there roughly running a spaceship with coloured lights that go round it. Where they get those from, we have no idea. Perhaps there's their own version of Argos or Amazon or something like that up there in space, because there is nothing. And whether you live to be 1,000 years old or 50 million years old, you'll never find it, because you're not going to be around for it, because everybody's going to be dead, within a short period of time. It's, nobody's going to be living forever. Yeah, happy Sunday to everybody. Woo! But I love it when people go, of course there are things out there, because space it goes forever and a day. There must be something out there. Why? And also, why has it taken them so long to reach us if they're supposed to be... and also, why do we assume they're advanced if they're out there? They might be peasants living on sort of a windswept planet, like the Clangers or something like that. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You can all have guesses and say, well, there might be something out there, but their idea of something out there could be a puddle. There could be a microbe in a piece of water. Do you know they opened a tea bag the other day in Canada, I think, and they discovered 400 little bits of insect in there, all different insects, in a tea bag, if you please, which is amazing. And then there was another story I was intrigued by. It's 3 people on a bus down, I believe, in Bournemouth somewhere, and you only have to look at a picture of them to realise anybody who gets on a bus in a bikini and the bloke was shirtless, you know what sort of people they are. They're the sort of people you don't want to go anywhere near. Anyway, the girl wants to get off the bus driver, no, we're going to the next bus stop. She causes merry hell. She wants to get off the bus. Why? She wants to go to the toilet. So she has a wee in front of the driver. She literally urinates on the bus. Luckily, they've got loads of pictures of them, and, peasants, and they'll be arrested because they've caused £700 worth of damage. Because what happens is, the moment somebody does that, they have to stop the bus, everybody's got to get off, and these people attacked some other people on the bus as well. They're going to find you, loves. They're going to find you, and I hope they send you to prison, because I don't think we're sending enough people to prison. Bernie Ecclestone's apologised. You remember what he said the other day? He said, I'd take a bullet for Putin. I'd take a bullet for him. He's a good man. Bernie Ecclestone is 91. I mean, seriously, he's obviously gone gaga, I should imagine. But anyway, he's now apologised. Oh, sorry about that and all the rest of it. Also, why... Here's a question. Nobody won the lottery, by the way, the other day. I've got 9 winning tickets. Don't ask me why. I was fantasising the other day, because I like fantasy lottery, and fantasising I won the lottery. Nobody won it. So it rolls over just one more time, but there's no rollover. It'll be exactly the same amount of money, 191 million. I mean, it's not enough, is it? It's not. What do you want to do with that? 191 million. And because nobody won it. And then somebody pointed out to me, how come no TV psychics have ever won the lottery? When you used to get Mystic Meg, a fraud, used to work at one of the newspapers as a receptionist, and they needed somebody because June Penn retired, and so they went, oh, you, and so they find this old biddy, and they've now got another one wearing the same acrylic wig because the other one was so ancient and past it. I used to see her stalking the corridors at the BBC when Dale used to do the lottery on the Saturday evening, and she'd sit there swathed in green mist, for some reason, wearing this acrylic wig. And the winning ticket is behind a green door, she'd say to you. And I thought, come on, just tell us the numbers. And the answer is she can't, because they're all fakes. Nobody knows what the numbers are for the lottery, otherwise somebody would have won it up until now. In fact, I'm surprised a syndicate haven't got every combination of numbers. They did it in America. It achieved such a huge amount of money in the pot that they went in and they spoke to the operators of the lottery and said, listen, can we print our own tickets? Because we want to do every single combination of numbers that there is. And the lottery people said, of course you can. So they did. And they were all accepted. But what they had to hope was that nobody else got the winning numbers, because otherwise the amount of money they were going to get would be substantially reduced. Interesting, isn't it, really? I mean, I sort of, I get ideas about money, especially on the lottery. You look at the numbers, you've only got to find 5 and then 2 stars, but yet nobody's won it. It's been roll over. And years ago, people won it. People won it quite earlier on. I mean, I've had some wins. I mean, nothing substantial, nothing that I could sort of say I'm going to retire, because I wouldn't retire anyway. But it's very interesting to actually see the fact that nobody's come anywhere close to it. And I'll be so upset if next week somebody from Luxembourg wins it or something like that. It's the last kick in the teeth, isn't it? So, because we think it's ours. Can't wait to see what the new lottery operators are going to be like. Because Camelot have lost it and it goes to another company. And I hope they're going to reduce the odds, because it's so bad. I mean, it's almost physically impossible to win. It is physically impossible to win it. It's like sometimes on Countdown, I've seen it more and more, where they go, I'll have 3 numbers from the top and 6 numbers from the bottom. And so they put them all up there, they push the button, and then people try and get that number, it'll be 383. And on some of them, the lovely lady doing the numbers goes, it can't be done. And you think, well, your machine's put it up there, so how does it arrive at that? She's supposed to know these things. But apparently there's quite a lot of times that the numbers don't go on. And there was a great programme about The Price is Right, which I loved. I always thought it was very good. And yet when it first aired, The Price is Right, the press annihilated it. They said it was the biggest pile of Tommy rot that you'd ever seen on the television. Whereas I thought it was really clever. I thought it was entertaining. It's had some good people. Leslie Crowther's done it. Brucey's done it. And the one thing that Leslie was very good at was learning a new game. Every week they would come up with some more games to put into it. So he had to learn how to play the games, because there's no point in going, and I think you have to know what it is. And it's very difficult to do things like that. And Joe Pasquale's done it, and it's still brilliant after all these years. And even the girls, I mean, it rocketed to the #1 show in the ratings. 16 million viewers. 16 million viewers. That's how good it is. That's how good. And still, today, very nice indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
I can't find what it is that's on in London today. I know that, the mayor likes to screw up people's weekends, and Monday through Friday as well. And so they've got the barriers up, and I'm assuming it's another cycle race for a load of people who don't contribute anything to the upkeep of the roads. But as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care. Looking at this a sort of piece on this girl who's a dancer. She's on Love Island, and her mother's obviously trying to push her to do something. She's got what I call one of those empty faces. I don't know if you've ever seen Jordan. If you look at Jordan, her eyes are completely soulless. It's almost, they're dead behind the eyes. I remember somebody telling me that years ago, and I met her in a club, and completely vacant. And this poor dancer here, who obviously thinks that if you sort of look a bit like that, people think it's sexy. Unfortunately, it's not, when you've got a pushy mother who's sort of trying desperately to say, oh no, she's willing to move from Leicester. Of course she blooming is. She hasn't got anything else going on, has she? Imagine making a career in Leicester. I mean, seriously. Dear me, honestly. Perry in Wandsworth says, listen to your In Conversation with Lulu and Rob Rinder. So interesting. So interesting. I'm at hospital at the moment, waiting for surgery as a part of my cancer journey. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. It's never pleasant, is it? It's never pleasant. But I think the NHS are brilliant. Very brilliant. Very, very brilliant. I'm struggling, Steve, says Andy, with the symptoms of COVID. Sore head, coughing, dizziness, aching bones. Blimey. You've got it bad, haven't you? I didn't realise, actually, that people still got things like that. I know the cases of COVID are increasing. And it's only because people don't want to wear masks. and things like that. So that's who's spreading it. I think another 2.5 million are in hospital at the moment with COVID. I was watching one of those great programmes on YouTube. I can wind myself up to the point of exhaustion looking at these revolting people who are in a shop, be it Costco or whatever else, and they refuse to wear a mask, or a supermarket. And the supermarket say, I'm sorry, listen, we're not... It's my right. I have an illness. There was a woman on an aeroplane. I have a medical condition. Well, then don't fly on an aeroplane infecting everybody else. It was as simple as that. And it was a case of these. One woman was so revolting. She went to somebody. She went, "Oh, you think you're going to catch COVID, do you?" and started coughing over these people. I'd have laid her out. Laid her out. These people infecting people. They're so stupid. I mean, really so stupid. I'm looking up now, Steve, the Breville Hot Cup in Amazon, another early morning purchase. Well, actually, if you order it today within a few hours, you can get it probably delivered today. Mine's arriving today. I love it. Maureen says, super surprised you're on air. I know. And the worst thing was, I knew quite quickly yesterday, my boss Tom sent a text saying, you couldn't do it again for us, could you? He called me a superhero. I've never been a superhero in my entire life, but now apparently I am. Somebody says, surely it's time and a half or maybe even double time, says Eddie. Oh, I couldn't possibly discuss the financial remuneration. I mean, goodness sake. Well, put it this way, I'm not here for 20 quid. I'll let you into that much of it. Michael and Hilary Whitehall. Oh, no, sorry, it's Clive in Devon, who says it's a fantastic weekend bounce to hear your voice. Have you ever met Michael and Hilary Whitehall? Jack Whitehall's parents. I think that's Jack Whitehall. I know that Hilary's a listener. I know that because Jack told me that she was a listener. Somebody says, you sound like you've gotten out the wrong side of bed today. No, I always get out the same side. It's always absolutely perfect. I'm always in the best of moods. You can't ever be in a bad mood if you work on the radio. It's not physically possible. I'm never, ever in a bad... I don't get in a bad mood. Apart from some stupid man this morning. I was waiting for my car, and you know the sort of people you get them wandering on the road, had a few drinks. And I'm sitting down, I'm on the phone looking for where the car is and all the rest of it. And he goes, are you all right? And I went, yes. Who wants to engage with some drunk in the early hours of the morning? So I said, yes. So you go, how are you? I said, listen, I really don't want to engage you in conversation. Thank you very much indeed. Goodbye. Because who wants to talk to strangers? I mean, this one looked 3 sheets to the wind, and he was sort of one of these people, obviously, just goes up and talks to people. Well, not in my life. Anyway, this girl gets off a bus barely wearing a skirt. I mean, literally barely wearing a skirt. It was sort of, and she was by herself, and I thought, a little bit dangerous, but there you go. And she said, he was only inquiring about your health. I said, who the hell are you? Why don't you mind your own business? Keep your beaky nose out, love. Honestly, some people coming up to you, they do that all round here as well. Right. People get very excited. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Chris in Mitcham says, I've woken up at 4 thinking I was dreaming. I know the amount of people who wrote to me yesterday going, what day of the week is it? What are you doing here? Must be even more confusing today. But I'm merely here because there were a few little bits and pieces that needed sorting out, and so that's why Ian's going to be on breakfast for Andrew Castle, who apparently is still doing something at Wimbledon. I never know what he does. I'm assuming he just goes, and the strawberries are delicious at £2.50. And we've got a bottle of champagne here. And have I ever been to Wimbledon? No, I can't think of anything worse. It's like, I never understand what the sort of the thing is about. It's like football. I've never been to a football match. I've never been to rugby, and I live in Twickenham. Never been to anything like that. Anything that involves some sort of physical exertion, I can't do. And all it is at Wimbledon is a lot of men making a lot of noises. And that's all you get. And then it comes up the thing. It says, this ball was hit at 150 miles an hour. Who gives a 4X? Nobody cares. So they can hit a ball over a net. I was doing that when I was 7. Only we had swing ball, which meant that the ball just went round and round and round and round because it was, and you had to hit it, and we played badminton, because I like that. But people pay a fortune to go to Wimbledon, although the strawberries are fairly cheap. They've been the same price for ages, but the profit must be huge. And I don't know whether you get a dollop of cream or squirty cream. I can't see them doing squirty cream. But you get about 8 strawberries for £2.50, which is okay. I think that's okay. I think that at least they're not ripping you off. You know, you go to sort of Chelsea Flower Show, people pay a fortune. Why do you want to go and sit in the grounds of a hospital and drink champagne? I've got no idea. But I saw loads of people yesterday, people walking down the high street with their shirts off. That was just the women. Twickenham is definitely picking itself up. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I have never in my life walked down a high street with my shirt off. Even on holiday, I would never walk down the high street with my shirt off. But all the builders and the people who work on the roads, that's why they're always brown as berries, because they work with their shirts off. I mean, seriously, I wouldn't do it, actually. It's not my sort of thing. Steve, what a treat. A double portion of Steve Allen. Woo. After my boss called me a superhero, I didn't quite know what to answer. So I just went, you're welcome, thinking that sort of covered it, actually. The ex-England football star, Matt Le Tissier. Now, I have heard of him, but I couldn't tell you anything about him. He obviously doesn't play football anymore. He's now fallen out with his son and daughter-in-law after she's turned to the world of porn. In fact, there's quite a few porn stories in the papers today. How embarrassing, isn't it, really? Do you know 60,000 people in this country, I mean, I'm surprised it was so low, are addicted to pornography? But I'm not sure if this is 60,000 people who've come forward to say, I'm addicted to pornography and I want weaning off it. Yes, define addiction. I mean, I don't know, actually. I mean, you know, when you sort of say to people, yeah, because there's all these dating sites. I mean, some of them, they're dating sites for sex. Seriously, it'll actually... I remember a friend of mine went on it in Twickenham once. We were sitting in Church Street and he said, there's somebody who's 50 feet away from us. I thought, what do you mean somebody who's 50? Who is this person? They went, I don't know. It just says there's somebody who's 50 feet away who's on this dating app, which is for people who want to hook up. I can't think of anything worse. I was having actually at the time a ham and cheese toasty, and nothing was going to drag me away from that, I'm telling you. But nowadays, there's so many of these different dating apps. There is no reason for anybody to be single at all. Although a friend of mine is semi-single. He's trying to finish with his girlfriend, who is a lot older than he is, but he can't. But she's sort of... How can I put this delicately? It's very... She's not necessarily into the sex side of it, as he is. And in fact, it's like once a week if you're lucky. They're dating. And also, she's not over keen on the idea of the sharing of beds, which I found even more bizarre. I thought if you were going out with somebody, then you share the same bed, don't you? But not in her case. She also doesn't like kissing. She's not into kissing at all. Isn't that funny? All these different things that people are into. I mean, honestly, I'm so glad it's all in my past now. I don't want anything to sort of upset the apple cart. Katie Price story. She's been struck down with food poisoning, so she's coming off social media. Thank God for that. It's lovely to be a bankrupt, isn't it, really? You know, when you can get away with drink driving. And let's hope she's stayed away from the booze. Which is much better. Jessie Wallace was when she was in the papers a short while ago, and she'd had this, let's just call it an incident with the police. Apparently, according to one of her co-stars from EastEnders, it was all down to the fact she was tired. You must think we fell out of a coconut tree, love. We're not buying things like that. Steve, enjoying your musings on the cosmos, it strikes me that the most depressing thought is that in our possibly infinite universe, there could be a second version of your programme. I know, I've evaded it so far. Oh, it's not only second. I should imagine I've been cloned. Because, to get audience figures like this, is just unbelievable. Especially at this time of the morning. Steve, the spiky-headed one, COVID, is pretty active up here, personally. I've never stopped with the mask wearing. I've evaded it so far. So fingers, legs and eyes crossed, says Kim. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to get on a bus or a train and there's going to be people all around you, I won't let anybody sit next to me unless they're wearing a mask. It's as simple as that. It's okay. And also, the amount of buses that you get on, the windows aren't open. I open all the windows. I mean, not to the point of annoying other people on the bus or the train. But I think the bus drivers should check. And it does say on them, keep this window open. You want to live a bit longer? That would be the thing to do. That would be the thing to do. What was the other one? Oh, yes, 329 football stars are under investigation for what? What do you think? Tax avoidance, yes. Because if you earn a lot of money, there are lots of schemes. I seem to remember Terry Wogan some years ago had one. He was buying up forestry. I know, it seems really bizarre, but he was buying areas of forest which apparently became exempt from tax and things like that. And he also owned, this is as far as my memory goes, he owned the taxi firm that used to bring the guests into his programme, which I thought was a right sneaky little thing going on. But I thought that was good, actually. I love it. Steve, I love it when you do your impression of the tennis players at Wimbledon. It always makes me laugh, and I agree it's boring. Rates up the week golf. Oh, golf. It's like fishing. Apparently more women are taking up fishing at the moment. I don't know why. I mean, all I ever see is male. It's funny that, isn't it? I've only ever seen men fishing. You know, I did try it. If you remember, my Auntie Ivy's 2 sons used to go fishing with their dad, my Uncle Bill, and they would take me as well when I was about 10, 11. Well, of course, I don't like anything like that. And they'd go along the riverbank, and they go, oh, well, you go here, Steve, and we'll go here, and we're all down there. And I'd throw the thing in with I used to hate putting maggots onto a hook. I used to hate it. You'd end up with a tin of maggots, and if you left them long enough, they turned into blue bottles. And so you'd open the top of the all over the place. But you'd throw in some things to tempt the fish, and if I caught a fish, I was kind of done for, because there was no way I was going to take this hook out of these fish's mouths. I just wasn't going to do it. It just, you know, so I had to wait till they came back to say, oh, have you done very well? I go, wait a minute. Oh, I've got something. I've been sitting there 15 minutes with this thing swimming around, and they would have to take the fish off the hook for me. And that kind of sealed my fate. My brother fishes, Mr. Neil fishes. Loads of people I know go fishing, and they absolutely love it. Me, nothing. I must be really quite boring, actually, when I think about it. I don't do rugby, don't do football. I don't mind watching synchronised swimming. I find it a bit dull, but I mean, I quite like the premise behind it. And I watch the Olympics or something like that, but not all of it. But the idea of going to rugby, God, honestly, I've seen the people who go. They seem perfectly pleasant, but, you know, not for me.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Somebody's written to me, Louis, and says, a friend went to Wimbledon and sat on Henman Hill and said you kept slipping. It was no fun at all. Why do they call it Henman Hill? Well, because in the days when Tim Henman... He didn't win anything at Wimbledon, did he? I seem to remember he ended up sort of having to advertise washing powder or something, and he was about the most boring person you'll ever find. And it was because he was there, and they just affectionately called it Henman Hill, I suppose. And people sit there, and there's a big screen... And so you're kind of there. It's just that you're tight and you haven't managed to buy a ticket for it, but you can watch it on the big screen. And that's why it's always been called Henman Hill. To be honest with you, I've never been, but you see it on the television, don't you? Whenever you sort of see the people queuing for, and some people sit there for days. Really? They sit there forever and a day to try and buy a ticket for Wimbledon. I mean, I always think if you're going to go to Wimbledon, the only thing you want to do is go to Centre Court. That's the only opportunity, isn't it? Because Centre Court's the only one that's got the royal box, and you sort of watch people there. I mean, it's so funny when you watch David Beckham going. I think he just goes there because he's just into the publicity kind of aspect of it. Apparently, ACES is what it is today in London. 10-kilometre run. They say it's the summer's greatest celebration of running. It's a blooming pain, that's what it is. It's got no celebration of running at all. They said, when we run together, amazing things happen. Yeah, you're very lonely. That's what you are. And so, of course, it means that it's going to take in the Strand, and it's going to take in all sorts of... They say you can dash past iconic central London sites. No kidding. Imagine you're running in London, and you'll get to see Big Ben, the London Eye, and the River Thames. Amazing. Good God in heaven. How exciting. What a boring thing it is. And most people who are running, they don't talk to each other. They've got no friends. That's why it's a very solitary thing that they do. Very, very solitary. So they've got live bands, DJs and cheering fans. And then you cross the finish line to collect your 10K medal, your finisher rewards, and join the Central London post-race festivities. God, bored already. Of course, the one thing it'll do is stop all the buses getting to the station. So if you're somebody who doesn't run and you're not remotely interested, because these people don't contribute to the state of London's roads, the motorists contribute to the state of London's roads. That's who pays for it through their through tax and stuff like that. If you're just running, they say it's the summer's greatest celebration of running. Honestly, they're so patronising with it, aren't they? So patronising, when they sort of say, the fans will motivate you. Listen, most of these people look as though they're on their... I mean, it's the people who stand by the traffic lights, and they're still running, but they're not going anywhere. So you'll better see Big Ben, the London Eye, and the River Thames, through the tears and the sweat pouring down your face. Fantastic. Shane said, I've seen Harvey Fierstein from Torch Song Trilogy on the morning show yesterday, speaking from America. He's still doing stage plays, put a lot of weight on. Yes, he has. Yes, he had. But he'd done that years ago. That's years ago, because he was in... wasn't he in Hairspray? Didn't he do Hairspray? And he's done a number of... I think he's fantastic. I loved Harvey Fierstein. It's his voice. His voice. I talk like that. It was just, absolutely amazing. Really amazing. I love it. Love it to death. But, everybody puts weight on. Apparently, as they get a bit older. Christine McGuinness, yawn, has spoken for the first time about her marriage to host Paddy and admitted we're having a very, very difficult time. So apparently wants to bore the pants off the rest of us by telling us about it. Who cares? Got nothing to do with us, dear. If you can't sort out your marriage problems, then there's something the matter with you. Apparently somebody said they were spotted having a row. Loads of people have rows. It's not really that interesting. Paddy failed to back her on the games. She was about as dreary as it could be on The Housewives of Cheshire, because they've called her a former reality star. She made no contribution to that programme whatsoever, but she loves the publicity. She loves that. There are certain people within the business, and they just absolutely love the publicity. See her without her makeup on, unrecognisable. They've got 3 children, which we know about, and it's an exclusive with, somebody who needs to actually try and take a hold of themselves and try and get themselves reliant. These people are so needy. It really is. It's tedious, because they've dragged this one out for the best part of a week, saying, is their marriage on the... Who cares? It's got nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. Apparently, the last time he was seen out with one of the Appleton sisters, and apparently Christine went to the toilet and threw up. But she was so shocking, so shocked by this kind of thing. And you think, listen, play your life out in the media, get everything you deserve, OK? We don't care about your marriage. We don't care. It's nothing to do with us. I don't see why we should have to sort of worry about it. But when they drag it out, and they just sort of go on and on about it. And I sort of think to myself, why are we, sort of paying lip service to these people? It's like the people on Love Island, the one who, I'm sure Dawn Neeson will love her, the one who, she's a dancer. For that reason, it's like when people say, oh, she's in the entertainment business, you know what they mean. And this particular one is a dancer, and her mother's trying to get her off with just about anybody she can, because she lives in Leicester. So you're kind of in a dead-end place. But they just put her down as a dancer, but her mother said, oh, and she's going out with this bloke from Essex who's a model, and they look so good together. I'm thinking, we all know it's fake. We're not stupid. Dawn Neeson says, lovely surprise having Steve Allen on show. Steve Allen show on LBC again this morning with those Sunday vibes. I love the Sunday vibes, actually. I really do love them. Mind you, you're up early this morning. 20 to 5, Dawn. 20 to 5, which is good. Pink yesterday. Wonder what today's colour's going to be. She looks good in those bright colours. The colours that are in your face. It goes with the hair. There's a song about that, wasn't there? It goes with her hair. Can't remember what it was. Anyway, the heat wave next week. Warwick, North Tyneside and Bournemouth. They reckon 43 degrees. 43 degrees, which, as far as I'm concerned, is just too hot for going out. But the amount of people when I was driving yesterday, because I have all the windows up on the car because I've got aircon. Like, I thought every car had aircon now. I didn't realise that it's obviously still considered a bit of a luxury, and people say... if you've got aircon, it's going to cost you more because it drinks it in the petrol. But, I just don't go out driving that often. I don't go out driving just for the sake of driving. I'm going out to drive to go and do something. And it's a case of, so I use a little bit more petrol having the aircon on. I couldn't care less. But the people who've got their windows open, I feel really sorry for them. Really. I have the window open in the back of the car that brings me into work. And the reason being is because I've got my mask on and I want fresh air going through the car. It's got nothing to do with feeling cold or feeling hot or anything like that. And, it's just the way it goes. But I quite like the air conditioning on. Mind you, sometimes I get so blooming cold, I have to turn it off. Just one of those things. So if it hits 43 degrees, the high today, they say, is about 30. High tomorrow, 33. And on Tuesday, 33. But, of course, some people don't feel the heat. It makes no difference to them at all. They go out there, they'll have jumpers on and stuff like that, and you think to yourself, is that actually good? I mean, I have a jacket which I brought with me, which I'll probably end up taking off, but I've got so many bits and pieces in the pocket. You've got your keys and you've got all your other things like that. So I kind of hang on to bits and pieces, and I quite like it. So if ever I'm buying a coat, like an anorak. God, an anorak. It's got to have loads of pockets on it to keep all the different bits and pieces in there. Militant Union boss Michael Lynch has urged members to be ready for more strike action. Oh, you've been very quiet, haven't you, love? Honestly, you bring them all out on strike. You pick up your however much money it is that you get for doing it. He says, rise up solidarity. Yeah, but listen, we all managed to get to work. Everybody managed to do it. Didn't interfere with anything at all. Just took a bit of time to get it all back to normal, the other side of it. And that's it. But we don't really care about it. So also coming up, the Battersea Summer Run Festival, the Bushy Park Summer 10K and 5K, the Regent's Park one, London Summer, the Big Half, Tower Bridge. And it's basically all these different things. So this is today from 9. So just remember, you cannot drive in central London because they've denied you access. Even though you pay, they don't want you driving in London. It's closed to people who run. Okay, so they can sweat and drip all over the pavements and everything else like that and throw their cups all over the place. They can't even put it in a bin. There's people standing there, would you like a drink of water? Have you got any ice? They don't get any of that. And then you'll see them all later on getting on the bus. They never run home. It's like the amount of people getting on the train in the morning with their bicycles. I always feel like saying to them, why don't you ride the blooming thing? Or you're getting on the train with it, taking up people's seats and stuff like that. It's awful. Absolutely dreadful. So the latest poll for the Tory leadership race, I don't think he's going to step down when we think he's going to step down. I'm telling you. Somebody said to me, well, he definitely has to go. Well, I agree. But I'm telling you that people think, it's going to happen within a week or 2 weeks. It's not. This is going to be September, October, if even then. And so you've got people on the list like Sajid Javid, Liz Truss, Jeremy Hunt, Priti Patel, a disaster in the making. I mean, she's screwed up everything that she's ever sort of come up with. Nothing has ever happened. Flights to Rwanda. Anybody remember that old one? That old chestnut, that never went anywhere, did it? Cost us about £1 million. Penny Mordaunt, Steve Baker, Nadim Zahawi, Suella Braverman, Grant Shapps. His hair's going, isn't it? Have you seen Grant Shapps? Phew, that'll be gone by Christmas. He was looking like Prince Harry. Jake Berry, and then, nobody. So you've got Grant Shapps launching his Tory leadership. He says, I'm the guy who can win the next general election. I love it. They also, mind you, the hilarious thing is Rishi Sunak. That little video that he made. I mean, seriously, love. Delusional or what? And so there's a sabotage campaign to try and scupper Rishi Sunak's bid for Downing Street. Yeah, well, whatever, makes no difference. So, it all depends on whether or not Boris is going to step down. I mean, he said he's going to do it. The people of Ukraine are very worried. I was listening the other day, and there was somebody from the Ukraine saying, but we love Boris. He's done so much for us, and he has. People tend to forget those little bits and pieces. He's had a call with Zelensky, and, it's one of those sort of things. I mean, listen, he's had 3 years. Nobody else can do, worse. Well, no, let's wait and see, shall we? But they're all trying to get your vote. But just remember, they all tell lies. Every single politician tells lies. They will tell you anything to get your vote. When they actually get in, they go, of course, we can't do it straight away. It'll take years to put back, and it'll be the usual old baloney, I'm afraid. Telly's Kate Garraway has spoken of her struggles after her husband's long COVID illness again left him stricken, saying, I take it day by day. I don't know where she gets the energy from. I really don't. She does her radio show. She does television. She does her radio show in between looking after Derek as well, which is, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Apparently the release of Prince Harry's heartfelt life story, yawn, boredom, who cares, privileged ginger bloke, decides to opt out of royal family and take money from Netflix. OK, that's brilliant. But he hasn't actually done anything, really. He's the biggest hypocrite under the sun. He also... what else does he do? Oh, he plays polo, because that's all he knows. He doesn't know anything else. The privileged lifestyle. But what he contributes to everything, right on the back of a grain of sand. But it looks like his heartfelt life story has been delayed. Again. About 3 or 4 times. They say it was going to open new family wounds. He's really bitter, isn't he? He really doesn't like that privileged lifestyle, that he was brought up into. All he had to do was turn up. Somebody ironed his uniform for him, because Harry, war hero, and all this kind of stuff. And you start thinking to yourself, it's a little bit over-egging the pudding. Chris says people in Scotland don't feel the heat. I love Scotland. Isn't Scotland beautiful? I was looking at they had some pictures. What? They had some pictures the other day showing pictures of sort of Scotland, which is very nice, actually. And it's so beautiful up there, in the Highlands. And I just quite fancy that idea. There was a house for sale, but it was floating. It's on a lock. And it's floating, and it's huge. I mean, it looked like one of those big paddle steamers. It was absolutely beautiful. And I thought, that's lovely. And then there was an island for sale off the Scottish coast. I thought, that's lovely. But where's Marks and Spencer's? You see, that's the trouble. You have to think about these things. What happens if all of a sudden the electric goes? You're on an island, no lighting, probably wolves prowling and all sorts of things like that, and wildebeest striding majestically to the edge of the lock and stuff. Hippopotamuses in the water, or hippopotami, I think. Sent from my iPhone. Oh, it's Mitch Murray. Good Lord. Where have you been? Heavens above. Mitch Murray, very famous man. Very famous man. And Moonlight becomes you, it goes with your hair. He said he certainly knows the right things to wear. Was it a shampoo? Moonlight becomes you, it goes with your hair. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Am I right, Mitch? Mitch Murray was the man who had a record out. I have to say it every time because he's very sweet and he listens to the programme. And it was called Down Came the Rain. I don't know if you've ever heard it. You have to be a certain age to remember it. And it was started off, it was lovely. And it was she walked by the town, da, 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 da. And then down came the rain. It was one of those comedy songs, because I thought in this country we were very, very good with comedy songs. We did. I mean, I still like listening to Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West, and his horse called Trigger. I just love all that sort of thing. Mainly because I remember once, because he died, actually, down the road from where I live. He died in Teddington, did Benny Hill. Yes, he died over a weekend. It was a bank holiday weekend. And he died, and his agent couldn't get hold of him, so the local police went round there, and he died in front of the television. And he had in his sitting room all these shirts in boxes and bits and pieces, because I'd seen him walking back from Twickenham. He used to go to the supermarkets and buy tins and then walk all the way back to where he used to live, which was very near Teddington Lock, because he worked at the Teddington Studios. But I can't remember how much money he left, but all the girls he worked with, because people were saying, oh, it was sexist, it was this, and you think, but listen, times change. We don't have public executions anymore, although God knows I can recommend a few people. Thank you very much indeed.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Apparently, Peter Andre's pop star son Junior won record. Come on, he's not a pop star. Let's not over-egg the pudding too much. It's like saying Peter Andre's a pop star. Equally as ridiculous, I'm afraid. That he has revealed his younger sister Princess could follow him into the charts. Apparently, he says she has an amazing voice and she loves singing. One day she could become a singer, yeah. Not for about the next 50 years, though, love. Not for the next 50 years. I don't think that's going to be happening at all, is it? Also, do you know, I've never been on a submarine. I've never been on a submarine. I was watching something the other, what was it on? It must have been a programme on building a submarine. But there's one here, it's a Trident submarine, HMS Victorious, on patrol. I just like the idea that there's something that floats on the top and then they sort of take it out of harbour and then it sinks down. And some of these sailors are away for like 6 months. Seriously, you know, they go for a long, long time. I suppose, you know, it's a wee bit claustrophobic, but I was amazed at... It's almost like caravanning, but underwater, because they pack everything into these submarines. They've got the bunks, and there's kitchens and all, and you just think, that's amazing. I think it's amazing. Anyway, there is a story of Warrant Officer Gary Patterson relieved of his duties when his trysts with a female member of HMS Victoria's company came to light. But they were indulging in all sorts of things that they should have been. You're not supposed to be having relationships on a submarine or not on a submarine, thank you very much indeed. And who bought a cask of whiskey? 47-year-old single malt known as Cask No. 3, produced in 1975 by Scotland's Ardbeg distillery on the Isle of Islay. Is it Islay? Would it be that? The previous most expensive cask was a relatively cheap £1 million. This one, snapped up by a woman in Asia, is expected to yield 440 bottles, with the buyer getting 88 annually for 5 years rather than all at once. The hammer price means each bottle is worth £36,360 for a bottle of whiskey. She paid for this cask 16 million. 16 million. Now, I do know in certain parts of Asia, they will pay way over the odds for whiskey. Whiskey's what, you know, you have to be a whiskey drinker to appreciate exactly where they're coming from. I've never been a whiskey drinker. I have had whiskey and American and whiskey and Coke and stuff like that, but not very often. It doesn't sort of agree with me. But, you know, people who are aficionados, they thought, oh, whiskey? With what? Water? It's got to be the right water. It's got to be everything. And you certainly wouldn't ruin it by putting ice in it and watering it down. Definitely not. Gulf War veterans are going to take the government to court in a £1 billion legal fight over illnesses linked to the conflict. This is because of, chemical and biological weapons which caused ailments, and around 17,000 UK troops suffered ailments such as chronic fatigue and PTSD. Scientists blamed sarin gas, but Gulf veteran Gavin Roberts, who founded Justice for Veterans, which is behind the court action, dismissed the claim. He said, how can something like sarin travel hundreds of miles down the desert and only attack the troops of 5 countries? It's nonsense. Well, another one we'll have to watch, isn't it, really? All these people going into court. Wayne Rooney, there's a man who knows all about courts, is being considered for the honorary Freedom of the Derby title, despite resigning as Derby County manager. What he's going to do now, I've got no idea. Always worries me a little bit, actually. Whenever you get Wayne Rooney going out, you think, oh, don't let him near the booze. You know what he's like. But anyway, he spurned offers, and the city councillor, Steve Hassel, says, I think the reasons behind awarding Wayne the freedom of the city are still valid. He stood by the team in a very turbulent period. I didn't even know they had a team there, but then I suddenly realised the former Derby manager was Brian Clough. God knows, we all knew about Brian Clough. Amazing. H&M, I think it must be a clothing shop. H&M, it is, thank you. They've been blasted for making female customers feel vulnerable with gender-neutral changing rooms at all its stores. Apparently, the clothing giant, hugely popular with teen girls and younger women, says its fitting rooms are for everyone and it aims to be inclusive. What, so you're going to be changing with blokes in there as well? How does that work? Critics say females would be worried about getting changed when males are nearby. I absolutely agree. I wouldn't want to get changed. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm going to a shop, and not many people go in and try things on now. They really don't. It's a case of you buy, if it's wrong, you bring it back and they give you your money back or you swap it for something else. The idea of having to sort of stand there in these little tiny rooms with a mirror on the door, if you please, and trying to get your trousers off and then take your shoes off. And then there's no room to move. You can't swing a cat. But our reporter, they say in the Sun this morning, the Sun on Sunday, visited the Swedish firm's 3-floor store at Blue Water in Kent. And when she asked a staff member if the rooms were for men or women, the employee said, it's for everyone. The rooms only have a curtain for privacy with a gap at the bottom of around 1.5 feet rather than a door with a lock. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's like shower curtains, isn't it? You know, you could just go, whooey, shut the shower curtain again. Oh, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't like that idea at all. Singer Tom Parker's widow, Kelsey, has mounted a plaque in his honour on a family memorial bench, which is lovely. Can't believe it's been quite a few months, actually, since he died. That was the shock. I mean, he died March, April, May, June, 4 months ago. 4 months ago. He was only 33. And it was funny because I was watching him on that quiz show on television, which has got Richard Osman on, Pointless. Is it Pointless? And he was on there, and I remember thinking, oh, how long ago was this one recorded? And he was obviously not very well, but he carried on blind, and I think he won. But unfortunately he lost his battle. And so everybody's losing people at the moment, which is not the best news, is it? Brendan O'Carroll says old men wait at the door for a date with Mrs. Brown. Do you think people have realised it's a bloke? I've interviewed him. I thought he was fab. I thought he was really good because I've liked people. You know, this is what I call female impersonation. Not the people who turn up on RuPaul's over-made-up drag queen programme, you know, which is basically a bunch of people who they just want to put on the clothes and the makeup and everything else. Whereas the character played by Brendan O'Carroll of Mrs. Brown comes to life because he doesn't need to put on loads of makeup and stuff like that. He just shoves a wig on his head and sort of puts on the skirt and the wrinkly stockings, and that's it. But then that's what all the successful ones have been. You know, the ones now who spend about 3 hours doing their makeup and everything else, I think there's something the matter with them. The only reason I say that is because it's become everywhere. Even EastEnders are going, we're putting on a drag queen. And you think, well, it's a bit late. It's been around for donkey's years to actually sort of see somebody putting on women's clothing. I mean, I remember somebody called Old Mother Riley. And again, it was very similar to Brendan O'Carroll. It was, you knew it was a man, but he had the little grey wig on and a little hat and all the rest of it, and made lots of very, very successful films. And somebody else says, thank you for the acknowledgement. Moonlight Became You was a Bing Crosby hit, written by Bob Hope, of all people. Clever song, says Mitch. Yeah, you're a very clever man as well, as you know. Steve, you're here on Sunday. Woohoo! Excellent day it's going to be. It's going to be very hot, Nick. I just warn you now, it's going to be hot. And so if you don't need to go out, don't go out. And if you do go out, just remember, for the kids, hat, little sunglasses, just make sure that they're not going to get burnt to pieces. Because it's very easy. But everybody will be heading for the coast, won't they? And I suppose if you live in London, you're going to be going Southend, Brighton, Littlehampton, Frinton. We like Frinton. We like Frinton a lot. It's fish and chips and kiss me quick hats.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Oh, dear Lord, 29 degrees. Double it. So that's 58. 88 degrees today. Approximately 87, 88. Oh, Lord above, I'm not sure we can cope with things like that. Mind you, it can't be much fun if you've got to work outside. It's all right, you know, if you're sort of, you know, peddling a thing. I've seen them peddling a bicycle with a thing on the front of it for ice cream around St James's Park, and I thought that'd be a job I'd like. I quite like that, actually. Or owning an ice cream van in this weather, because what does everybody want? Ice cream. Everybody wants ice cream. I noticed that Kelly Brook says thinner does not mean happier. Absolutely. It doesn't, but there is an obsession, isn't there, with people to be thin. That's why the papers are full of everything about diets and, you know, how you can lose weight, eat this. And so you've got, I don't know how many people are taking part in this run through London today. We know it kicks off at 9, but I'm assuming the roads will be closed off fairly early, won't they? I should imagine. So there's no buses. So I'm going to have to go down to Embankment and get the tube, which actually I'm quite good at doing. I now know where I'm going. And then just drops you at Waterloo Station, right near the right platform, because our trains are on the platform 20, 21, 22, 23 and 24, whereas before they used to be on platform 16 and 17, which was far easier. So it's something different. Oh, is it? Is it? Oh, it's down on the... Is it really? Oh, how nice. Oh, well, I quite like that idea, actually, because the trouble is when I used to do the Sunday morning before... I used to drive in and drive back again. But the reason I didn't drive this morning is because of this run which is taking up all the roads that I would... And I don't want to be hemmed in. Can you imagine? Get out of the way. Steve says, John in Colchester, one of my favourite comedy songs was Come Outside. Oh, that was the one with Wendy Richard, wasn't it? Come outside, get off. You know, there's a lovely moon out there. Actually, comedy songs we were very, very good at. Comedy, I mean, I quite like a lot. Some of them are totally unrepeatable now. You can't get away with half these things, which I think is interesting. Judy says, Steve, it's my birthday today, and what a lovely birthday surprise. Well, listen, if I'm the best it's going to get today, Judy, we're in the wrong place. Definitely in the wrong place. But have a very, very happy birthday. Have a very happy birthday. It's pronounced Isla, says Gordon. Of course you'd know. And Carolyn Newark says, nice to you this morning. Makes going to work seem a little bit more normal. Yes, I think so. Actually, the one thing, when Mitch Murray was talking about Bing Crosby, that Moonlight Becomes You, reminds me of the time, and I wish I'd seen it. Bing Crosby and his family came over and played the London Palladium, and they were fantastic. I think Rosemary Clooney also joined the tour, and I know that there is an album, because I've heard the album before, but I was a big fan of Bing Crosby. It's funny, isn't it, really? And a friend of mine was an even bigger fan of Bing Crosby, and still like him to this day. They don't, as they say, it's an old cliche, isn't it? They don't make them like that anymore. Dave Davis says, Kinky Aliens really got me. Da 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 da. It's all song titles today. And Eamon Holmes has not ruled out going back to ITV, provided the people who've been bullying him go. And there's money. I think he's hedging his bets. Brooklyn Beckham's still fannying around on his honeymoon. He's not really he just sort of jumps off boats now into the water. He's never had a job. I don't think he's ever done anything in his entire life. Shame, really, but there you go. If he's not careful, he's going to be eclipsed, isn't he, by Harper? Because she apparently is a whiz in the kitchen. They're so talented, the family, once they've got over their hay fever. Starmer challenging the Tories to have an election now. They won't have an election now, I can tell you that for a fact. There's no chance. It takes ages to organise these things, and I don't think that Starmer's in a very good position. And snakes on the loose. And I thought, actually, because of the cash crisis, apparently the story goes that the reason that people are releasing their snakes into the wild is because they can't afford to feed them. Well, you know, to be honest with you, snakes don't really eat an awful lot. In fact, if people keep them in vivariums, which is, it looks like a fish tank with a heat light above it, and they seem to like that. So they don't really have much of a life, do they? People complain about zoos and, you know, keeping animals encased in cages and boxes and everything else like that. Yet nobody thinks about these poor snakes, which are sort of stuck in a vivarium, and they're not sort of going anywhere. But I think you feed them mice, and I think you go to the pet shop and you can get dead mice, because mice breed. You just go and buy them, don't you? And then you just feed them. Although I have seen on YouTube somebody feeding live mice to a snake in a tank, and the snake was sort of, you know, because snakes, again, I think they spend most of their time asleep. I think they're like lions. Well, not quite like lions, but I hate snakes. I've never been a fan of snakes at all. And they sort of feed it, and then the snake sort of wearily sort of looks at it, and then, you know, wait a minute, it's come too close. The mouse, of course, realises what's going on and tries to get away, but it's inevitable that it doesn't, actually. Steve, the song I remember was Donald Where's Your Trousers by Andy Stewart. Oh, my favourite Andy Stewart song was not actually a comedy song, but it was very poignant. It was called The Scottish Soldier. There was a Scottish soldier, who wandered far away and soldiered far away. But the Donald, where's your trousers? Let the wind blow high, let the wind blow low on the streets. And so it went on. And Donald, where's your trousers? Dun, 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 dun. I used to love Andy Stewart. He used to do a great New Year's Eve programme on the television, you know, when we had proper New Year's Eve programmes. At the moment, all you get is the Hootenanny, don't you? Which I think the White Heather Club used to do it. And that's what Andy Stewart used to front. And I thought they were great. It was about the only time you ever heard bagpipes and everything else. But I thought it was wonderful. I love stuff like that. Mirror today, Keir, bring on the general election. They don't really mean that. They really don't mean it. They're never going to get it ready in time. It's just not going to be happening. And drugs don't work on Ozzy. This is Ozzy Osbourne. He needed 4 times the normal dose to knock him out. He recently spent £600 on legal cannabis. I would think that'd be the last thing you want to give Ozzy Osbourne is legal cannabis. The reason it's legal is because it's only cannabis. They call it legal because they've legalised it in certain places. He said, I bought it and I thought, what have I bought that for? 4 ounces. I've just had COVID, so I can't smoke anyway. But I've never smoked one. So he's postponed his European tour with Judas Priest, of all people. But he's just released a single called Patient Number 9 about a man in a mental asylum. He says he now feels like an old guy. Well, he's 73. I mean, he's not as old as some of the old rockers out there, which I find quite interesting. But he needed 2 full syringes, 4 times the typical dose, to actually knock him into the void. Because some people, I mean, I'm very susceptible to anaesthetic. I could be out even looking at the syringe. It doesn't take me long. By the time they fitted the cannula in, which actually the bruise has gone down, which is very good, and that thing there, because I had the sedation for the colonoscopy, which was fine. It doesn't put you out, but you really, if you're having it done, you won't notice anything. I promise you, absolutely promise you. And all the other, I mean, I was actually put out for the prostate operation, but again, the anaesthetist was so brilliant. And when I said, because there used to be the joke years ago, I had a growth in my mouth years ago when I was only 13, 14 and went to a hospital because we had private healthcare. Whoopee. I think we only got that because we were in the forces, and I think everybody in the forces to a certain level got private healthcare. So I was in a Nuffield hospital, which I'd never heard of before. And they put me out, and I thought it was something that looked like a bit of jelly in the actual syringe, but I'm assuming it might not have been. And they said, just count to 10. And I remember thinking, 10? Count backwards, 10, 9. And I think I only got to about 5, whereas when I went to the London clinic to have the prostate operation, it was a case of, I said to the anaesthetist, I said, how long will it take to put me out? Thinking I'm going to have to count again. And he said, you don't need to worry about it. Because they've been in, they've looked at you, and they've assessed, obviously it goes by your weight and everything else. And literally, I saw them clipping the little syringe onto the cannula in my arm, and that was it. I was gone completely. Woke up an hour later, which was brilliant. Oh, here we go. The mum of Love Island's Danica Taylor, as I say, reckons the way her girl has handled romantic knockbacks is winning fans over. Oh, God. I say, this is the one who's the dancer. This is, and she picked Luca Bish, who was coupled up with Gemma Owen, but failed to win him over. She tried with a load of people, actually. The trouble is, I don't think dancers sell it to people anymore. Not this sort of dancing at all, but obviously mum's trying to palm her off with somebody and try and get somebody in the family to get some money. So she eventually coupled up with model Josh, who's only 22, so not really the brightest penny in the box. I love the way that at 22, these people on Love Island think they know everything. They think they know everything. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, and, you know, most of it never, ever materialises, I'm afraid. But, you know, it's good to have a little bit of... Oh, here's the picture of Brooklyn Beckham. He needs to go to a gymnasium. I mean, I'm not being rude, but, you know, he's got more tattoos, he's pale, he is anaemic-looking. Ant McPartland paid tribute to TV sidekick's Dec's tragic brother who's died at the age of 55. He said Catholic priest Dermot Donnelly was the kindest, wisest man I know. He says you'll never be forgotten. I mean, really, they're so close. So close. Ant and Dec, you know, they live practically in each other's doorsteps. And they've got the perfection, haven't they? They've got everything that it needs, that everybody else tries to get. There was another piece in the paper the other day. I think Brian Blessed had appeared with Dick and Dom some years ago, the only act with 2, anyway. And it was a case of, he said, who are they? And, of course, nobody knew. One of them has aged badly. The other one looks really quite amazing, as if he's had sort of surgery and everything else, which he hasn't. But I don't know whether they're trying to get a comeback again with sort of, who knows? I mean, some of these people come back. I mean, I thought it was bad enough when the Sugar Babes decided to come back. But Dick and Dom, I'm not sure where we go. And yet Sooty goes from strength to strength. You can't believe that, you know, still Sooty packs them into theatres because little kids want to see them. They want to see, you know, Soup. They want to see Sweep. They might want to see Soup as well, I don't know. And they want to see Sooty, Sweep and Sue and Butch and Butch the dog. You ever see? Yeah, Butch. It's called Butch. No, he's sort of brown with a little black face. He's Sooty. So, did you just see him? Did you go and see him? Wow. I always thought Sooty, because we have Sooty at the Magic Circle. We have the very first Sooty. And, because there have been lots of imitations. And he's now owned by somebody different. But no, it's fabulous. We always say that to people. Whenever we do the Magic Circle Christmas shows, we always sort of say, and you can see Sooty, who's in a cabinet at the Magic Circle in our museum, which is quite only a little museum, but it's got all sorts of interesting things in there. It's a bear in a cage, yes. Luckily, it doesn't eat very much. It was bought, I think, on Blackpool Pier. I think it was Blackpool Pier that he was bought, and they turned him into this industry. I mean, seriously. Not as big an industry as Paddington. I mean, Paddington, even in all the tourist shops in London, rows and rows and rows of Paddington bears. Because he came from darkest Peru. And we think he's fab.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Shane in Sydney says, I used to love the comical song from the Cinderella Rockefellers. You know, you're the lady that I love. I'm the lady who... Yes, I wonder what happened to them. I wonder whatever happened. Steve, says David, morning. With you being at the weekend, did you see Abbott? No, he's not in this building. He doesn't broadcast from here. No, he's not allowed in. No, he does it from home. He's never been in the studio. I don't know why people are always saying about Nick Abbott. They say, oh, he does it from the studio and he's looking for bits. He's not here. If he wants biscuits, he goes into his own kitchen and finds them. It's as simple as that. So the airport and flight chaos, now the hire car shortage. Just when you get there the other end and go, oh, can we rent a car? You've got to watch them in America. It's big business in America. They've literally got... almost like, it looks like another airport terminal, and you go to all these different floors in these multi-storey car parks, and they will and you've got to go around the car and check that everything is there, and whatever petrol it's got in it, make sure that when it goes back, it's got the same amount of petrol in it. Because if you go out with a full tank of petrol, this is the way that they manage to rip you off on the hire car companies, and they charge you whatever price they want to, and they'll find little nicks and go, that wasn't there, you have to pay for that, and all that. It's big business in America. Be very careful. And if they say to you, oh, we can offer you an upgrade on this car, you're paying for it. You're paying for it. Be very, very careful. They've exposed it so many times. So many times. Steve, COVID... still making me feel a bit ghastly, but part of the vulnerable group and innuendo compromise. So thank you, Boris, for my jabs. It's cheered me up listening to you. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, actually, which is very good. Somebody was talking the other day about all the good work that Boris has done in the Ukraine. And somebody was talking about all the animals that came back on a flight. Was it dogs? We brought back dogs, didn't we, from Ukraine? Was it Afghanistan? I couldn't remember. And somebody was complaining about it, saying, they should have brought all the people back out and everything else, much as though they like animals. And I can't remember how many they brought back at the time. Was it a couple of hundred? What if they all got seats? And talking of comedy songs, Steve, have you heard Barbara Windsor's record, Don't Dig Twiggy? I certainly have not. I don't know anything like that at all. Kim is taking the boys out for a bit of a hike later. First one in 2 to 3 weeks, hoping my back behaves. It's been a wee tad iffy lately. Be careful. You know what bad backs are like? Oh, blimey. I had one once. Only the once. Didn't enjoy it at all. Robbie Williams is keen to make a French connection. He's going to move to Paris. They've recently quit their villa near Lake Geneva. He doesn't actually do anything, Robbie, apart from sort of just sell houses and move around and doing bits and pieces. They've also got a home in Los Angeles, but he's been now looking at a pied-à-terre in the City of Light. They spent a month or two in Paris every year to reset, enjoy the pace of life, get away from their schedule. What schedules? He doesn't do anything. They've always had an affinity with Paris. Lovely. So they're going to buy a place there. Apparently, the whole family speak French except Robbie. Well, you can imagine that. And he's considering making an investment. They've also got a West London home worth $17.5 million. So they just sort of moved to different... I didn't think they had any property. He was complaining a short while ago. He didn't have any property to live in. So whether or not this is just a load of old baloney, I've got no idea. Made in Chelsea's Oliver Proudlock. As I say, does anybody know that one? No, not me. And model Emma Louise Connolly are just like new parents, apparently. They welcome their daughter Bonnie Lou in March and say the firstborn is keeping them on their toes. Lovely. And Eamon Holmes has said, for about the umpteenth time, he says, I didn't leave ITV. ITV left me. Am I not making this clear? There's no bad blood between Eamon and his old employer then. The GB News presenter blasted his former bosses at the Trick Awards, and then the Chase star Paul Sinner got on stage to collect a gong and called Eamon's new channel a disgrace. God, honestly. Have you ever anything like it? It's just people arguing constantly, isn't it? Dreadful. Gordon says my favourite comic song was June Whitfield and Frankie Howes with Up Je T'aime, because there was a very famous song years ago called Je T'aime by Serge Gainsbourg and Jane Birkin, I think. And Je T'aime. It was all very erotic, except when Frankie Howard did it. Up Je... No, yes. Oh, misses. So, yes, I remember that. Tim says, talking about Sooty reminded me that in 1967 I appeared on stage with Sooty at Bournemouth Winter Gardens. I was only 7, but I still remember meeting Harry Corbett. Whoa, I tell you what, I went down to Bournemouth ages ago. Johnny and his other half had a hotel down there, and we drove past where the Winter Gardens was, because it doesn't... And when I was little, I thought it was vast. Absolutely, but it doesn't look as big as it did, because my mother was a big fan of Frankie Vaughan. And so when we discovered that as we were going on holiday to Bournemouth, Frankie Vaughan was appearing with Tommy Cooper on the bill, those seaside shows were brilliant. And my mother was always a bit disappointed because Frankie Vaughan wasn't as tall as my mother wanted. She wanted him to be a bit taller, because my dad was sort of, reasonable height, I think. But Tommy Cooper was on, he did the usual thing, ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Cooper. And then, the curtains would open. I can't get out. He'd do this whole gag about being stuck in a cupboard. I do remember Bridget the Midget, the Queen of the Blues. Stephen Ealing, thank you. Yes, it was Ray Stevens, wasn't it? I seem to remember. Ray Stevens and Bridget the Midget. I don't know why they don't bring out a whole album of all those comedy songs unless it's out. Unless it's out already, and I haven't, because there was The World's Worst Records was brought out by Kenny Everett some years ago. But, comedy songs, there were so many of them. Perhaps I shall have to start hunting, actually. Steve, you're here on a Sunday. This is excellent news. Yes, it's just for this weekend. I'm helping out. They were at their wits' end. I'm sick to death of people talking about Lurpak butter, because I saw it the other day in Waitrose. It's not the prices that they were telling you. So if you want cheap butter, that's where it is. The Lurpak butter is in there, and it was £3.25 or something like that. I don't know why people are going on about it, but it seems to fill pages, doesn't it? Still fills pages, but, goes and it doesn't go. There was a teenage farmhand killed the other day in Plimpton, Plymouth, and he died. He got trapped in a hay bale wrapping machine. I don't know there was such a thing. Oh, of course there is. It goes... Oh, now you get this one. They gave no details, but said his next of kin had been informed. He couldn't be saved. He was declared dead at the scene, and it was being treated as a work-related incident because the hay is collected up by the machine, and it literally goes into the back of the combine, and it goes and sort of moves backwards and forwards, and it compresses it and then wraps it with string. So presumably he, for some inexplicable reason, got himself in a bit of a fix, actually. You know what free climbers are, don't you? These are the people who throw themselves off buildings. This is one called George King Thompson. He's been handed a 4-month suspended prison sentence by a Spanish court for base jumping from Europe's tallest and fastest roller coaster. Now, I can't do heights, so you can well imagine this is sort of dreadful here. He went to the Port Aventura World theme park on the Costa Dorada, and he parachuted off the top, because what they do is they go right to the top of these very high places, and it can be, they've done it from the Hilton in London before now. With a parachute on the back, they jump off and they pull the ripcord. Well, that's the theory. But George, previously jailed for scaling the Shard, he's obviously a bit of a plank, has admitted to breaking and entering an establishment open to the public. An 18-year-old Spaniard who filmed the stunt received the same penalty. They were also fined £400 each. George confirmed he had landed himself in hot water in a social media post. He says, once I landed, I got swarmed by security police. Well, because you're an idiot. That's why. If you died, would you expect people to pick up the pieces? Of course you would. Of course you would. Ridiculous. And Christian Cavaletti makes the papers today. Only a little tiny amount, because what he does, he has broken his own Guinness World Record for the largest collection of what? I mean, this has got to be the stupidest collection I've ever heard of. I couldn't quite believe. And somebody Antique socks, says the producer. Sadly not, Nick. No, not antique socks. He collects Pepsi cans. I mean, he just doesn't have, a few. He's got 12,500 of them. I don't really know why. I mean, surely one Pepsi can is the same as another Pepsi can. But that's what he collects. People do all sorts of things. Well, it doesn't say whether they're empty or full. I mean, if they're full, well, I don't know. I mean, if they were empty, you can compress them, can't you? You can buy a little machine that compresses them down. But he obviously saves them for some reason. Unless there are antique Pepsi cans. There might be. And it might be one of those things where they go, this is one from the 1950s. I don't even know when Pepsi Cola was invented. I just know that I used to drink it. I used to keep it in my fridge all the time, before I was diabetic, obviously. And I would have sort of a cold Pepsi or a cold Coca-Cola or a Fanta. And yet, strangely enough, the other day I bought a Fanta, and I haven't done that for 15, 20 years. And it was ice cold, and it was delicious, and I had about half of it, then I had to throw it away. I thought, I'm only going to make myself ill. How was your scrambled egg and bacon yesterday? Delicious. Very nice, thank you very much indeed. And Steve, says Marcia. Lovely to hear you, but frightened the what's-its out of me as I thought I'd lost today. I was in Joe Allen's on Thursday. On the menu was Mr. Allen's steak tartare. I know the name is spelt differently, but ode to you? I don't think so, no, Marcia, no. That, much as I love Joe Allen's, I don't think they're going to name a steak after me. Some people have never had steak tartare, which is basically raw steak. I mean, I love it. I love it. But on the other hand, yesterday I was very good. I went out and I bought some smoked salmon. And a friend I went to breakfast with, I said, do you want some smoked salmon? And he said, yeah. So I gave him 3 packs of smoked salmon. Guess who's touring again? 2020 in September. David Essex. Yeah, gonna make you a star. David Essex. He's doing the Southampton Mayflower, which is a big thing. Bournemouth International, Liverpool. Where does he come to London? That's what I have to find out. London Palladium on the 26th of September. So there you go. Also, Billy Ocean doing the very best of. And Tom Chaplin. I don't know who Tom Chaplin is. I'm probably supposed to know these things. But he's got tickets going on sale on the 15th of July. He's also playing London Palladium. Very popular venue, the London Palladium. It really is. I love it. It's great. Celebrating 25 years of Savage Garden, Darren Hayes, the Do You Remember tour. He sold a few of them out already, which is amazing. And Gabrielle, 30 years of dreaming. Gabrielle is off touring, and she's doing the Royal Albert Hall, which I think actually is bigger than the Palladium. Plus the Kaiser Chiefs, the Sherlocks, and the Fratellis are all off touring. Where are they? Are they doing London? They're doing the O2. It's another popular venue, the O2, isn't it? If you haven't been to a show, live show, either theatre or anything else, do go. 4 stars for Beauty and the Beast at the London Palladium, only until September the 17th, and it tiddles off. I nearly said piddled off, actually. I don't know why I was going to say that. To the Bristol Hippodrome, and they're there till November. But go see. It's got some fantastic reviews.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Steve. If you have Fanta Zero, it's as good as having a normal Fanta. I'm a diabetic, and I'd rather have that, to be honest. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm not really a fizzy drink person at all. I mean, I had it. I just do it once in a blue moon, and I really mean once in a blue moon. Chris says, I reckon Boris should throw his hat in the ring for leader of the Conservatives. I think he'd still win. Well, yes, I think you might be right. But, I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is when he's going to go. The Labour Party seems to think that they're sort of gearing up to move Keir into number 10 Downing Street, which I think is highly unlikely. And everybody else is saying it's not going to happen until September, October, by which time we're going to be running into next year, aren't we, to try. I don't know how long it takes to organise a general election. But there must be a lot of things. You've got to, canvass people. Do we have any say in it? I don't know. Hopefully we might get something out of it. Steve, the earliest memory of comedy songs is There's a Hole in My Bucket. dear Eliza, there's a hole in my bucket, dear Eliza, a hole. Well, fix it, dear Henry, dear. And so it went on. We all sang that one. And the one that began, hello, mother, hello, father, I am here at Camp Granada. And so that was done by... Hello, Mother, Hello, Father. I can't remember. It'll come to me. It was on an album full of comedy things. The Americans used to bring out comedy albums like there was no tomorrow. It was Alan Sherman. Alan Sherman did Hello, Mother, Hello, Father. I've just remembered. I get better at these things. Sometimes I can't remember at all. Rianne, make a date with me again. Oh, God, please not. Please not. Game of Thrones novelist George R.R. Martin says his long-anticipated book, The Winds of Winter, will be quite different from the telly show. And the new education minister, there's an idiot if ever there was one, Andrea Jenkins, has been slammed for giving protesters the finger. But in fact... I was reading somebody's Twitter the other day. She was saying that there were all these horrible people down there, a baying mob, and somebody said she's lying. There was no baying mob. There was a group of women complaining, one of them because she hadn't been able to see her husband before he died. That's what it wasn't, a baying mob at all. So obviously we can't trust the education minister at all. I mean, she gave them the finger. I mean, seriously, what a stupid woman. The Commons leader, Mark Spencer, said, I don't think that was the right thing to do. She says she claimed in a statement, I've reached the end of my tether. I should have shown more compassion, but I'm only human. Well, I don't know. I've seen a picture of you, love. I wouldn't guarantee it. Might in the paper that's appeared in. Interesting, a family have saved an orphaned lamb after it was dumped on their doorstep in a cardboard box. Who on earth is going to pop round with a lamb? Mind you, I used to have a producer years ago, a guy called Dave, and his family had a farm. And if any of their lambs got rejected, they would bring them in to keep them warm, and they would put them in a baking tray under the Arga. I said, with what? He said, well, sometimes a sprig of mint. He said, just to let them know life might not be going as long as you think it is, which is slightly disturbing, isn't it? Rianne Sugden is back by popular demand. What is she now, 105, 106? And so she did another... That's all she does. She just does a calendar and then sells stories. And, her husband loves her photo shoot. It's a bit tragic, in it, really. That's the best you can manage. Takes real great intelligence for these sort of things. And dinner time needs to be later in the evening. And the thermostat turned down if the country is to avoid blackouts this winter. This is because they're predicting that there's going to be a lot of people getting bills. They're going to be going, oh, where's the money for that coming from? They're reckoning £3,000. £3,000. There could be a hike. And we've got no idea how it's going to pan out. I mean, really, not a clue. Have you ever heard of Curtis Warren? I hadn't either. He obviously rates himself, but he's obviously a little bit of a plank, I'm afraid. They say he's a drugs lord. You know, they always say this. They go, he's become one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. No, he isn't. He's just another delusional one. And he spent 23 years in prison, so he's a bit of a failure, really. But they reckon that he can make a mint selling his story. What? You buy drugs which kill people and you go to prison for 23 years. End of story. There's nothing else to talk about. An underworld source told the Daily Star Sunday, it's a cracking story, is it? He's even named on the Sunday Times rich list. That he's had loads of offers, big names in Hollywood. Yeah, of course, dear. Nothing worse than delusional people, is it? Nothing worse. What else? Somebody talking about one of the columnists here today talking about another mass shooting in America. They really can't sort out their gun crime at all, can they? I think the gun crime lobby are very powerful, and they don't really think about it. And all of a sudden you get... And then in Japan, we got one the other day, which is even worse. Lewis Hamilton, the man who can't dress himself, he rakes in £1.5 million per race, which works out around, I think, £29,000 a lap. The only person pocketing more cash for less work must be Laura Whitmore, the Love Island star, not a star at all, somebody who can't even come up with their own questions, appeared for just 14 minutes in almost 27 hours coverage. But, as I say, she's not very good. That's the trouble. That's why they go, let's just keep her off the television, shall we? And also, she spends ages having to read the auto cue. But that was my pet hate the other day when we saw the images of Dermot O'Dreary and Alison Hammond sitting there with their scripts on this morning. Nobody else sits there. You don't see Philip Schofield sitting there with his script. He's a professional. Dermot O'Dreary sits there looking at it while they're interviewing somebody on the sofa. I mean, shoddy or what? Not very good. Eamon Holmes fell out with bosses at the network and he was dropped from This Morning. But, well, funny thing is, they're using Ruth. They're using Ruth. Because when... I don't know why Philip Schofield's going away on holiday. I mean, it's not like you go away with the children when they're on a school break. And Holly's off on holiday. Perhaps they're going on holiday together. Who knows? And so they're using Ruth, who's being paired up with Rylan, another dreadful presenter. But he said, I'd work for ITV again. There'd have to be an apology and a couple of resignations. So let's work on the assumption you're not going back to ITV, shall we? He's been hired by a rival channel, but, I mean, the audience, pitifully small. Pitifully small. And he's also got this BBC series, Farm to Feast. Best menu wins. So, there you go. He reckons his career in telly would be easier if he wasn't so outspoken. I don't think he's outspoken at all. I'm really quite surprised, actually, that he thinks he's outspoken. But he says, I stand up to them and they don't like it. Nobody bullies me. I grew up in Belfast. What's that got to do with it? What, you're saying everybody in Belfast is bullied or something? No, definitely not. Also... stars of the war movie Operation Mincemeat. I didn't like it. I bought the film. I'm very disappointed. Very, very... It's a bit disjointed. They've tried to throw too much money at it, whereas, in fact, it was the simplicity of The Man Who Never Was, which is what it's based on. And this was the story of the war. They wanted to convince the Germans that we were doing certain things, so they had to find a body, somebody who'd recently died, somebody who looked like they died of maybe water inhalation or something like that. They had to ask the father of this man who died whether they had permission to use their son's body, and he said yes, as long as he gets a Christian burial at the end. And they've adapted it because he used to have his name was Martin something in the story, and they've now put his real name on his grave, which is actually quite nice. But it was very simply done. They had to sort of create a persona. And the Germans sent their spies over to find out whether Major Martin actually was a real person. And he tweeted back and he said, yes, he's a real person. But he wasn't. He was all made up. They put theatre tickets in his pocket. But he was carrying vital documents showing, or purporting to show, where we were going to invade next. And so The Man Who Never Was a beautifully made film. I think it was black and white. Whatever it was very good. And it's almost as good as I Was Monty's Double. You know, which was another brilliant film, again, based on truth. But in The Man Who Never Was, it was, they were trying to convince the Germans that we were doing something completely differently. When I watched Operation Mincemeat, I just didn't get it at all. It was all over the place. They've shoved a shed load of money at it. You know, there's everybody, you know, in it who you could possibly think of, but it just didn't work for me. The whole idea of The Man Who Never Was its simplicity. It was nothing too complicated. Nothing too complicated. Ed Gleave today, writing in the Daily Star. He says, great to see Olivia Attwood being handed the chance to front a documentary. Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen, Ed. I couldn't believe that ITV have plumbed those scuzzy depths of the U-Bend. But there's a lovely picture, actually, of a polar bear on a small iceberg in the Barents Sea. And he's asleep. He's having a little sleep. And... this journalist, who's 41, I don't know why that should make any difference, took a picture of this, because the iceberg's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and eventually, presumably, the polar bear will just fall off. But they don't mind that, because they're used to swimming. Boozy Brits sup the equivalent of 500 pints of beer each every year. Pfft, amateurs. 500 pints in a year? Good God, I know people who can do that in a month. 500 pints. Apparently, researchers found the average adult drinks 10.4 litres of alcohol. Apparently, when it came to beer drinking, the Scots, topped the league table. They can knock back just under 12 litres of alcohol. I don't know what you're supposed to drink nowadays. You know, when you go to the doctor and they go, you know, liver function's good, that's all fine. And they go, how much do you drink? And that's when you have to tell lies. You know, because you think, so if you do maybe 3 or 4 pints a day, that's 28 pints in a week. You're not going to tell them 28 pints in a week. You're going to say, probably about three pints. Would that be about right? And they go, what, a week? And you go, yeah, in 5 days. Yes, it'll be something like that. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Otherwise, I mean, where do all these drunks come from? Steve, I used to like the Barron Knights. Oh, they did a great record called Call Up the Groups, which was very good. I thought it was very clever, Lynn. I thought they were very clever. In fact, I went to an award ceremony once and the Barron Knights were on there, which I thought was quite something. Quite something. Connie says, you have no idea how happy you make me. Steve Allen on a Sunday morning as well. To have a Steve Allen 7 days a week, that's all I need. But please wish me a speedy recovery, because I'm in pain. But your show helps with my life. Well, that's good. I think we should be available on the National Health Service, definitely. And David says, guess who's on his way to Olympia again? Last day at London Film and Comic Con, which is on. So you didn't tell me. Did you sell that £1,000 mask from Predator? Was it busy? Did you take some money? Do let me know. Do let me know. And Steve, comedy album, Songs for Swinging Sellers by Peter Sellers. I thought Peter Sellers are very... Do you know my favourite Peter Sellers piece is Balham, Gateway to the South. That was so cleverly put together. And when I first heard it, I thought he was a great mimic. And, it was just brilliant. You'd never believe that it was all Peter Sellers, but it was. But we want to hear from David, who's got a stall at London Film and Comic Con. And if they got the amount of people there, to be honest with you, better to be indoors than being outdoors. Steve, oh my God, you're in. The Steve Allen Sunday alarm set for 5:45. Well, there you go. But only just for this weekend. Do not think that this is anything permanent. I have to rest and eat and sleep and do all the usual things that people do. There's a piece in one of the little colour supplements today. The Sunday Mirror magazine has put on one of the Dreary Fahir sisters, the Baby Diaries. Who cares? Why don't you just get married, love? Do us all a favour. Because honestly, it's about the most boring thing that's ever been on television. Watching somebody going, oh, look, I've had a baby. Oh, look, I've had another baby. And so it goes on. It's just the most dreary thing I've ever seen. Not so good. Gary Bushell's column today, talking about McDonald and Dodds, mostly Duds. Snooze Night, Lyset's big Pride party. Pride takes a fall. Apparently his stage show is very good. I was reading a review earlier on. Somebody said that was fantastic. And what was the other one? Oh, yes. The BBC have discovered a new repeat. Songs of Praise. Songs of Praise. Because it's the hymns and everything. And strange enough, I have just bought 50 of your favourite hymns, which I play in the car, because I like to sing along to them. I know, it's a sad existence, isn't it? When you have to go back to your childhood and start singing the hymns that you learnt when you were 9 and 10, which was lovely.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, Gordon says, Balham, Gateway to the South. Honey's off, dear. Remember that last line? It was so cleverly done. Steve, you're in. Brilliant. We're just ready to go to Bath for a couple of days. I went to Bath, and I can't remember. But did we go to the Roman baths? Because I wasn't sure if the Roman baths that they've got in Bath are actually Roman, or if they're just baths. I don't know. I know that it's sold as the Roman baths, but are they genuinely Roman baths and they're surviving in Bath? I know it's an underground spring, isn't it? And the water sort of bubbles away quite happily. But whether or not it's a proper Roman thing, because we've got loads of fakes, haven't we? Here we go. The Roman baths are well-preserved thermae. A temple was constructed, between 60 and 70 A.D., and so, 1.3 million people. They are well-preserved, and the presence led to the developing of a small Roman urban settlement known as Aquae Sulis, because it bubbles. And so the area around the natural springs was redeveloped several times during the early and late Middle Ages. So not necessarily Roman baths. I mean, there used to be some baths there, which was for public bathing. Now I think it's just a tourist attraction. But apparently visitors can tour the baths and museum, but you can't enter the water. Why you'd want to? All the buildings at street level date from the 19th century. Oh, right. So they're 19th century, which is the 1800s, aren't they? Which is interesting, isn't it? And the rain is sourced from rainfall in the Mendip Hills, and then that percolates down through limestone to a depth of between 2,500 and 4,300 metres. Geothermal energy raises the water temperature to about 69 degrees. That sounds like... The trouble is it always looks a bit murky to me. Apparently Bath was charged with responsibility for the springs. See, with the Royal Charter, which they got in 1591, because the thermal waters contain, this is why they're a strange colour, sodium, calcium, chloride and sulphate ions. So the Roman baths are no longer used for bathing. In 1978, a young girl swimming in the Roman bath with the Bath Dolphins, a local swimming club, contracted some illness and died, leading to the closure of the bath for several years. And this Naegleria fowleria is a pathogen in the water. Wow. So be careful. Be careful. But it would be quite nice. But we've got one round here, just down the road, just by the Aldwych station. You go round the back of it, and you go down a little alley, and then there's a wall with it's like a giant window, and you push a button, and it lights up, and they say it's a Roman bath. Well, it's not. It's a Victorian folly. The Victorians loved building these things, and, it's the way it goes, actually, isn't it, really? 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Esther O'Farim, we were asking, you're the lady that I loved, is still alive and performing, but Abby died 4 years ago. Did you know Cinderella Rockefeller was composed by Mason Williams, whose big hit was Classical Gas? Of course, dun 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 dun. I loved Classical Gas, which is lovely. Steve, what do you think of Tim Lovejoy's interviewing? I don't know. I put this to a vote actually a minute ago, and the producer went, all right, wasn't anything spectacular. It's very interesting to sort of try and work out what you think is somebody who's very good at interviewing and somebody who isn't, because an interview. That's why there's a woman on the television at the moment. I can't remember what her name is, but they keep talking about, she does this interviewing programme as if she's reinvented the wheel or something. I'm going to be asking the questions that everybody wants to hear the answers to, and you think, well, surely that's the whole idea of doing an interview, dear. Otherwise, you might as well stay at home and make jam. And they sort of make her out to be some big, high-powered thing, and it's not. It's just... an interview is a conversation between two people. You're not trying to trick anybody, because if you start trying to trick people, they have tantrums like Sarah Ferguson, which, of course, you must watch on YouTube. Sarah Ferguson loses it. But there again, she lost it years ago. And he's such a good man, Andrew, isn't he? A very, very kind man. Yes, dear. In your world, maybe. And she's interviewed by this Australian broadcaster, and she's got her minions around her, because she apparently thinks she's something. I don't know who she thinks she is. She's never written a book in her life. Co-written the other one, but I got the feeling that maybe the other woman did all the writing. But Sarah managed to get herself on it and sort of did the interviews, but I wasn't convinced. It's a bit like sort of saying Naomi Campbell wrote a book called Black Swan about a black model making it in the business. She never wrote a word. Like Katie Price, never written a word. She comes up with an idea. I see, girl with enormous boobs owning a riding stable, falling in love. All right, we'll write that garbage. And, people do it. Whereas, in fact, Paul O'Grady, his biographies have sold millions. They sell out immediately. So, but I'm delighted that Esther O'Farim is still around and performing, which is very, very good. Steve, the warm weather has its benefits. More range on my electric car. I'm eating less. All my customers think I'm a god, although I had to give a celebrity client his P45 for non-payment on Friday. Celeb customers need surcharges added for extra grief, and out in Windsor Great Park trying desperately to lose a bit of weight. Oh, Pete. Doesn't work like that, does it? I used to think if you stopped eating, the weight would fall off you. And so I'm always amazed. Sometimes I bump into, because, everybody has, and I'm not alone in this, fat days and slightly less fat days. Liberace used to show you his wardrobe and go, I have my clothes made in 3 different styles and 3 different sizes, which is normal, large, and, oh my God. Because people's weight fluctuates. That's the way it goes. You can't help it. It depends. You sometimes go out and eat something. You think, oh, blimey, I shouldn't have eaten that, should I really? But if you're in Windsor Great Park, we're obviously attempting a run, Pete, which is not so good. I'm told swimming's very good, for you. I don't know whether it's good for losing. It's like people who cycle. I don't think you lose weight cycling. You just get stronger legs, don't you? I mean, I don't see, because you're leaning over. So I'm not too sure whether or not that's a good thing. But all the people running today in this 10-kilometre dash around London, so you can see the sights, like people sleeping in doorways, very popular. They never mentioned that one, did they? Down the Strand, loads of people sleeping in doorways. I mean, some people seem to set up like Tent City down there, but you will see Big Ben. Woo, imagine. If you're running, I mean, most people, I assume, would come from London. You know, that's what they're going to do. Because it's otherwise, unless you travel. But perhaps some people travel, I don't know. Just park, says David. The crazy early worm catches the parking bay. Predator mask left the shelf at 7 p.m. last night. Lots of people tracked me down. There you go. See, the power of radio, I'm always fascinated by the power of radio. Bath, says Lloyd, is fantastic, but it's a pig of a drive. We stayed at the Royal Crescent Hotel. Very nice and highly recommended. See, I stayed in a hotel in Manchester once. It was oldie worldy, big old-fashioned furniture and everything. And I stayed in Malmaison, which I thought was ghastly. It was too modern for me. I don't do modern hotels. I like the old-fashioned, you know, rococo and gold leaf and stuff like that, and big heavy thick curtains and a bath you can almost drown in. I love stuff like that. It's always very exciting. Steve, what a pleasant surprise, says Graham the chauffeur, to find you here on a Sunday. Last day of Wimbledon, thank God. Yes, well, don't try and drive in central London today. From 9 o'clock this morning, in fact, they'll be getting all the roads ready to close now, I would think. I'm not knowing that for a fact, but I'm telling you, if you come into London, there's closures all over the place. So, and if you park and then they block off the end of your road, you're screwed until they take the barriers away at the end of this thing. I don't know how long it takes to run 10 kilometres. In my books, for about 3 days. But everybody else will be doing it. So, David, have a lovely day today at Olympia. I went to see Bertram Mills Circus at Olympia. It was great. It was really good, years and years ago. There was a fun fair, an indoor fun fair, and the circus tent they'd managed to erect as well. It was fantastic. The X Factor revival is set to air on Channel 5. Simon Cowell struck a big money deal with the network. God knows why. It was rubbish. It was rubbish. They couldn't find anybody. There isn't anybody else left apart from the terminally stupid who believe that they can sing. Just watch all the outtakes from the X Factor. What's the dream? They used to say, they go, yeah, I want to sing and do... And then they sing like strangled cats. Not that I know what a strangled cat sings like. They say X Factor is one of the most iconic shows in TV history. It's lost its interest. Nobody's bothered with the X Factor anymore. What with that and Britain's Got Talent? The production company, a lot of channels were keen. No, they weren't. That was the trouble. Nobody was keen. It was a pile of rubbish. And apparently, after a lot of meetings, the execs decided to go with Channel 5. In other words, there was nobody else. Apparently, past judges have included Robbie Williams, his wife Ada, Louis Tomlinson with Dermot O'Dreary hosting. Producers want a fresh start for the format. Yeah, ditch it. Ditch it now. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. Bosses at Channel 5 are said to be thrilled to have bagged it. Nobody else wanted it. That was the whole idea. Otherwise, it would be still on ITV. They weren't interested. Nobody was interested. I don't know, honestly. Why don't people learn? We don't want to watch the same old people who can't even hold a note. They did a thing, Samantha Janus, she represented us for Eurovision, and they put her up on television as people. She sang as flat as a pancake. It was embarrassing, because Eurovision, you have to sing live. You can't mime it because they've got the orchestra and everything else there. And she sang live, and then they had all these people going, she can't sing, she can't sing. Very wisely went into acting, which was an awful lot better. What else we got? Oh, The Sound of Summer, which is the good news for you if you like The Sound of Summer. I'm not particularly bothered, you know, me, Bucket and Spade, Windbreak, not for me at all. But it's the nanny state telling you to keep your kids out of the sun. The Desperate Travellers booking one-way flights that they won't take. They're doing it to get the passport. And is Tom Cruise in love with Britain? And let's save the Dorset Knob and the Rutland Pippin. I think they have to go down as iconic items. Plus, the NHS have been given a green light for an eczema pill that can clear skin, they say, in a week. That is a relief for people who suffer from eczema. That would be the best present ever.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday, July the 10th. No matter where you are today, it's going to be scorching. There is nowhere you can go unless you sort of decide to go and sit in a cold bath to try and get through. You might be one of these people who absolutely hates it. I mean, I'm not brilliant in the sunshine. I can get through it. I sometimes wonder why when you get on a bus, the heating appears to be on. And I'm not sure. I mean, in all this, the modern technology that we've got in cars nowadays, do tube trains have air conditioning, something like that? So you can get some cold air there. Can't be that difficult to do it, can it, really? But anyway. Steve, you did confuse me this morning. But great having you. I can't cope with this heat. I'm going to lock myself away, says Jennifer in East Sussex. These runners, how will they cope? Yeah, but all these people, you don't find people who go running just sort of say, oh, I think I'll do it today. They actually sort of get out there and they run, and they will be running because they've been running for ages and ages. They are professional runners, practically. Well, as near as damn it, professional runners. And it makes no difference to them whether it's freezing cold, or whether it's sunshine. Makes no difference at all. They go out there. Steve, my fastest 10K run was 46 minutes. Obviously, before I added, says Pete the Pool Man, 3 stone to the payload through lockdown. Plays havoc with your undercarriage, all this extra weight. Yeah, I mean, I don't ever see happy joggers. You never see happy joggers. They all look as miserable as sin. Nobody's chatting away to people. They're all sort of, we've got all the gear on, we've got the leotards and all the other bits and pieces. And I always think to myself, I think it's an addiction. I'm totally convinced that the people who go running are addicted. It gets sort of your endorphin going or something like that, I should imagine, actually. Something like that. The Duchess delights in a thrilling ladies' singles final. And somebody won a plate, which is very nice. I like Catherine, actually. She's very good. But it was a Russian-born person. Oh, I don't know. Should they be allowed to be playing at Wimbledon? I'm not sure about this. Are we talking to anybody from Russia? Probably not. Tom Cruise loved it. He was there. And apparently it was interesting that the person who won, her appearance was not without controversy, as she was born in Russia, banned from competing, began playing under Kazakhstan's flag, and Kate, patron of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, presented the finalists with their trophies. Used to be a thing, actually. People used to have microphones. And so, how do you feel? Oh, it was good. I learned play. And yet, our lot were knocked out fairly quickly, weren't they? Which is a problem. So, who would you bet on being the next Prime Minister? It's amazing, actually. A number of Conservatives have confirmed they will not be running. But they're backing other people. Ben Wallace, I thought, was going to go the course. Wrong on that one. Ben Wallace has decided not. This ridiculous education minister, Andrea Jenkins, who was telling lies, saying that there was this baying mob outside the gates. It was absolute not true. Not true. So she's learnt to tell fibs already, because I knew somebody who was down there. And they said there was no baying mob at all. I don't know what she was on about, but obviously sort of put her cards on the table. The Stars mourning the Sopranos legend after he loses his fight with dementia at the age of 79. This is Tony Sirico. I never saw The Sopranos. I can't tell you anything about it at all. I wish I could, but unfortunately I can't. Colin Brazier, writing in the Express today, says, pity Priti Patel. Her odds of being the next PM are longer than any of the big beasts of government. Her job at the Home Office is almost an impossible one. But she does stick to her task. Her latest tactic for dealing with illegal migrants is a shrewd one. Yeah, well, so far, the Rwanda thing went right out the window. They've conveniently brushed that under the carpet, haven't they? They're too embarrassed to even mention the fact that she can't do anything at all. She hasn't stopped anybody coming into the country. The latest wheeze was they're actually going to be fining the people and putting them in prison who are operating the boats bringing people over here. And again, that's gone nowhere as well. Bit of a shame. Carol Kirkwood, The Sun Always Shines on Breakfast Television's best-selling writer. I don't know. She's looking forward to getting married, which is lovely. And so she's got a book out, The Hotel on the Riviera, published by HarperCollins. They've also got loads of time on their hand, all these people. Mind you, I don't think we need to have weather people anymore. I've decided we could do without them. All you need to do is just put a caption up. You You could save a small fortune, because every time they have Wimbledon, what do? They send her down to Wimbledon, you know, or they'll find her sitting in a field or doing something like that. And you think, what a waste of money. She's only telling you the weather, and it's not even in that much detail, which is a shame. So these snakes unleashed, apparently, how much to look after a snake for a year? 500 quid, apparently. That's what they've said. And it's the heated tank. Snakes, including pythons and boa constrictors, have already been left beside roads in Manchester and Hertfordshire. Who seriously takes a snake out and leaves it on the side of the road? It's ridiculous. But they've been abandoned with no consideration. The RSPCA revealed 3 more snakes had been ditched in a pillowcase. There was a carpet python, 5 foot, 6 foot reticulated python, and a 9-foot boa constrictor. Terrible. Absolutely awful. Frightens the life out of me. I mean, if ever you see a pillowcase by the side of the road, don't touch it. Chances are it could contain snakes, which is not so good. Jennifer Selway, writing in her column today, talking about the Antiques Roadshow. It's got Fiona What's-it on it, hasn't it? Fiona What's-her-face. Bruce, who also does sort of Question Time, which actually she seems to be coping with quite well. The Antiques Roadshow is a bit desperate, though, isn't it, now? I always used to laugh. They'd sort of take something in and they go, you know, that's really nice and it's interesting. Where did you get it from? You feel like saying they nicked it. You know, because I always worry, if you're going to go on television and you're going to sort of tell people that you've got this, they sort of bring in bits of furniture and everything else. And you think, you're just basically advertising. You've got loads of things worth a load of money at home. Once somebody knows where you live, you know, there's a high danger that you might be robbed. And then they go, oh, this is nice. Now, do you want to put it into auction? I think if we put it in auction, this could possibly make, and you think, here we go, 10 million, 5 million? £80, 80 to 100. Should we put a reserve of 60 on it? And you think, what a pile of rubbish. You'd have to be fairly desperate to want to sell anything on any of these programmes on the television where people sort of drag out their so-called treasures. I can remember the Antique Roadshow some years ago. My Auntie Enid phoned them up because they said, you know, if you've got any interesting items, phone us up, we'll come round and have a look. And so she phoned up and said, I've got something. She said, it's been in the house since we've been here, she said, and I'd love somebody to come and tell us what it is. So dutifully, the Antiques Roadshow turned up, I think, on the Saturday or something like that, and she'd staggered downstairs with this thing, and they looked at it, and she went, what is it? And they went, it's your water tank. And you think to yourself, these are people who bring in bits of furniture. I mean, some of it looks so flimsy. I always sort of worry about stuff like that. So you know things are bad when they put security tags on butter and cheese. Well, I saw all the butter the other day, Jennifer, in Waitrose, and also no security tags at all. No security tags. A 750-gram tub of Lurpak sells for $7.25 in Asda. Well, don't buy it in Asda then. I'm sick to death of telling people, try and grow up. Don't be so stupid. It's ridiculous. I've often wondered, she says, how people managed to make do with the weekly 2 ounces during the Second World War. You might slather on a single crumpet. But nobody's spending £7.25. You can buy a pack of Lurpak, looks like a reasonable size to me, for about £3.50, which is about how much it is. All this rubbish. I think this is just like the Emperor's New Clothes. People are making it up, trying to make it into something very, very interesting, and it's not happening. Not happening. You know, they say, oh, it's on sale in Asda or Aldi. Well, don't shop there then. Go somewhere else. Try and be a bit grown up about the whole thing. Because otherwise, you know, we're all going to get ourselves into a dreadful... Or failing that, try something cheaper. Makes it a lot easier. Steve, I hear Rishi Sunak is current favourite to win the Tory leadership. Well, you know, it depends who you read, doesn't it, really? And... you know, it's a bit of a shame, really, because this person says, I don't want him to become the next PM. So there you go. There you go. And another one here. I can't do that one, David. I can't do that one, but it's good. The Sopranos, definitely, Steve, one for your Amazon list. A brilliant box set. Yes. A brilliant box set. I mean, I do have many, many box sets which I enjoy listening to. But unfortunately, you know, it's a bit of a slow process. But The Sopranos just never appealed to me. Never appealed to me at all. What were the ready for Rishi videos, scenes that mysteriously failed to make the final cut? I mean, dear Lord above, honestly, it gets desperate. But why Ben Wallace has pulled out of the leadership race, I've got no idea until somebody say it's to protect his family. Protect his family. And there's all sorts of other bits and pieces. Penny Mordaunt, said to be one of the favourites, although they say the Tory women's group say she's too hung up on trans rights to be PM. Yeah. And Boris doesn't hold grudges, say friends of Zahawi, as the Chancellor joins the fray. They're all jumping in the bandwagon, aren't they? As I say, Grant Shapps has survived 2 brushes with death. He says, it doesn't bother me being the underdog. So he's launched his campaign, vowing to cut the cost of living. As I say, they'll tell you any old baloney. That's what they will do. They will tell you any old baloney to actually get you to vote for them. Whereas really, at the end of the day, you know, whoever you vote for, you know, might not be the person who ends up there. Plus, they've done a lovely... the next Prime Minister will be chosen by 0.29% of Britain. 0.29%. I mean, 2 stages there will be to the leadership election. First, Tory MPs vote to whittle down the candidates to just 2, who will then compete for votes from party members. I mean, the precise timetable and rules will be clarified by the Tories' Backbench 1922 committee, which we've heard much talk of on this programme. And they elect a new executive tomorrow. Widespread wish in Westminster for a swift leadership contest, but party members across the country expect to be given ample opportunity to hear the views of candidates and test their suitability before they vote. So now we'll know. There's about 200,000 members of the Conservative Party, and they'll be voting on it, and then we'll whittle it down a little bit, and then you'll end up and see who you've actually ended up with. You know, and as I say, different people say different things. A farewell letter to Boris from Andrew Roberts, who's a fellow Churchill biographer. History will remember you as a great leader, unlike sneering John Major, famed only for his traffic cones hotline and the affair. That's all we know John Major for, actually, and we don't know him for anything else. I think he likes his cricket. He lives near Lords, doesn't he? There's all sorts of sort of people. In fact, most of them have just been a bit wishy-washy. They were sort of grey. In fact, I think on Spitting Image, I'm convinced that John Major was portrayed as a very grey puppet. Very, very grey, because he was like that. And they've all been a bit... I mean, I went to a party, a few years back, actually, and it was Cliff Richard's summer party, and Tony Blair was there with his wife, but still gets all the security. They get all this security. So, in fact, when I got to this private house, and it's not a very big garden, but, I mean, beautifully catered and everything else, and there was only about 30 of us there. Gloria Hunniford was there, and Brian Connolly, me, and Cliff was there, and it was lovely. The food is always delicious, and they have a special guest, and this time it was Tony Blair. But it was the security that were outside, parked on the drive and all the rest of it. And I'm presuming everywhere he goes, he gets this security. There used to be one who used to live near Dale, and I think he was a former Northern Ireland minister. And you knew that he was fairly important because in the garage was where the special officers sat, and it was just a bank of lights and everything else. In this very modest house, but I suppose they have to have protection. So if you've been a prime minister or an overseas minister, you get this protection for the rest of your life. Must make it very difficult to go anywhere, mustn't it, really? If you want to go to the cinema or you want to go to the theatre. So Rishi Sunak, favourite drink, he likes Mexican, Coca-Cola. He's got a Range Rover, Lexus, BMW and Golf. Sajid Javid, mother's job was a corner shop owner. Favourite food, samosas. How lovely. I could eat samosas now, actually. Why don't they do samosas first thing in the morning? It's always got to be, you know, burgers and eggs and things like that, and no chips. Whereas, in fact, a samosa I could kill for now, which would be particularly delicious.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. I've just worked out how much I won on the lottery the other night. £87.50. Which was made up. I had 9 winning tickets. 9 winning tickets. I normally just do things like lucky dips, but this time I thought I'd be creative and invent my own numbers. So the first prize I won was £3.40. Then I got £10, then £3.40, then £3.40, then £7.90, then £3.40, then £6.80, £6.80 and £3.40. Basically not 191 million. which means I've now got to go back to the estate agent and say, listen, you know that £32 million property I was looking at, you better put it back on the market again because I didn't get the money, which is a bit of a shame. Who has a cockapoo called Biscuit? Whose favourite drink is Larkin's Ale? The really important issues. You know, Priti Patel, Mother's Job, ran newsagents. There's a lot of Range Rovers, seem to be fairly popular. And Liz Truss, Mother's Job, nurse and teacher, car unknown. Tom Tugendhat, VW Golf, Range Rover for Priti Patel, a Jaguar XJ for Jeremy Hunt, a Tesla for Grant Shapps. Mother's Job ran a photographic business. And Nadeem Zawi, Mother's Job, dentist, favourite car, hybrid Range Rover. So there you go. Those seem to be the cars. But who's going to win? I've got no idea. No idea. Militant rail union barons led a loud chorus of boos at the mention of Keir Starmer during the Durham Miners' Gala yesterday. And mention by Jeremy Corbyn was mobbed by supporters. I don't even know he's still around. Apparently, he then stood on stage and uttered the single word, solidarity. Rivetingly dull, Jeremy, as usual. That's why it's all passing you by, isn't it? So the Sopranos guy, we've told you about that one. England's women's football captain, who's called Leah Williamson, has signed a deal with Gucci. It all comes down to sex, doesn't it? That's all it comes down. It doesn't come down to if she looked like the back of a bus, they wouldn't be interested. But apparently they've said she's extremely marketable. She's super glam and will earn a fortune. That's all it comes down to. It was like that Emma Raducanu, the one who can't play tennis. You know, she got fluky and got very lucky, and then she started endorsing things left, right and centre. She'd endorse, anything. A bit like Dave Beckham. He'd endorse a bus stop if he thought the bus was going to stop there just for him. Because that's all he does now. He doesn't actually do anything. He just takes money. If you want to rent him, you can rent him. He's not difficult to get, really. Fuel thefts reaching epidemic proportions from forecourts. Because the cost of filling the tank rocketed above £100. God, it's been above £100 for ages for me. Incidents involving fuel not being paid for leapt 22% last month. And the UK's petrol... Why don't they have, on petrol stations, and it can't be so complicated to put in, a thing that stops you leaving until you've paid? It's like a rising metal, not a gate, but something very similar to that, so that you can't drive out of the filling station. We just have to change the sort of thing. Apparently, the average pump price was £1.91 last week. I don't know where they're getting it from. And as for diesel, actually, we saw something the other day, and it was up by Lisson Grove, and it's parking. You call this number to park your vehicle. Do you know you pay more if you're running a diesel car on Lisson Grove? It's got a thing there that says diesel car is £4.40 an hour. Petrol car, cheaper. I've never heard of that before. And so my friend said, well, how do they know whether you've got a diesel car? I said, they've got your number, they put it in, it'll tell you whether it's a diesel car or not. You could put it in, you can do that on the DVLA thing. I sometimes will see a number plate and I'll put it in there. So you can just see whether they've got, up-to-date bits and pieces. That's how it works. But fuel thefts. So there must be some way of stopping people nicking fuel. Apart from police chasing people, I think spikes, which sort of come out of the ground, could be fairly popular. But it is embarrassing, actually. Traditionally, 70% of petrol thefts involve motorists filling the tanks and driving off. But now 70% of thefts involve customers who say they've got no means to pay. Well, they shouldn't be allowed in there. I have to kick them out. When that happens, the retailers have no choice but to get the customer to fill in a form where they make a promise to pay the debt within 7 days, which, of course, is a load of old baloney. If they haven't got the money there, they're not going to have it in 7 days' time, are they? They shouldn't be allowed. I think what you have to do is you have to make every pump so you don't have somebody sitting inside. You literally activate the pump with your debit or credit card. That, I think, would work, because that way they can't get the petrol out until they've paid for it. All this taking and driving off. Surely, mind you, the petrol companies are making so much money at the moment, they could afford to lose a bit. Definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You made a faux pas earlier. Shinzo Abe, the former Prime Minister, was shot and killed last week, and you asked why Tony Blair has security. Well, Shinzo Abe had security. Didn't work, did it? Didn't work. And it wasn't a faux pas at all. He was shot at the shooting in Japan. The bloke made his own gun. John says, you're right, John Major was portrayed as a very grey character. The irony is he was born into a circus family. I know. Anybody less exciting, you'd be hard pushed. There you go. In Australia, you pay before taking any fuel, and it cuts off automatically when you've reached that amount. We used to have machines in this country. You could put a £10 note in or a £20 note in. It would give you £20 worth of petrol. You know, if this taking and driving away and people are going, oh, I haven't got any money to pay for it, take the blooming car. Take the car. It's as simple as that. You know, you can't have people, you know, everybody else has to, it's like people shoplifting. And by the way, my producer says he's looked at all these Lurpaks. None of them have got security tags on. Where is this baloney coming from? And in fact, Yvonne says, large Lurpak in Waitrose yesterday, $3.75. What was all the kerfuffle and lies about it costing upwards of £9? It's rubbish. Absolute blatant lies. You know, you can get it. They had... In fact, I looked at it. I was going to take a photograph and tweet it. It's got the pack of Lurpak, a big one. It was $3.75. You know, all this rubbish that they're coming up with. Perhaps they're just being shoddy journalists. Yeah. Steve, the fuel companies are making profits like never before, but the independent retailers are the ones losing out with the drive-offs. Well, just make it that you have to pay beforehand. You know, before they give you the petrol, you put your card in the machine. If you don't have it, you're not getting any petrol. It's as simple as that. Why do we're such a mamby-pamby country, aren't we, really? That Mike says, I suspect if you want to pay cash in the future, you'll have to walk in and pay before getting fuel. Yes, I think so. Listen, when we had the petrol shortages, you know, people were it's amazing, actually, people queuing for petrol. They weren't actually using their cars. They just sort of go, oh, I don't want to run out of petrol, which was a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But I like the idea in Australia you pay before taking the fuel, and you could do the same here. Just put a card into the machine. It's a simple adaptation to the actual petrol pump. We've got it in our place, and so that when the petrol pumps were sort of in use late at night, when the garage wasn't open, you could still go in and get petrol by putting in your card into the machine. And then you didn't have to go and walk, you know, in there and pay it, and then they go, have you got a Shell card, or have you got this card or that card? And the answer is no, I haven't. But it's interesting. Apparently, members of the SAS have been told to stop using nicknames that might cause offence. The nicknames, one of them, banned terms include Doris, female soldiers. That's what they call them. The SAS call them female soldiers Dorises. Ruperts, who are officers, Rupert. Crabs, the RAF supposedly because their uniform is the same colour. And Intelligence Corps. The SAS thrives on banter. An insider is quoted as saying they have a lot of nasty stuff to do and it's their way of dealing with it. I shall start calling people nicknames as well, then, if that's the way it's going to work. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, Dorises and Ruperts. I don't think there's anything the matter with that. What's it got to do with anybody? Mind your own business. Get your beaky nose out. You're not in the SAS. People just want to use different things like that. It doesn't make any difference, does it, really? Burko called me a stupid woman, says Andrea Leadsom, and that was tame compared to many of his spittle-flecked tirades. She's got a book out, just in case I thought you'd want to know about that. Also, the Twitter shares set to plunge by a third as the Musk deal collapses. Isn't he said to be the richest man in the world? Oh, he can't be. That's Putin, isn't it, surely, with his corruption and bentness and everything else. But apparently, one Twitter user wrote, Elon Musk looked at his child support bills and realised he just can't afford to buy Twitter anymore. I don't know how they've priced it up. Certainly seems quite a lot, doesn't it, really? Was it 40-something billion they were looking for? What would be the point of having it? Where do you make your money on Twitter? Do they run adverts or something? Or is that... It's only made money once. What does he want it for, then? Is it power? Oh, right. I don't know. I just don't understand it. I mean, I do use Twitter, but I often wondered how they make money out of it. If you're going to spend £40 billion or £45 billion on something, it's a case of... You know, where does the... You're right, actually. Perhaps it's I just own it and assume it's like, you know, people really want to sort of worry about these sort of things. Steve, you really should consider going electric. Never. Definitely not. And Bella says, my daughter has a diesel car. She pays more for petrol and is fine for driving through certain areas. Well, this is the first time that I'd ever seen it. I'd ever seen it on the actual thing where you phone up and you can book your parking. It's about 16 quid in Covent Garden to park for about 3 or 4 hours. If I go for lunch at Joe Allen's and I take the car up, it's going to cost me between 16 and 18 quid to park there. It is a main course, well, it's not completely a main course. It's certainly sort of a bottle of Prosecco or something like that. But that's quite a lot of money. So I tend not to take the car up because it's only over the bridge on Waterloo, so I can get back to the station fairly easily. Apparently, Pete says in France, Steve, you put your card in first and select the pump. Yeah. I mean, if they want to stop this drive-off, so if it's really causing them a problem, well, then most of the pumps, especially on the Shell garages, have already got the credit card machine on there. So you can either choose to pay at the pump or pay in the thing. As far as I'm concerned, if I was sitting there operating the petrol pump, I'd be going, not turning it on, not having petrol. You look as though you're going to do a runner. I'm not going to let you have it, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kim says the boys are chomping at the bit to get out, so I best move my tail and oblige. Tire them out and myself so they give me peace later to settle down with, my Colombo. And, of course, the Wimbledon men's final. Is that what it is today? Who's our money on Wimbledon? Do we know somebody at Wimbledon? It's either Kyrgios. Is he... Oh, he's playing Djokovic. Oh, God. Oh, well, there you go. Isn't Kyrgios the one who's not a very nice person? Doesn't he have temper tantrums or something? Trying to make a name for himself. That's always a sign of no personality. Very, very boring. Very boring. But anyway, Wimbledon, nice easy pizza for Sunday lunch and bits and bobs from the butchers for the boys. So we're easily pleased, Steve, which is very nice.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Sunday. Welcome to Don't Come in Central London. Please don't come into Central London. There's no point, because all the main areas, the Strand and Regent Street and Pall Mall and all these other places are going to be swarming with runners. Lots of people in little shorts with a number on there and all the rest of it, and they sort of pound the streets. So basically the rest of us just have to be inconvenienced. I don't even think it's for charity. Is it? I'm not sure. I've never heard of this group before, but they seem to have loads of these things happening all over the place, and people like doing it. Although 9 o'clock start, I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? 9 o'clock start. So it's the run route. It's 10k today, 10k, and you get a free training run, race day entertainment. I love the way they go, they've got DJs. And I'm sort of thinking, oh, well, that'll encourage you to go running, isn't it? I mean, the people who do this, so wait a minute, so they've closed down Regent Street, the Strand and the Embankment. And the Embankment? Oh, Godfathers. No, that's not going to affect us, is it? That's all right, the Embankment. We don't mind them running down there. They can run wherever they like. So I'm looking here. Where does it start? Is it starting Regent Street? That looks, and then they go down. Well, they seem to split up, don't they, really? Oh, no, wait a minute. No, they're starting Piccadilly. Don't go anywhere near, or you won't get anywhere near it. It's all blocked off. And then you go up Regent Street, and then you turn round to come all the way back down to Lower Regent Street. Then you do Pall Mall. Then you go round the end of it. Then you're down Cockspur Street. Then you're up Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square Station, and then Charing Cross Station. Run down the Strand. And then you're going a little bit here. Temple Station. Okay, that's 6, and then you go into the WC. But everybody, I'm told actually, if you're running, people, I'm told, just wee where they run. They don't. I mean, you haven't got time to go into a toilet, have you? Is that how it would work? I don't. I was told people. Yeah, but you're running. You're running to do it to a time thing. Why would you go? Oh my God, I need to go to the toilet. If you're very fast at the front, yeah. I think you should take a bottle with you, actually, ladies and gentlemen. Then you go all the way down. You're down, where have you gone here? You're down Westminster Station, Westminster Bridge, you're back round the other side. So you'll pass Big Ben, which is the name of the clock, isn't it? It's not the whole tower thing. St James's Park Station, Westminster Abbey, lovely. And then you finish in Whitehall. outside Downing Street. That'll be nice, won't it? You can be a baying mob, I can imagine. And then you just disperse. You just go wherever you want to go after that. Steve, says Stuart, the £9 cost for Lurpak was for the 1 kilo spreadable pack, so 4 times bigger. Well, that's just... Who buys those? Who buys those, for God's sake? A kilo of butter. That's just ridiculous. I was in the Co-op yesterday, says Barry, and a really large tub of Lurpak was £7.50. The usual size was £4. Yeah, no security tags. It's just a load of old rubbish, isn't it? They've just made it all up. David in is it pronounced Limoges in France? It's Limoges, is it? I'm so sorry. I'm so poorly educated. And they have card authorised before the pump works in the filling station and then delivers the fuel. Ursula says, I paid £4.95 for a medium lit pack last week in Sainsbury's. Yeah. And Steve, £13.50 to park on the seafront in Bournemouth. Far too much, in my opinion, says Denise. I've just come back from France. No charge there on the seafront. Why do we pay through the nose? Because they want to rip us off. That's what it is. They want to rip you off. They know that you want to go to Bournemouth. They know you want to go to Brighton. And the traffic warden... In Richmond, down the road from me, the traffic wardens are 24 hours a day. You can't get away with anything round there. They don't want to encourage anybody to go there at all. It's really dreadful. Really, really dreadful. But that's the way it goes. The latest BBC repeats Songs of Praise hymns. They're going to slash the cost of Songs of Praise by broadcasting more repeats of hymns from the archive. So the show's budget could be reduced by up to 12.5%. Do you know what the budget for Songs of Praise is? £4 million, apparently. It's part of belt tightening. What, 500,000 quid? Don't be so stupid, honestly. They've been asked to streamline the amount of new music and filmed in churches and cathedrals. Because I used to think, on Songs of Praise, I used to think that's a very busy church. And it turns out it's not. They'll have one church which will be nominated as the church, and then the other churches around there, the congregations, all go into one. So, in fact, lots of the people who are in that particular Songs of Praise thing, and they get a printed, song sheet and all the rest of it, they're not from that church. They've come in from other sides to make it look as though churches are doing really well, which, of course, they're not. Down our way, they close them down, they turn them into arts centres and all sorts of things. Calvin Robinson, a deacon in the Free Church of England, said, I'm glad to see they are continuing. I'd like to see more original content. And somebody else said, we need more Christianity on our screens, not less. No chance. No chance. They're not really under any obligation to put it on at all. Lots of people don't go to church anymore. So a BBC spokesman, they never have names, these people, they're faceless. It's just a BBC spokesman, says music is integral to Songs of Praise, and this tender is not asking suppliers to reduce the number of new hymns, but rather calling for creative ideas for their use outside the programme's extraordinary back catalogue. Yeah, I mean, just make up composite programmes. It doesn't have to be something, you don't need to go out there and spend a fortune on it. Apparently the BBC needs to save 1.4 billion by 2027. Well, you can axe the one show. That'll save you a couple of quid, won't it? That's the biggest pile of rubbish on the television. You don't need that anymore. I mean, really. That's like Amateur Hour. Amateur Hour is terrible. The licence fee was frozen at 159 quid per household in January, which is good. But, to save 1.4 billion, and they've just spent how much on the EastEnders set? That's the programme with no audience. It used to have 14, 16 million people. Now, lucky to get 2. Lucky to get 2. You know why? Nobody likes it. It's rubbish. I don't know about other stations, Steve, but Esso do pay at pump, and it allows up to £99, but you pay first. Easy to do, unless you want to do monthly shopping, and it does cause a bit of a problem. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why there's any problem with doing that at all. Given the hot weather today, Steve, will it be a naked run like the naked cycle ride? Oh, dear, honestly, can you believe it? And then somebody says we need more Christianity on the television. The next thing is there'll be naked Christian programmes on Songs of Praise, held in a naturist club or something like that. I mean, the naked bike ride, I never quite got that at all. It was really bizarre. And, Steve, your Bath comment prompted my update on Mother Shipton's cave in Knaresborough near Harrogate. I've been several times, says Tim, and there's actually 2 domes of stone which protrude from the rock face with the mineralised waterfall cascades, said to be a courting couple's Victorian Two hat and bonnet. Unrecognisable now, but the hats are there. And I bought a petrified small teddy. Yeah, people put them in these things, and it's the chemicals in the water that turn them into petrified-looking objects. I'm thinking of having the producer done. It's what, Knaresborough? Your dad lived in Knaresborough, yeah. I've heard of old Mother Shipton. I don't know who she was, but I have definitely heard of her. I don't know. That was the old woman who lived in the shoe. Old Mother Shipton, she's got these caves in Knaresborough. I think she might have been one of these peculiars, you know, where people... And she was a soothsayer or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I just imagine. I've seen line drawings of her. She looked a bit balmy. And she died in 1561. There you go. She was a soothsayer, sometimes described as a witch, and is associated with folklore. The first known edition of her prophecies was published in 1640. Have you ever seen Old Moore's Almanac? We used to buy that all the time, and it had prophecies for the whole year in it. You probably still buy it, actually. But anyway, it gave her birthplace as Knaresborough, in a cave now known as Mother Shipton's Cave. She was supposed to be hideously ugly. Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? If you live in a cave, you're never going to have any looks, are you? And she'd married Toby Shipton, a local carpenter, in 1512, and told fortunes and made predictions. But, of course, they used to get rid of witches. You know, if somebody was saying, witchcraft, my goodness me, I tell you. You still get people nowadays who mistakenly believe that they are witches. They go, you know, I'm a white witch and I'm this sort of witch and all the rest of it. And they live sort of strangely different lives. But it was interesting. There was a version of her prophecies, and one of the famous lines says, "The world to an end shall come in 1881. Now, that version was not published till 1862, more than a decade later. Its true author, Charles Hindley, admitted in print that he had created the manuscript. A carriage without a horse shall go, disaster fill the world with woe, in water iron then shall float, as easy as a wooden boat." There you go. I'm a soothsayer. All of a sudden, I've got a new thing. I couldn't live in a cave there. She had a crooked nose, apparently. It probably suffered from sciatica. She had a hunchback. And I suppose it would have been quite frightening to certain people, you know, if you saw somebody like that. It was like, was it the Gorgons, who, if you looked into their eyes, you turned to stone? I think the Gorgons, was it? Was it Medusa and Medusa and the Gorgons? I'm pretty certain. I don't know where that came from. Is that Greek mythology or something? God, I'm better informed than I thought I was. It's amazing. Don't want to turn to stone, do you? That's not the good thing at all. She was a hermit, says Tim. Oh, right. A hermit. Yeah, that was just people who lived in caves and what they existed on. I suppose people used to leave them food. It's like very bizarre. Down the Strand, we've got lots of people sleeping in doorways and things like that because it's the weather for sleeping in doorways. But loads of people seem to leave them food. You know, they go to McDonald's assuming that all these people are not vegetarian or something and buy them burgers and everything else. It's all very odd. It really is.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. It's 12 minutes to 7. Ian will be along with you for breakfast this morning because Andrew's still doing... I've never heard... When they do commentary for tennis, I don't think I've ever heard it, actually. I mean, do they literally say, and he's stepping up to the net now, he's throwing the ball in the air, and do they do that, or are they doing something else when the ball's in play? Ah, right. So really, it's a bit of a waste of time, isn't it, having anybody doing commentary? We can all sit there and watch what's going on. They're just hitting the ball over the net, and the other one's got to do it, and then it goes backwards and forwards. You get a bit of a rally going on, and then Cliff Richard stands up and sings, and then we all go home. And then you go and buy your strawberries at £2.50. You know, with or without. Yeah, I mean, we spend a lot of time doing that. I quite like to be the umpire, because I should imagine over the years they've come in for some stick from, you know, when we had sort of various people having little tantrums on court. You know, you cannot be serious. John McEnroe. And now we've got this other bloke who's playing today in the finals, obviously trying to make a name for himself by being basically a pig. You know, he's just sort of... They do something, you think, can't you just behave? I mean, one guy the other day... Somebody heckled him. I don't know why people would pay money to go to Wimbledon to heckle somebody. I mean, it just seems a pointless exercise. And he heckled them back, I think. It's all gone completely out of kilter. The one thing you do need in your house is a 2-drum washing machine. The reason you need a 2-drum washing machine is so you can mix whites with colours, because at the moment you can't put them in. I remember years ago, very stupidly, putting in white T-shirts with a pair of red pants. I mean, I've never bought red pants since, but I remember putting them in there. And when it came out, I remember thinking, oh, God, pink T-shirts. And you cannot do anything with pink. You had to go and buy this box of stuff that you poured in, and it took the pink out of the T-shirts. I mean, the red pants we just threw away. It was as simple as that. But it's just sort of one of those sort of things. But this new washing machine can mix whites and colours because it's sort of twin tub. I mean, you might as well just buy 2 washing machines. Well, it's like a top loader kind of thing. It looks like we used to have. It's made by LG. It's got a main drum and a pull-out drawer as well. But unfortunately, it's 2,400 quid. So it's going to take it out of most people's, kitchens or wherever you put them. However, I do need a key that tells me where I left them. I have lost keys in the past, and I never know. And I go into a panic because my car has a key, but I don't use the key to open the car or start it. But the key is on my person. It's in my bag. Well, I'm telling everyone that, I've got no idea. But anyway, and so it means I can open the car door. I don't need to put the key in, fiddle about with it or anything else. And so nobody else can get in my car and drive it away because you can't open the door unless you've got the key secreted somewhere about your person. And I keep losing them. But they've got one now with a built-in beacon. And it's got Apple technology. And it's the Ultion lock. And I quite fancy I like things like this. I nearly changed my phone the other day. My friend Darren said, why don't you change your Apple phone? And I said, I don't know. How much is it going to cost me? He said, well, you can get a new phone now for about 700 and something pounds. Because what I have done over the years is I buy my phones outright. I've always bought my phones outright because I just don't like sort of renting them. So at least I own the blooming thing. And he said, unfortunately, you're only going to get about 160 quid for it. He said, but you can order it now. He said, we can have it delivered to this restaurant where we were having breakfast. And I thought, because now everything's on the cloud, so you don't need to worry about transferring everything over. It does it automatically. So I did say next week I might treat myself to a new telephone. Although, to be honest with you, I don't really need it. I don't really need it. It's fine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Marguerite says, if I'd known you were on, I'd have tuned in earlier. I shall download today's shows and listen to you as I potter around the garden. Lots of people download, don't they? They download. But this is only for this weekend. Only for this weekend. Tim says, witchcraft wasn't hunted until much later. She's said to have been sourced for healing purposes, remedies and spellbinding predictions. Wow. Apparently, if today's run confuses you, the 4 days marches happening this month in the Netherlands would boggle the mind. 50,000 people walking 32 miles every day for 4 days, starting and finishing in this city of, is it Nijmegen? Anyway, it's the best. Can't wait to be there again, says Alex. You see, people are addicted to it. People want to go walking, they want to go running, because they go, it's really healthy. I don't know what the casualty rates are of sort of people, but I'm assuming all the way along this route, this 10-kilometre route, there will be people doing water and stuff like that, and people with blankets and, putting them round people. And all people want to do it for it. And I see them because we have a run in Twickenham. The Cabbage Patch has this run every year. And it seems to me like there's hundreds of people, if not thousands, who sort of take over, and I think they run all the way along the riverbank and they do bits and pieces. And they've been doing it for years and years, but people seem to come from far and wide to actually take part in these runs. So they're obviously very popular. It's just that you get to a certain age and you kind of think, I don't know, I'm not really too sure about that. I don't think I shall bother. Rich Pickings, how to slash your grocery bills. Here we go. This is the Steve Allen Guide to Saving Money. If you pick your own, and there are loads of pick your own farms. Okay. For example, strawberries. Waitrose's #1 specialty, £9.59 per kilo. Picking your own, £5.95. Blueberries, very popular. Paul Cooper was doing a case of blueberries for like £3 or something the other day. Waitrose, £15.56 per kilo. Pick your own, £8.95. It's also entertainment for the kids. Raspberries, Waitrose, £13.34. Tesco's, £12. Asda's extra special, 15 quid. Pick your own, £8.95. You can save a fortune, nearly half. And Blackberries, so expensive. Waitrose, 15 quid. Asda's sweet and juicy, 10. Pick your own, £7.95. And the kids like doing it as well. You know, it takes you about 5 minutes to pick a kilo harvest, costing £9.30. In the supermarket, the same crop could cost over 2/3 more. I mean, popular fruits between June and September: blueberries, gooseberries, raspberries, blackberries, cherries, red currants and black currants, apples and plums, usually ready from August to October. But it's cheaper, and as I say, the kids love it, because you're actually going out there and you're doing something. Admittedly, it's back-breaking, I think. I wouldn't recommend it for myself, but in fact, there are loads of places around me at the moment, out at one of the garden centres, and they've got a pick-your-own-farm there as well, and people do all sorts of things. It's amazing. Sarah in Highgate, in Highclere. Oh, Highclere. How lovely. Visiting mother-in-law this morning, tennis this afternoon, and Cannes tomorrow. How lovely. How lovely. I like that idea very much. I like Cannes very much indeed. We thought it was very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. And Get Back, nature lover Macca, that's Paul McCartney, to axe protected trees as his £10 million home. They sort of cut down a lot of trees. It's called sustainable. That's how they work it. And also pre-diabetes. What is it? And how do you know if you're one of the 13 million people at risk? Apparently 70% of people diagnosed with pre-diabetes go on to develop full-blown diabetes. That's according to research. So diabetes, because nobody else in my family's got diabetes. I'm the only one. They always ask you that when you're first diagnosed. They say, anybody else in your family got diabetes? And you go, no, not that I know. Although my brother, I think, could be borderline at the moment. I think he was borderline and, one of these things. But in fact, they've got all sorts of... There's a 5-point plan inside the Mail today to beat pre-diabetes. Could you be eligible for weight loss drugs? I told you I've got like an insulin at home. It's for diabetics. And it's supposedly an appetite suppressant, but unfortunately it had side effects, so I had to come off it. It wasn't very good. 84850, solve the Lurpak problem, Steve. Buy British butter. Is Lurpak not British? Where's Lurpak from? Is it Danish? Oh right, buy British. We used to have that. Do you remember years and years ago? We used to have little stickers on everything. Buy British. Because we weren't aware of where stuff came from at the time. I didn't know. You're right. Now you say it's Danish. I've suddenly remembered it is. Put a better bit of butter on your knife. You can't put a better bit of butter on your knife. Was that? I don't know what that was. No. But it's all sorts. I mean, I like Kerrygold. The trouble is I've discovered, actually, that a lot of butter's got no taste. Golden what? Golden Ivel? What's that? Never heard of that. The better bit of butter on your knife was definitely not that. It was something else. We'll never know, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, because we read everything out on the programme because I'm very good. It was Country Life. There you go, Country Life. You never put a better bit of butter on your knife. Like one of those tongue twisters. Of course, I remember going to the cinema to see Mary Poppins for the first time round, and there was a very annoying child who was behind me. And the moment they did supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, this child was able to repeat it. And of course, we were all going supercalifragia, and you couldn't do it. And this kid was doing it, which was lovely. I love it. So anyway, we have read everything out. I don't think we've missed any of our texts this morning. It's almost a world record, which is good. And good morning to you and the entire team, says Gladys in Dagenham. Fantastic. So there we go. Dagenham, we've put you on the map yet again. And apparently shares in high-end brands are defying the gloom, but investors must be picky. How, they say, today, a luxury Bentley could help you beat the squeeze, but steer clear of Ferraris. So there you go. It's the favourite footballer car, isn't it, I believe, Bentleys. They seem to like Bentley Continental Flying Spurs, which is a bit ironic, actually, seeing as I've never played a game of football in my life. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right, that's just about it. Morning. I feel like I've been here for days and days and days, which is very nice. Also nice to be with you on a Monday, being July the 11th. Not suitable for family viewing, I'm afraid. Prince George sitting at Wimbledon in the royal box, finger shoved up his nose. He's 8 years old. You know, you'd think they taught him some manners. Poor little soul had to sit there in a suit. A little 8-year-old suit with a tie and everything. Baking temperatures yesterday. Goodness sake, honestly. The scramble to take over from Boris is on. They've all chucked their hands in the ring and they all said, oh, yeah, we're going to do it. And then some of them have said, oh, I'm going to do it. Liz Truss has entered the race. A few of them have dropped out. And as I say, I'm bored with it already. I am so bored with it. I don't think it's actually possible. Ben Wallace has chucked his hand out. It's because he said he wants to spend time with the family. Yes, after my endorsement. So perhaps I'll mention all of them today and we'll see if they all collapse. Because what will happen is they'll all vote. They'll invite people to vote and they'll bring it down to 2. And then it'll be the final furlong, which will be very exciting. Not. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, you'll hear interviews, you'll hear political commentary all over the place. And everybody's got their opinions of who they think's going to win. And then some of the papers over the weekend, mainly the Sunday Mirror and a few left-wing papers, were saying, oh, I think now Keir Starmer wants to call the general election as soon as possible. And I thought, very unwise. He hasn't got any policies. How can you call a general election? I don't know how long it takes to call a general election, whether or not it's something you could sort of do overnight and you can get everything ready. I don't think you can. I think it's going to take a few weeks. But it'll be very interesting. And still, the Education Minister, Andrea Jenkins, has been criticised for raising her middle finger. She was giving them the finger. This was outside Downing Street. She called it a baying mob. Well, I saw a text from somebody who I know very well who said there was no baying mob. There were a group of women standing there who were complaining about the fact they hadn't been able to see their husbands or fathers before they died and things like that because of COVID. There was no baying mob. But this ridiculous... The Education Minister only goes to prove, don't take a blind bit of notice of anything they say. And a very, very bad example to children, isn't it? Although all she said was, I have to say, I'm only human. Well, I'm sorry, darling, that's not good enough. That really isn't. Seeing as nobody had ever heard of you beforehand. But to give somebody the finger... I mean, there's a lovely clip on YouTube, and it's an American court, because everything in the American courts is filmed. They film everything and they put it up online. And this is a girl who was done for something. Anyway, she's wearing the prison boiler suit. And... the judge is sitting there because all their judges are lay people. They're just guided by the court system. And so he said, can I ask you? He said, you know, do you have jewellery? Do you own property? You have a car, things like that? Yes, I have jewellery, she says, leaning into the sort of the microphone. Most people think you have to lean into microphones, but the whole idea of a microphone is you sit back from it. You don't sort of lean and pull it towards you. It sounds ridiculous. And so she says, yeah, I have jewellery. And he goes, how much is it worth? And she'd go, I don't know, a lot like that. And she was a bit all over. To be honest with you, if you'd seen her in this country, you'd have thought she was, you know, on the old Colombian or something like that. And so in the end, he says, what does he say? He says something to her and she goes, adios. And she turns around to switch, and he goes, miss, come back. Adios? She goes, yes, I think adios is good. He says, I've upped the bail. $10,000. And she goes, what? And he goes, $10,000. And so she turns round, she gives him the finger. And she tells him to F off. But he hears it. And so she disappears out of sight. And she goes, come back, bring her back. He said, did you just tell me to F off? And she goes, yes, I did. He said, 30 days in the county jail. And she goes, what? I thought, now that's what we need over here. Short, sharp shock treatment, 30 days in the county jail, you know, and stay there. It's a hanging day in Woe City, Wyoming. I was watching that the other day, The Ballad of Cat Ballou, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. Nadim Zahawi has insisted he's the victim of a smear campaign, although one of the papers today says, where did you get your £30 million loan from? They're determined to sort of... This is in The Sun. Can't believe it. Really can't believe it. Voters are more interested in bread and butter issues like the cost of living than a debate about trans rights, says Grant Shapps. It's all going to get very nasty. I mean, don't ever think, you know, they're all going to hate each other. They're all going to be digging the dirt on everybody they can. It'll be a brave politician who dishes the first bit of dirt because they'll be digging even deeper for him or for her as well. And I wouldn't like to be in that ring. I really wouldn't. Because let's face it, all these people were picked originally by Boris to be in the cabinet and to be supporting MPs, and then they turn on him like a pack of wolves. They did the same to Thatcher. They were sticking knives in her back as she's climbing into the car in Downing Street to leave. You know, because they all go, oh, yeah, we just lied to you, didn't we? And that's what they're doing here. All of these people, you know, I wouldn't trust any of them. Because they will promise you everything. You know, if you go, oh, I'd like more money in my pocket, they'll offer you more money. They won't do it. They won't do it, but they will promise you more money in your pocket. They'll offer you cheaper petrol. That's our big thing. But well, what do you think that's going to do? Boris hasn't managed to do it in all this time. They won't do that. We're going to bring down the cost of living and bills, electric and No, they won't. No, they won't. They can't. Most of them haven't actually said anything interesting yet. And so every time they do say so, when they're interviewed on television programmes, you know, you can now see the lies emerging. I've seen it before. Every time we have an election, somebody will come round and, you know, canvass you on your front doorstep. So I've electrified the bell. And it's a case of, you know, oh, yes, well, what do you think we should have in this area? Well, I'd quite like to see more sort of, you know, benches in the high street so people can sit down. We're definitely going for that one. That's the last you'll ever hear of it. And in the case of at the moment, all these people apparently going to food banks. Students are going to food banks. Well, if they spent less money on Colombian marching powder and booze, they might be able to afford to eat. But, you know, when you look at them and you listen to the garbage that they come up with, you cannot trust a word they say. They'll do anything to get into power. Once they're in power, they don't care. Look at them all talking about the last Speaker of the House of Commons, his bullying and stuff like that. You know, who'd have known? Who'd have guessed? Apparently, says Ian, Andrea Jenkins had a pop at Dave O'Brien and he absolutely owned her. It was a thing of beauty. Really? When was that? Must have been on Friday because he's on holiday. I don't know where he's gone. I think he's gone to visit his investments in the Cayman Islands or something like that. Jane says, how are the pigeons in the heat? Dead, which is good news. And Peter the Toastmaster says, were you supporting Novax or Loudmouth yesterday? Neither. I can't think of anything more boring than watching people hitting a ball over a net. I make it quite clear on this programme that I'm not remotely interested in anything like Wimbledon. I really couldn't care less. It's not going to change my life. I know people love it, and that's great. But then there's things I love that people hate. So it swings and roundabouts. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. It's just that some people like watching rugby, some people like watching football, some people like watching synchronised swimming. She called James O'Brien Mr. Woke Man, did she? She's really not endearing herself to anybody. Anti-British, anti-free speech. And this is the Education Secretary. Oh, God in heaven, dear. They must have lowered their standards for you. Giving somebody the finger and you're the Education Secretary. I hope the next time, you know, the kids are out round you, they're going to go, oi, you! You know. Let's do the same back to her. These people are so stupid. She said she was standing up for herself after years of abuse and death threats. It's good to come up with stuff like that, isn't it? We've all got excuses. It's like, you know, there was a woman the other day. She was in a contest. It was one of these beauty contests, which I thought had died out in this country. I had no idea that people still voted for, you know, Miss Pontypool or Miss sort of, you know, whatever, Miss Hull, 2002. And it was sort of quite interesting because she apparently was bullied at school. And I thought, yeah, everybody was bullied at school. I didn't know anybody in my school who wasn't bullied. I was bullied at school. Everybody was bullied at school because, as they said on, I think, one of the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and it was that comedian, Rona Cameron, and she said everybody gets picked on. You're either too tall, too fat, too short, too freckly, too ginger, sticky out ears, you know. Yeah, enough about the producer, though. And all these things, everybody got bullied. You know, there was always the fat kid who had sweets. And he was always the most popular one on the school bus because the other kids would bully him to get the sweets off him. You know, there was always somebody who smoked and other people would go, give us a cigarette. They go, I haven't got any spare. Give us your cigarettes. Everybody got bullied. So when they use it as an excuse now, it's just a case of you have to get through school. It happens all the time. Everybody wants to be the most popular person at school. It's like on the radio. Everybody wants to be the most popular person on the radio. I don't. I can't think of anything. Why would you want to be the most popular person on radio? You just want to get through. I mean, I know I am, but I mean, that's kind of a bit difficult. But you just do it. You don't deliberately set out to do something or say something, because otherwise you'd have it scripted, and you don't script programmes. I've never known anybody script things on the radio. Very rare. I mean, I know there are some people who write things down. Yes, I mean, if you work for the BBC, it has to be scripted because you're not allowed an opinion. But as one of the columnists says in the paper today, the BBC's on its way out. It's on its way out now. You don't need it anymore. It's totally irrelevant to the times we're living in. I mean, wouldn't you like to know how much Wimbledon costs the BBC to put out and how many people are on freebies down there? Exactly the same for the Chelsea Flower Show, the Henley Royal Regatta, just about anything that is televised by the BBC. It's all the put your name down on the list and get your tickets for that. That's how it works. And you're paying for it. I love the way they used to say it's your BBC. And I thought, well, if it is, let's close it down. Let's get rid of the one show. Let's get rid of all these bloody cooking programmes, which we're all sick to death of. These third-rate C-list celebrities who they dredge up from cemeteries and old people's homes. Let's get rid of all that kind of stuff. We don't need it. We don't need it. You know, you can have other television programmes. Now they're going to sell off Channel 4, which apparently was innovative at the very beginning, but unfortunately it's gone off the boil a little bit now. Even Celebrity Gogglebox is looking a sad, pale imitation of what it used to be. And yesterday I was watching it, and they all do the same thing. No! Who watches television like that unless there's something a bit remedial about you? You know, go and get some help. Because nobody watches television like that. You just sit there in stunned silence watching something. But it wouldn't be exactly. They're making a television programme. I used to go and see the Royal Variety Performance every year. We used to get tickets for it because I always used to think it was very good. But you have to remember, when you go and see it, they're making a television programme. So if something didn't work, they would stop, and everything stopped. They go, OK, right, wait. And Michael McIntyre, who it was on this particular one, is sort of pacing backwards and forwards. And they go, OK, Michael, can you take it from there? And we're all sitting there like dummies. We've all paid to be there, you know, because it raises an awful lot of money. But these shows take hours to film. I remember going to see the Generation Game with Larry Grayson at the Shepherd's Bush Empire. It was 3 hours. 3 hours. You know what took the time? The conveyor belt at the end. The conveyor belt took the longest time because they would set it up, so you're sitting there waiting, that could be 20 minutes, and then they have somebody standing, you can't see them on camera because they're only concentrating on the middle bit, and they open the doors, which are pulled open by somebody, and the person will be sitting behind, and they go, lots of objects are going to pass in front of you, you've got to remember as many as possible. And there was one bloke putting them on one end, and then they go past, and you have to try and remember everything. And then at the very end, they do playback on the TV monitors so you can see what they won to make sure that they did win what they'd said they won, and they didn't just put them all up on there. It was boring. And then they have to set up all the stands to put all the items on. It was, oh, God knows, I tell you. Quite enough, actually. Quite enough. An NHS day off, says Chris in Aberdeen, so I pulled a late one with some Netflix and a couple of sherbets. Always good to hear you live. He said, well done for showing your listeners about the endoscopy procedure. It was the easiest thing ever. Easiest thing ever. You know, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why people have... I don't know why I was even bothered in the first place. Didn't bother me in the slightest. I had the oxygen up the nose. I had the sedation and a spray at the back of the throat. And that's all you needed. That's all you needed. Harry says, don't forget it's Ian Dale's birthday on Friday the 15th. Yeah, are you a listener to this programme or not? Am I talking to myself? I've told you I'm going to his private party. There's a private party with 100 other people, and for 3 hours, which would be quite long enough as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it's only anything longer than 3 hours, and I look at it as, oh, God, I'd rather die. But, it doesn't matter. Just gone 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
We were just remarking on the fact that we were watching, well, the producer was watching the other day, Fred Dibner. Do you remember the steeplejack? He used to climb up these chimneys on a ladder which was strapped to it, a bit like the one that John Noakes did in Trafalgar Square when he climbed Nelson's Column. And he's moving all these things here, and I'm looking, and I'm thinking, I'm feeling ill watching this. I go all tingly. And he's balancing on the edge of this thing with a cigarette in his mouth. I think actually the cancer killed him in the end. But he's just literally knocking this sort of thing down. And I'm thinking, say it just collapsed. He's got no harness. Safety procedures went out the window with Fred Dibner and other people of his ilk who don't suffer with vertigo. Me, I'm dreadful. And then he'd just sort of hang on to something and then he'd drop down. Look at him. I mean, he's literally He's balancing over the edge. Turn it off. It just makes me ill. It's like people having their pictures taken in the Ukraine. These ladders, he puts them up there. He straps them to this thing, and then he just climbs down. Wooden ladder and a bit of rope. They did it for John. Type in John Noakes climbs Nelson's column. And again, how Blue Peter or the BBC ever allowed it, God knows. Because there were no safety harnesses, there were no ropes, there were no nothing at all. He just climbed it with a ladder that was strapped to the side of the building. The worst thing was, and of course, which everybody forgot about, the cameraman's already had to climb up before him and is filming him climbing up there. I mean, I would be one of these people. I used to have a bad dream years ago. I've had quite a few bad dreams. I dreamt last night I was with Jordan somewhere, and she was sitting right in front of me, and I kept looking at her hair going, it's all extensions, isn't it? They're just sort of glued in. Looked a bit ropey. Yes, that was a real thing. And she turned around and went, oh, you're Steve Allen. I went, yes. Richer than you, love. Richer than you, bankrupt. She just had another tattoo done. Just also got over food poisoning. As I say, it couldn't happen to a nicer person. And but it's interesting when you sort of in your dreams you say all sorts of things. And I used to have a dream about I was in the Albert Hall. Don't ask me why. And I was right at the very top of the Albert Hall, and I was in one of the alcoves. And they were going, Steve, can you? And it's about 20 foot up from the back seat. And so I said, and they were going, Steve, can you climb down? I went, I can't. I'm rooted to the spot. It's like if I was on a roller coaster and it got to the top and then stopped, they'd have to get a helicopter in to get me out because I couldn't do it by myself. I feel ill looking at things like that. And you see sometimes, I mean, imagine if you're on a roller coaster. I mean, luckily when they do the loops, it's freewheeling anyway, so it's never got, bad or stuck up there. But in fact, sometimes they've been stuck going up and you're supposed to get out and walk down the... Not me. Not me. I would be sobbing my heart out and saying somebody will have to sedate me to get me down. I wouldn't get down. I would be a drama queen completely. I don't care. Steve, in all the years I've lived in West Yorkshire, says Jane, I've yet to have anybody come to the door to canvass for my vote. We're very lucky if we get a flyer. It is funny, isn't it? We used to get them all the time. Didn't make any difference. I mean, my parents always knew which way they were voting anyway. People, you could tell by the papers you were delivering to people which way they were voting. If they were buying the Daily Telegraph, they were going to be a Conservative voter. If they bought the Daily Mirror, they were going to be a Labour supporter. It always amazes me that you get sometimes a Labour MP or a Conservative MP who defects to the other party. And you sort of think, well, obviously not very loyal, are you? You're a little bit fickle. I've seen quite a few people do that over the years. Pete the Pool Man says, I've 13 swimming pools to service today. I'm heading out early to avoid the hottest part of the day and to hopefully miss the majority of my customers. We've had the usual calls all weekend, usually starting with, I've got an inflatable pool. It's gone green. I live in Slough. No chance, he said. The sun brings out the crazies, doesn't it? Oh, does it ever? But that's the trouble, isn't it? Algae in pools. You've got to have your pool done, with sort of the tablets and I used to call it the medication. So today you're going to get 31 degrees. Double it and add 30. So you're looking at 90 degrees. Okay? 90 degrees. Not bothering me. I don't care. And that's sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. It's lovely. But unfortunately, Sunday, wait a minute. Sunday it's going up to 35 degrees. Tomorrow it's going to be 32. Oh, then it goes positively freezing on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. 29, 27, 27. Then by the time you get to Sunday, 35 degrees. I think that's the day I hibernate. I think I just dig myself a hole in the ground. It's too hot, isn't it? But actually, I didn't suffer with it yesterday. I did go and treat myself to a little tub of ice cream, which was very nice, which I had, and salted caramel. They only have salted caramel. I need to go to Waitrose. But the trouble is I don't want to buy a block of this ice cream. I just want one of the little tubs, which is quite... See, you had lemon sorbet. So that's quite nice, isn't it? That's quite nice. Anything, really. But they've said, can you start conserving water? I don't know why all of a sudden you'll be drinking more water. You can put loads of other fizzy things in your fridge to keep them chilly. And bearing in mind, your fridge will not operate at its usual capacity because, for some reason, they don't work in the heat. Middle of winter, everything freezes. We lost the BBC presenter Michael Barrett the other day. I was quite sad. His son tweeted about it. He died in a hospice in Berkshire. And he hosted the current affairs show Nationwide in the 1970s. Used to get a tea time audience of 10 million. A tea time audience of 10 million. He was 94, and he lived life to the full, his family said, whilst Lorraine Kelly described him as a class act. He was definitely a class act. He was what I call old school. Old school. I mean, you know, the programme Nationwide was hosted by the likes of Esther Ranson, Valerie Singleton, Sue Lawley and David Dimbleby. The long-running Watchdog programme began life as a feature on Nationwide. So we lost him the other day, Michael Barrett. What a lovely man. One of those people, I know it's going to sound a bit odd because I know what you're going to say to me, but he reminded me a little bit of Frank Boff, only in the presenting side of it. Frank Boff was what I call a comfortable presenter. We knew about the other things because he came and worked for LBC and everybody was going, sure, you know, because he had... Well, I don't know, actually. I didn't like to question anything. I just sort of assumed some people are into different things. It's like every time I saw Jimmy Savile being interviewed on television, you just looked at him and went, you're a pervert. That's all it was. I couldn't think of anything else. But with sort of people like Michael Barrett and Frank Boff, they were just comfortable presenters. They would sort of, it was all very relaxed. You would often get, you know, Michael Barrett turn around saying, so and so, let's have a look at and it was just nice. It was somebody that you trusted. And it's trust which goes an awful long way. It's like trust in radio as well. You have to trust the person you're listening to, because otherwise you wouldn't listen to them. You know, sometimes you can hear people, and what was I watching the other day? Because he came over some stick. Oh, it was Piers Morgan. He was interviewing somebody. It was a member of the government about something, and he was asking about the amount of. He wanted to know the figures of the people who died. And she was laughing. And he said, excuse me, why are you laughing? And he got into trouble for it. They had so many complaints to Ofcom about the fact they thought he was aggressive. And I thought, he's trying to get an answer out of a plank on the television who's put themselves up there, but wasn't giving him the answer. And every time he kept saying, so how many people have died? He said, why can you not answer the question? You know, that's what they used to be on television. They would keep bullying you and bullying until you gave them the answer. Don't go round the houses. I ask you a straightforward question. How many people have died? If you look at... No, how many people have died? What are you, thick? And that's why... Yes, what people really want to know is how many people have died, OK? And it was when he said to her, why are you laughing still? And she went, oh, I'm anticipating the questions. He said, but why are you laughing? This isn't funny. People are dying. She was a really thick person, actually. I don't even know who she was. Can't even tell you, but I got a little bit annoyed. Yes, it was new Prime Minister round the corner. But, you know, when you get the education person who gives minister and gives the finger to somebody, you think somebody's appointed you incorrectly, love. You should be out sort of trying to work on a till. Oh, sorry, condoms, how much? You know, that kind of thing. I don't know why. Also, steps. I've been thinking about what they do for the future. Whatever it is, it'll be a tragedy, thank you. They wouldn't rule out an ABBA-style hologram extravaganza. Oh, do us a favour, love, it's not going to happen. They're not going to spend that much money. You know, what they'll be doing is just putting you lot on stage. Because they're a little bit worried that they haven't found their groove. Although Lisa Scott-Lee said it's not so much a job, it's a way of life. Because on August the 19th, they're going to release their Platinum Collection, which is the greatest hits album, but features a new single. So basically, it's the same old garbage you bought before, but this time there's one extra record on there. I mean, talk about repackaging stuff. It's amazing. And Lisa is happy to have proven their people wrong, saying they've always been the underdog. No, they haven't. They've always been campy. But I don't believe they all sing. In fact, I'm totally convinced Lee Latchford Evans doesn't sing a note. I'm really convinced, because I remember him looking at the thing and somebody saying, you don't do it, because it was all put together by Pete Waterman. Pete Waterman, he did a rap on the 5, 6, 7, 8, did he? My roots scooting babies driving me crazy, my... We did that on Five's Company. We were the first people to do it. We had them in there. In fact, you can probably find 5, 6, 7, 8 on Five's Company on YouTube. Yeah, thought you might. You'll see me in there. I arrived late to the party because I was doing an interview downstairs and I came up, so I hadn't learnt the dance. Ian H. Watkins, H standing for... What was it standing for? We can't remember. Hyperactive, yeah. Of course, everybody else has got another idea. Both 46 are stomping, headlining Mighty Hoopla. Still stomping, headlining Mighty Hoopla last month. So So they're not all together, are they? Are they all still? I mean, are they all still together and working? I wonder if they made any money. Shouldn't think so. But they did split in 2001, and then a decade later, they think they found their groove, which is good. You know, I mean, they were just campy, weren't they?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Kim says, hope it's a wee bit cooler during the night for you down there, Steve. I personally don't like it too hot. Well, actually, it's lovely. It's lovely. When I came out this morning, came out. I remember thinking, oh, thank God it's not hot. I couldn't bear it if it'd been hot, and it was actually quite cool. So I was quite pleased with that. Chris in Aberdeen again. So did you ever interview John Craven? Of course. And yes, Newsround was a big part of the world. He was the first person who did a children's news programme, which did tremendously well. I still see him now on television. He sort of pops up. He does Country File, doesn't he? Yeah, he's lovely. He's lovely. Mind you, there's a lovely piece in the Metro today on Leslie Joseph, who has been working systematically in musicals and everything else, and she's currently touring in Sister Act, where she plays 2 parts, Sister Lazarus, I believe, and then on tour she's playing Mother Superior, which on the Resident is played by Jennifer Saunders. So Jennifer Saunders hasn't gone on the tour, and so Leslie plays 2, so she's got to learn 2 parts, and she's 76. And they said, how do you keep going? She said, well, I take turmeric. She said, I did eat a little bit, and I found I couldn't fit into any of the clothes. And she's kept most of Dorian's clothes. She said, because if you need a nice outfit to put on, Dorian, I took Leslie, well, in fact, actually, Leslie and I go back many, many years. One, when we were doing the Laurence Olivier Awards, and they had the awards ceremony in one of the theatres in town. I can't remember which one it was, actually. But we had it there, and then we all got in our cars and pootled off to the reception, which was in a hotel where you have the sit-down dinner and all the rest of it. And so she needed to change in my car. So I had the sight of Leslie Joseph in bra and pants in the back of my car. The reason she changed, and it's quite clever, is because when she went into the Laurence Olivier Awards in the theatre show, they take photographs. If she's then wearing the same outfit when she goes for the dinner, they won't take photographs. So she changed her outfit and she got the photographs. And then I had to take her once to Lakeside. She was opening something and I forget what it was. And again, she changed in the car and it was some big shop. Yeah, I appeared to be the driver for this thing. I can't imagine why. But anyway, I was. And I took her to this thing and we parked up and we went shopping in Lakeside as well. So you can imagine we attracted quite a crowd. And we were sort of running through things she could say, like, I'm here to give something to Essex because Essex has given so much to me. And we had all these sort of funny lines which we were coming up with. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. So I have my claim to fame that I've had Leslie Joseph stripped off in the back of my car. When you go on holiday, if you've got an illness like diabetes or you've got cancer or it doesn't matter what it is, you have to phone up to get insurance. And unfortunately, you have to pay through the nose for it because without the insurance, you can't travel. It's a bit of a pain, really, because when I went last time, they went, oh, right, so you're diabetic. OK, and you can hear them working to a cue sheet. You can hear them turning the paper over. And they were saying, OK, so you type 1 or type 2? Type 2. Tablet or insulin dependent? Both. So we go on. How many tablets do you take a day? Oh, don't even ask, love. Don't even ask. It's a lot of tablets. I'll probably do 1, 2. Actually, no, it's probably about 3 metformin and insulin every day. So we did that. And then you suffer other things. Well, it was blood pressure. Yes, we do that. And you could see them going click, 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 click. Money, 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 money. And in the end, she said, right, I'll just let you know how much that's going to be. Because you want to make sure you're covered. Because if you fall ill, bearing in mind, our NHS don't work abroad. You can't just potter into a hospital. They want to see your medical certificate before you have to pay. Have you got a credit card? No. Well, you're not being dealt with here. Simple as that. She said that'll be 260 quid. Well, one cancer patient went on to one of these online companies, and how much were they quoted for a 2-week trip to Canada? Bearing in mind it's Canada, so if somebody falls ill, they've got to go to hospital, and then I should imagine, they'd have to be covered by the insurance. 7,000 quid they were quoted. £7,000 to go to Canada and have 2 weeks insurance because you're a patient suffering with cancer. I mean, it is terrible, isn't it? It really is terrible. What was the other one I quite liked, actually? It was somebody who was driving a Lamborghini. It was pulled over by the neck. And why did they pull it over? It had no front number plate. And so you do get people, you get the little boy racers, basically a lot of them go and rent them because they like to pretend that they've got a flashy car, which they haven't, of course. But anyway, this particular one was pulled over for having no front number plate. It's worth £270,000. And then it turns out, plank of all planks, the driver was uninsured. So it's been seized. I mean, how stupid are these people? I bet he was young. Because, otherwise you'd be going to get the insurance on it immediately. So wait a minute. Milton Keynes, and they indicated the driver owned it but couldn't show he'd insured it. Because they sometimes go, I'm insured with Tesco. And you go, no, you're not. No, you're not, matey. So it was seized and the driver reported. That's good. You won't be getting that back in a long while, mate, unless you produce an insurance certificate. So it's great. I love stuff like that. Always makes me very happy, actually. And somebody got fined for going to a McDonald's. Did you see that story a bit further down? Twice in a day. It's completely unfair because what it is, it's in a car park. And so Spencer Barclay, he sounds like he is just okay going to eat at McDonald's. Oh, God, maybe not. Put your seatbelt on, Spencer. And he got a £100 parking fine for visiting the same McDonald's twice in a day. He's in Gateshead, Tyne and Wear. He comes from Benwell. He's 52. He claims he went to work at nearby Metropolitan House where he left his car all day in their free car park. When he finished work at 5 p.m, he returned to the same McDonald's, which is located, to collect a Happy Meal for his 6-year-old son. Days later, he was sent a parking fine from UKPC, which said he'd been parked up at the eatery for 8 hours and 43 minutes. He said it's disgusting. It's blatantly designed to try and get money out of people. It's extortion. I'm surprised, actually, from Gateshead. He knew what the word extortion was. But there you go, he did. He said it could clearly happen to anybody. Well, if you park illegally, yeah, I mean, that's what happens, unfortunately. I mean, it's a bit of a non-story, so you've got to find 100 quid. Well, that'll teach you, won't it? Or as they say in Gateshead, Tyne and Wear, that'll learn you. Pet. Pet. I love it. Dog owners face being hauled into court if they take their dog for walks with no little doggy bag to pick up after it. But, of course, all people on mobility scooters, they don't pick up. They don't pick up. I've never seen anybody on a mobility scooter. Well, they've got a dog in the first place. I've got no idea. Dennis in Grantham says the next Prime Minister's up against it from the start because the Conservative Party is so divided. I can't see anybody who could take command of that unruly lot. Here in our market town, we have the unwanted Margaret Thatcher statue. It's been daubed with paint and eggs. I hope Boris doesn't get one made and put in either his birthplace or constituency because the damage would be immense. I don't know why, Dennis, because Margaret Thatcher was one of the best prime ministers this country's ever turned out. Look at what she did for the country. She did it. I appreciate the fact there are certain sections of the country where they're a bit plankish and they go, ooh, let's go and daub it with paint and throw eggs on it. What a waste of food. Don't complain about, I can't get me benefits because I wasted me eggs throwing them at a statue of Margaret Thatcher. So the kids have not had breakfast, so we'll have to go up to food bank. I don't know which land they're from, but, people who throw things. It's basically, whichever way you look at it, it doesn't matter whether it's Margaret Thatcher, whether it's, anybody, Winston Churchill. If you deface a statue, that's defacing a statue and you should pay for it. Simple as that. Like those 3 people the other day on a bus going from Bournemouth and the girl, a little bit scuzzy. The reason is she's on a bus in a bikini with a bloke with his shirt off and another girl, and she wants the bus driver to stop, not at a bus stop. Well, of course, it's illegal for them not to stop at bus stops. And she wants to get off. She wants to go to the toilet. And he says, no, you'll have to wait till the next bus stop. So what does she do? She urinates on the bus. She's that revolting and disgusting. She's that much of pond life. And so they issued photos of the 3 people, and they want to find them because they caused £700 worth of damage. Because the moment something happens like that, the bus goes out of service. I can remember twice it's happened to me, actually, twice. I can remember coming back from Kingston once, and I'm sitting upstairs at the back of the bus, which I don't normally do. It's normally reserved for people who want a quick cigarette. And I don't do quick cigarettes. But anyway, And there's a bloke sitting on a seat, and I'm looking at him, just kind of staring into the distance. And we get to Fulwell, and all of a sudden he goes, I'm thinking, oh, God, he's going to be sick. So I quickly get up and rush past him just as he throws up on the top deck of the bus. And then what does he do? He gets off the bus and just casually wanders off down the road. So, of course, the bus has to go out of commission. And then a friend of mine was driving a bus. He knows who he is. And it pulled in. He always used to pull in every morning to say, hi, Steve, how you doing? And all the rest of it. And fine. And as he opened the doors, there was a drunk on the bus who went and was sick. He said, well, that's the bus out of commission. So the 4 people that were on it, they had to all get off because they have to get people in to clean the bus and do everything else. But to urinate on the bus, I thought was just about the most pathetic thing you've ever seen in your life. So I hope they get sent to prison. That's what I'd be recommending if I was the magistrate. Have you found the story? It's very interesting because they had pictures as well of these quite clearly identified. You'll better find them easily. Girl urinates on bus, I think. I'm sure it was Bournemouth, something like that. But no, well, I don't think it's all caught on because they've got video on all the buses. And also they abused a few other passengers. So you know what sort of people they are. Pond life. There they are. Bikini-clad women on a bus. I mean, really. How bad can it be? The driver refused to stop and let her off. And it is disgusting, isn't it? And here they are. Look at the state of that, honestly. You know exactly where they come from. We've all got a rough idea. And can you imagine on the bus and she urinates because the bus driver will not let her off? I hope they catch you, love, and I hope you have to pay the £700. I bet you'll be unemployed. Got this feeling about it. Look at who gets on a bus in a bikini? I mean, seriously. No, I don't. No, surprisingly. Steve, I have type 2 diabetes and stage 4 prostate cancer. To visit my sister again in Australia, I was quoted £1,345, 15 pence. Don't forget the 15 pence. I think that's quite good for 6 weeks. I know it's, but if you've got type 2 diabetes and stage 4 prostate cancer, I think 1,345 and 15 pence is actually not bad at all. Certainly a lot better than the £7,000, which they were quoting for this person. Any clues as to what the Make Some Noise collectible will be this year, says Chris in Oban? I might have. My lips are sealed. I can't say anything. We never like to reveal it in advance. Because it's our sole intention to raise as much money as we possibly can. And so hopefully we're able to do that this year. Although I think we'll be pushing. I'm going to be pushing you a bit harder because everybody's going to be complaining about, we've got no money, we can't afford food, we can't afford this, and the bills are going to come in. And by that time, half these ne'er-do-wells who are applying for the Tory party leadership will be promising you everything. We'll give you all £1 million. There you go, you can have £1 million, and it's all going to be fantastic. I noticed, actually, the girlfriend of Putin over in, he can't be that ill, can he? He's just fathered another child. Apparently with his, she's some... gymnast or something. I mean, to be honest with you, there's something the matter with him, isn't he? Cracked on his head. And Elon Musk has admitted to having 10 children. I mean, to be honest with you, if he didn't have all that money, he wouldn't be pulling them at that rate. He really wouldn't. I mean, look at him, for God's sake. I mean, honestly, but 10 children. Not going to be worrying. How many's Boris got? I always inquire about that because I'm never sure. Is it 6 or 7? I know. I was never we're not sure that he knows, actually. And Wimbo Bad Boy, the one who sort of, they go, ooh, he's a bit of a bad boy and all the rest of it, used the F word in front of Prince George. So he'll be using that when he goes to school. Don't you effing talk to me. I'm Prince George. Yeah, giving them the finger and all the rest of it. I've seen it outside Downing Street. Don't you mess with me. I'm entitled.
Steve Allen on LBC.
We've got another motorway story. After the Lamborghini pulled over for having no front number plate, what a plank, he turned out to be uninsured. Even more stupid, even more dangerous. But there you go. But now the motorway police, as they pootle up and down, found a woman behind the wheel of a car. What was she doing? Putting on her makeup at 70 miles an hour with the makeup mirror propped up on the steering wheel. These people should be locked up immediately. I'm sorry, I would have no hesitation at all. I think we're far too lenient with people nowadays. So she's doing her makeup at 70 miles an hour. They had a woman the other day on the motorway, and she was drunk. She was drunk and they didn't know it was a woman until they finally stopped her. They said very rarely do you get women, and she was belting it at 100 miles an hour, going over red lights and all the rest of it, and doing the whole bit of it. So off to prison for her, which is very good, which I quite approve of. Hundreds of kids are being treated for gaming addiction by the NHS. What for? It's a hobby. It's like saying, oh, I'm addicted to magic. Well, you need to get treated by the NHS. They like gaming. Fancy wasting money on the NHS. I don't see that as any problem at all, do you? I don't. And, I've done steps, haven't I? Oh, Katie Price is still on holiday because she doesn't have a job, and she's basically a bankrupt and a convicted drink driver. So best she stays away as long as possible. Don't ever bother coming back, love. Stay over there. On the beach, they do a picture and then they sort of sell it to the newspapers, and that's about her only income at the moment. She's got nothing else to do. But interesting, you've got another cooking programme. There's a whole load of people who are going to be cooking for you on the television. It's a case of, how many cemeteries and old people's home can you raid to bring people out? And they've got a right weird collection. It's very strange. Very strange when you look at all these different people. And that's all people do now. They make their living on these, celebrity master chefs. So, for example, here we go. Now, try and work out how many you think you know. Love Island star Faye Winter. Nope, sorry, love. Strictly Come Dancing professional Katya Jones. Yeah, she was the one who cheated, didn't she, and had a fling with some bloke. The McFly singer Danny Jones. Honestly, all these people lose all their credibility. They do, honestly. The moment you do either the Dancing on Ice, the Strictly Come Dancing, or a cooking programme, you've lost credibility. I mean, can you imagine the Rolling Stones or Elton John doing anything like this? Absolutely not. Paul Chuckle, Lisa Snowdon, former EastEnders star Cliff Parisi, star of the choir Gareth Malone, and it's broadcast over 6 weeks. And also you've got Chris Eubank, TV presenter Kirsty Gallagher, former pro footballer Jimmy Bullard, and Ryan Thomas. Now, we spoke about Ryan Thomas earlier on. He was the one bullied, if you remember, by Roxanne Pallett, that ghastly old baggage. Former EastEnders actor Richard Blackwood, together with former All Saints member Melanie Blatt. God. Comedian Kay Kurd. Anybody on that one? No, just making up the numbers, love. And RuPaul's Drag Race UK star Kitty Scott-Claus. Yeah, mind you, it now plumbs a new depth. Nancy Delusional. They're putting her on there. What in God's name for? Claim to fame, goes out with old men. And that's about it. Leslie Joseph is on, as well as actors Adam Pearson and Clark Peters. Clark Peters was in Five Guys named Mo and is very nice. I don't know who Adam Pearson is. I've got no idea. He'll turn out to be somebody from sort of Hollyoaks or something like that you've never heard of in your entire life. But they put them on. How many people do they need on these programmes? Can't they just have one or two or something like that? Dreadful waste of money. Dreadful waste of money. What else we got in the papers today? Swearing on the throne, ranting. How do you pronounce his name? How do we say it was? The ranting tennis player, the mouthy one, Kyrgios? Kyrgios, we think so. But he swore next to Prince George, who I should imagine has probably heard loads of words like that if he's been anywhere near his Uncle Andrew. Swearing and effing and blinding all over the place. Right turn. I don't know why we should be surprised that the royal family haven't heard swearing. Princess Margaret apparently knew every swear word and then some. She was well known for swearing. Really? Terrible. But Tom Cruise went again. I mean, seriously, give it up, mate. Give it up. It's all very nice and all the rest of it. And also Loki star, is that Tom Hiddleston with Kate Winslet? She's quite a big deal, isn't she? And then Sue Barker welled up as people hailed her as unbelievable at presenting women. She got paid for it. It's a gig. It's not like she'd done it for free. Make such a big deal about Sue Barker, don't they? They go, oh, Sue Barker did so well. She's done 30 years. You think, yeah, she's earned a fortune out of it. So she's given up on it. I mean, nobody over the age of, or under the age of 30 knows who she is anyway. It's like they did a piece the other day on the Weather Woman from the BBC, because she's apparently an author as well. A tennis fan who Nick Kyrgios demanded to be thrown out of centre court. He accused her of having 700 drinks and said she was trying to support him. The 27-year-old Australian was furious at Polish lawyer Ania Palus when she started to talk as he was about to serve. What a rude old bag. You don't talk when they're serving. At Wimbledon, she was ejected temporarily after she said she'd only had 2 drinks and blamed the heat. Well, don't talk, dear. Learn some bloomin' manners. She said he always says the crowd is against him and I wanted to show we were for him. You're not right for Wimbledon, dear. Don't ever go again, please. It's not for people like you talking to the players. They don't know you. They don't like you. Try and sober up. She said, I only had 1 Pimm's and 1 rosé. Well, you've mixed. You've mixed your drinks. Drunk as a skunk. He told the umpire why she's still here. She's drunk and speaking to me in the middle of a game. So they've got a picture of her. She looks as though she's about to talk to anybody. But you don't talk to them when they're playing tennis, dear. Honestly. Let's come round and talk when you're performing, shall we? Wouldn't like that either. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So grateful to the NHS, Steve. We were on a hired narrowboat on the Oxford Canal in May. My friend Claude fell off the embankment and pulled some ligaments in his shoulder. We were in Lower Hayford, and the paramedics came all the way from Banbury. They took him to hospital in Banbury, treated him and released him in the evening. So well done, NHS, says Patrick. Oh, we were all saying well done to the NHS. Always. My God, why does Katie Price look so ropey? She really does. She's got tattoos all over the place. Over her stomach, over her arms, over her legs. And apparently she's got a new tattoo of a pony. It's lovely being bankrupt, isn't it, dear? I wish I was bankrupt and could afford to have tattoos done. Not really. Apparently pain can be dimmed by listening to sounds played as quietly as a whisper. Yeah, the China-based researcher Dr. Yuoyan Liu says we were very surprised at the intensity. I don't know what that means, actually. The effect of soothing music and other noises at reducing pain has been known for decades. They've tested it on mice. I mean, like mice are going to sit there with a pair of headphones on. Yeah, it feels much better now. I feel so much better. Jack says it's pronounced Kyrios. Well, whatever it is, he's not very pleasant and he lost. Okay, so there you go. And he swears. Kim says, I put my makeup on in the passenger seat of a car, and that was an undertaking, Steve. Putting your face on whilst driving, amazingly cavalier attitude. But actually, yeah, this woman was driving the blooming things. I was different if you're a passenger. But I mean, you know, putting your face on whilst driving, that is really dumb. Oh, I've seen people shaving before. Yeah, seriously. Their legs. No, I've seen people shaving. Blokes sitting shaving. Very odd. So the hottest day today, well, it's not. Hottest day is going to be, what do we say, Sunday? 33 degrees. Home's told to ration water. Well, listen, you turn on the tap, it comes out the tap. I don't know what more to say about it. I do buy bottled water. A lot of. Oh, and my Breville hot water maker arrived yesterday. So I'm very excited by that. I shall be plugging it in when I get in, which is very nice indeed. This is the thing that you buy. It's about 59 quid, and you fill it up with water. It takes about 3 litres. I know it's... No, not hot water. Just fill it up with cold water. I fill it up with bottled water, actually, because I don't really drink out the tap. And I don't like to. It's not necessary. And then you push the button, and instantly out drips hot water. And so you can have your instant cup of tea. You don't have to wait, the 25 minutes for the kettle to change colour. So very handy this week. Because actually for 2 days I've not had a cup of tea before I left in the morning. I've had cold water, which is very nice because I've got to take all the tablets and all the other little bits and pieces. What have we got here? This is Mariah Carey leading the A-listers at a star-studded front row for Dolce & Gabbana's latest catwalk show. I think all these people get paid to go there. I think Dolce & Gabbana pay people, and so you've got Drew Barrymore. Oh, I tell you what, I was sad to hear the other day. And I mean, I know it's an old story, but it was famous people who've died, no money. And one of them was a girl from Happy Days. She played Richie's sister. I think her name is Erin. And Erin died some years ago now. She died broke. She'd made all 255 episodes, I think, and every time they played, she got £1,000 an episode. But she died broke, and she was homeless as well. And I think, how sad. But they did a whole piece on people, Erin Moran, a whole piece on people who've won money, like people who won the lottery, including that plank, Mikey Carroll. Remember the former dustman? The one who sort of wasted all his money. Luckily, the wife took half of it, and the rest he shoved up his nose and all the rest of it. So that's good, isn't it? Because tomorrow, it's the same £191 million. They must be raking it in down at Camelot, mustn't they? Raking it in. But they had people in America who'd won like 14 million, 15 million, and they'd lost it all. Either through investments or, well, mainly not investments. It's mainly a case of one woman was just very generous, buying lots of things, but just carried on spending. It was a bit like Bros. Bros thought they had loads of money, but they didn't. They had no, because they wanted to be seen. They were playing popsicles. They were playing pop stars. Erin Moran was only 56 when she died, but to die broke, and she never achieved that fame that she did in Happy Days. I thought that was very sad. Anyway, Let's have happy news after the news, which is coming up next. Lots of people, lots of Muslims smiling and waving as they pile on top of an overcrowded train. This can only happen in Dhaka, the Bangladeshi capital, where people are on the top of the train, and you think to yourself, what happens when it goes round a corner at speed? Do people slide off? But they're there, rushing home for the Eid celebrations, and they risk their lives for the biggest Islamic festival. But it's the sitting on the top of the train that frightens the life out of me. I wouldn't do it, but people literally are clinging onto the side of the trains. And when other trains go past, there's a very, very great danger of being knocked off. And also fright them on the beaches, the couple's Mexican hell holiday.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, oh my goodness me, it's going to be even hotter today than you can cope with. It's going to be up to about, 31 degrees. Next Sunday, 33 degrees. Which is not very nice at all, is it? Oh, 35 degrees. Oh, goodness me. I'm so sorry. I feel very sorry for anybody who's got to work in this weather. I mean, especially if you're, I don't know what it's like driving a tube train or driving a bus. I mean, is there any air conditioning, or do you just have to have the little side window open? Some tube lines have got, I think the new one has got aircon, hasn't it? I don't know why they don't install it. It's probably too expensive to put in all the other trains, but to be honest with you, it's unpleasant. And if you're coming into any of the mainline stations and your train is one of those particularly busy ones, it must be a nightmare for you. You know, somebody with their arm up holding onto the sort of strap, and you go, oh, God, there'd be wet patches all over the place. And you can't open the windows, can you? On the buses, I do. But on the trains, most of them don't open at all. I was a bit worried, actually. I did say it. I'm very rarely wrong on these things. But the people of Little Mix, they've all sort of gone out, and they're all hoping to get solo careers going. I don't think it works like that, because the Jade Thirlwell is plotting her return to the stage, and she's told her friends in Inner Circle she wants to perform at next year's Mighty Hoopla Festival. Well, by that time you'll be forgotten about, dear. It's very fickle, the music business. And then the other one, Leanne Pinnock, she was out. She wasn't working either at this, I think it was at the Wireless Festival in North London on Friday. And I think as groups, they're very popular and they do very, very well. When they all decide to go solo, it doesn't work, because, you know, it's like, look at Paul Louise. You know, she was in Eternal years ago. Now it's a waste of time her going in the studio. Nobody's going to buy the stuff. They move on. The fans are very fickle. The only person who's done the best is Harry Styles, who has, you know, moved around in his career from touring. I mean, the best thing he ever did was starting touring America. Americans absolutely love him. They go crackers for him. In fact, even on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills the other day, they were sitting, and Andy, who fronts the programme, he owns the rights to all the Housewives of, and he said to them, you know, have you got any big celebrity, fans? And one of the ladies said, yes, she said, we've got Harry Styles. She said, we were thrilled. So he's known to all these different groups of people over there. But as you mentioned, the other people, they're not known. And Harry has literally gone on to make an absolute fortune. Whereas, you know, how many other people were there in the group? I can't remember. There were 5 in total, weren't there? And it's not worked for any of them. They've had modicum degrees of success. Liam and Niall have so-so careers. Well, Niall, I mean, what does he do now? Does he do singer-songwriter stuff? Liam just sort of, you know, has girlfriends who've got names, and that's about as good as it gets. And then there was the other one who sort of didn't want to perform anyway because he got scared. Was that Zayn? That was Zayn. So, you know, it's tough out there. But all these people, that's why when they announced the other day, oh, we're going to bring back the X Factor, I thought, what for? What for? So you build people's hopes up. You go, oh, I think people think I'm going to be on the X Factor. And then somebody says it's going to be on Channel 5. And they go, Channel 5? I mean, maybe Dan Walker could host it and completely destroy a career. Because he's disappeared completely now. Apparently he does read the news, but nobody really cares. Doesn't make any difference. Anybody can read the news. As long as you can read big letters on a screen that moves, you should be okay. It's not difficult. You don't have to write it yourself either. Somebody else writes it and they put it up on it's called AutoCue. There is a company called AutoCue and they come along. Yeah, the company's called AutoCue. And they then turn the little button and it moves in front of you. It's just underneath the camera, so you're looking into the camera, but you can always tell if they're on auto cue. Watch their eyeballs. You can see them moving from side to side. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But I told you when we used to do it for BSB years ago, when LBC got the contract to supply the news, and I was one of the newsreaders on there. We didn't know what programs we were going into. We were doing it from Hammersmith with a 4-camera shoot, reinforced floor, which is still there because it's diamond hard to get the cameras to move. And I was wearing very loud, like this, in fact, even louder than this shirt, without realising I was going into some political programs. Nobody ever said anything. But we controlled our own auto cue. We had a foot pedal underneath the table, and we would do it at our own speed. So they would load it from the newsroom, and the newsroom were on the left-hand side. It was an open window, and as the news was sort of coming up, they would have a panning shot, which meant it would go from one side of the studio to the other and then come to rest on the news presenter. And all the people sitting in the news gallery, they'd start animating themselves. They'd stand up and sort of point into the distance or something. That I'll be sitting there banging something out on a typewriter. They were dreadful actors, but they did it all the time. And underneath the table, we had this foot pedal. And the idea is that the thing then comes to you and they go in your ear, okay, 3, 2, 1, and cue, Steve. I mean, they really do say this. And you've got a floor manager and everything else, and he points. And on this particular time, I had a dreadful habit at the time of tapping my foot. And I tapped my foot, and when I looked up to read the good morning, this is the latest news and so I'm reading, and the weather, and you go into complete meltdown because you've got nothing to read. You're supposed to take, yes, you literally tap the back of the thing and it whizzed back there. But for a brief moment, I was staring into the void, and it was very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Chris from Jersey says, early start, taking the family to Turkey for 2 weeks, looking at nearly 40 degrees. He says, I think it's about time you penned a book. Oh, God, no. But 40 degrees over there. See, I think it's all right if it's 40 degrees, if you're near water. And I mean, they are more geared up for hot weather, whereas we're not. We're not geared up for anything. We're not geared up for snow. Not geared up for leaves on the line, rain. We can't do anything. We're just wind. We can't cope. Well, wind, obviously. But we can't cope with anything like that. Other countries, you go to Vegas, it's in the middle of the desert. Do they ever have droughts? No. Is everything air-conditioned? Yes. I mean, it is hot. If you walk out on the streets in Vegas, you know about it. It's hot. And people sell bottles of water on the streets. You can buy, a couple of dollars gets you a bottle of water. And so everybody has it. There's so many people selling water. And you think, and all the grass is green. Over here, 2 days of this weather, it's parched. Parched. Everywhere looks sort of dreadful. It looks brown and grubby and it's, ghastly. Because we can't cope with things like that. And then they say to us, would you mind just conserving a little bit of water because there might be a lot of, and very shortly you're going to be seeing on the news programmes reservoirs that are bone dry or only a little puddle in the middle of it. We just can't conserve water. I've got no idea why. We just can't. It's one of those things. So, when you go to Turkey and you're 40, mind you, don't watch car driving over there in Turkey. Remember that bloke drove off the edge of a cliff? And even my friend Lynn, she said that the drivers over there are mad. Completely mad. She said because you go up they went up a very steep mountain to a restaurant at the top, which they'd been recommended, but they were taken up there. She said, literally, you sit there thinking, oh, my God, and there was that bloke who died the other day, the one out of Towie. And he'd been a naughty boy. He'd been in prison. And he was just a naughty boy. But for some reason, he went off the edge of a mountain, and we don't know why. And he was in a car with somebody else who was in Towie, who survived, but I don't know why. And ironically, as if bad luck couldn't happen to anybody else, Lauren Goodyear, who has just lost her perfect baby, she used to go out with him as well. She used to go out with him. I don't know how long it was, but either way, I mean, bad luck seems to follow on. I was telling you, actually, I got a bit confused, actually. Drew Barrymore, because we got sidetracked, is one of the people who went over there for the Dolce & Gabbana catwalk show. She was there. Sharon Stone, as I say, I mean, what she does, I've got no idea. They just sort of dredge her up, don't they? And Helen Mirren was there, who seems to turn up to the opening of a fridge. They go, and here's Helen Mirren again, and we go, Helen Mirren again? How does that work out? I mean, yes, she's still acting. I think she's like Judi Dench. I think she stops. I mean, she's 76. 76. But unfortunately, they've sort of put her next to Sharon Stone, who towers above her by at least 1.5 feet. But still interesting. So the latest collection, I mean, you know, unless you mix in these markets, you wouldn't have the faintest idea what the collection was. It's just clothes. It's a bit like, does Victoria Beckham ever have anything like that? Not really. No. It's not really worth doing, is it, I suppose? A pedicab passenger has been killed in a suspected drink-drive crash. Now, you know what the pedicabs are. I don't know why they've never banned them. These things are not insured. They don't pay any tax. They rip you off. They're very dangerous. Anyway, they're the rickshaws, but they call them pedicabs because now they've got advertising on them and all the rest of it. These people, you shouldn't go anywhere near them. It's like these American sweet shops. Shouldn't go anywhere near those either. Definitely not. But this woman in her 20s was declared dead at the scene after a collision between her pedal-powered cab and a car. The pedicab driver, they drive the wrong way up the one-way streets. They jump lights. They jump everything. And the mayor's done nothing. Nothing about it. Apparently, the driver of the car was arrested. Suspicion of causing death by dangerous driving and driving under the influence of alcohol. This happened at Elephant Castle at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in the morning, you'd have to be mad to get in a pedicab. In fact, you'd have to be mad full stop. The only people who get in them are tourists. And how many stories have we heard on this programme of people being ripped off? They said, oh, we just went from here to there and they wanted £100. Tell them to whistle. Tell them to whistle for it. But, you know, the idea is do not get in them. They've been pedicab operators have supported government plans to licence the industry, which is plagued by tourists being ripped off. I mean, some of them are they're blatant crooks. It's as simple as that. I can't describe them as anything else. I think there was one person who went from Piccadilly Circus to Hamleys and they got charged 250 quid. These people threaten you. Be warned. Want to get in a pedicab? Remember, they're not licensed, they're not insured, and they don't pay any tax. You seriously want to hand your money over to these convicts? Disgraceful. Really is. Ball and chain, that's what I say.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I've often complained on the programme. There you go, that's the statement. No, I've often complained about these delivery drivers who, you know, for people who can't be bothered to get off their fat bottoms and actually get out there and go and buy some food, they have to have it delivered by somebody on a bicycle who jumps traffic lights, is not insured, and they get paid for delivering anything from a double Whopper to a piece of Kentucky Fried Chicken. There's a Deliveroo customer here who took on Deliveroo and won. Her burger and chips arrived stone cold, 3 hours late. 3 hours late. Faye Holiday was promised her Baconator with fries would be delivered within 30 minutes. I mean, even then it'd be stone cold, wouldn't it? Seriously, I don't know why people bother having anything delivered. Yeah, they're hot bags, but I mean, it's still cold when it gets to you. 3 hours, it must be bloody freezing, I should imagine. This arrived after midnight. She'd gone to bed. She refused to take the £37.50 meal and demanded a refund. Deliveroo ignored her complaints, charged her the full price and just thanked her for her feedback. Seriously? Factory manager Faye then took the company to court and Deliveroo offered no evidence, settling for 75 quid. So if you get your food late, sue them. OK, go to court, because she got £75. She says, I took a stand and I'm very pleased. I tried to get a refund from Deliveroo, but it was like talking to a robot. I spent an hour arguing with them, so I decided to give them a headache. If I'd lost, I'd have faced some hefty fees. Deliveroo then went, oh, we're so sorry. They say, we're very pleased to have reached a resolution. Well, it's funny, because you ignored her to start with, didn't you? basically ignored her complaint, charged her the full price and thanked her for the feedback. So you basically lied. I mean, if there's a problem where it doesn't arrive, they usually offer you a voucher rather than a refund. She ended up getting 75 quid. Good for you, girl. It's only worth... it should have been there in 30 minutes. And it took 3 hours. Well, honestly. Have you heard of anything so stupid? But if in doubt, because there must be a load of other people who had it delivered late, take them to court. You can go to the small claims court, you can get your money back, and you'd have to set a precedent. Why should you be pushed around? It's a lot of effort, but it's the point of principle. She lives in Leeds. She's barely got money. She can afford a £37.50 meal. To be honest with you, she could have eaten out in Leeds for that price. That could have been a bottle of champagne. That's at least 2 kebabs in the polystyrene boxes. At least. Ridiculous. Officers joking about this woman who was putting her makeup on driving at 70 miles an hour. She now faces a charge of driving without due care and attention. She was on the M4 in Wiltshire. I was on the M4 in Wiltshire. Officers joked in a tweet, "We did slap a traffic offence report their way. They tried, but they couldn't conceal it. It had the foundation of a good stop check." So there. You do see people. I've seen people with maps resting on their steering wheel as they're driving along. And people who are sort of on their... I see more people on their telephones. More people on the telephones. I don't know why. They must be really thick. Because if you're caught by one of the overhead cameras on the gantries, that's it. That's it. Dreadful. Steve, those pedicabs were outside the Wimbledon grounds at the end of the day offering lifts back to Southfield Station or into central London. Imagine people going from Wimbledon to central London in one. Some people were hiring them. Well, people with more money than sense. More money than sense. It's like getting in a car and the driver goes, "I've had a drink and I haven't got any insurance. Come on, get in." You'd be going, what? These people have no insurance at all. They're thugs. Seriously. And sometimes I've seen 4 or 5 people in one of these pedicabs. You've only got to get a drunk driver, and it's highly likely in London, 4 a.m. in the morning, there's going to be a drunk driver out, and then they smash into you. That's it. You've actually gone. "Steve, I've arrived at my first pool in Cobham," says Pete the pool man. "It's a mashup. Looks like the aftermath of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. Toys, inflatables, bottles, cans, burnt-out barbecue. Typical. What a day I'm going to have." Oh, dear. Some people are very common, aren't they? Who has an inflatable in a pool? I ask you. I wouldn't want something like that. He's a pool man. He comes round to sort your pool out. So he'll be putting the chemicals in and sort of making it turn from that green sludge, which is, down to your Auntie Annie. And then sort of gets it so that you can go and swim in it. Do you remember that disgusting thing that Jordan had? Nobody had slept in. Nobody had been in her pool for ages, and it was just disgusting because apparently she was bankrupt, so she couldn't afford to get the pool man round. As far as I know, it's still in the same state. But of course, she's on holiday in Thailand. Why should she bother? She evaded jail yet again because that's the court system. After Star denies treatment, bar Botox, is Kim really a K killer and no filler? Because they show you pictures in all the papers of people who they had filler. Because filler apparently is very, very popular. And you get some people, look at Jordan, she just looks ridiculous. And the bride, Kim Kardashian. I'm sorry, Kim who? I'm sorry. I just assumed naturally that you would know. If I said Kim, you would know it was Kardashian. So when you look at pictures, there's one man here, a Dr. Tiryaki, believes that Kim may have had some early work on her nose and jawbone. He said she looks like she's had, initial liposuction, and then they transferred fat and everything else. Well, of course she has. She's completely different. She certainly had her bum done, hasn't she? We know she's had about 1/2 ton of plastic injected into that. Not so good, is it? And Sheridan Smith goes green for the premiere of her film, The Railway Children Return. Love the film. Love the film. Love the film. But as I say, for ever and a day until she lives to be 90, Jenny Agutter will always be known as Daddy, my daddy. And if you want to go to the zoo, animals at a wildlife park are being pampered with ice lollies. Apparently, they like ice. I'm a little bit jealous. Wolverines chomped chilled watermelons and an iced block of blood. So, I don't know, blood froze, but apparently it does. And George, an 86-year-old giant tortoise, enjoyed a refreshing hose down. And red-bellied, crowned and ring-tailed lemurs tucked into frozen fruit and vegetable smoothies. They used to have a big one, which was like a big block of ice with a rope through the middle of it, hanging from a tree so that the tigers and lions could sort of get at it, and then they would bring it down to the ground. And the monkeys as well do exactly the same. And I suppose they like an ice lolly about the rest of us. You know, why shouldn't they? I mean, I'm quite sure if there was a Mr. Whippy, they'd all be going. Seagulls like Mr. Whippy. They're very keen on things like that. I haven't had a soft eye, you know, the squirty one where they pull the handle. I haven't had one of those for ages and ages. Can you buy the machines? Well, I don't know. I suppose you probably can. But they're quite expensive. Some of these ice cream vans, of course, in this weather, they're charging a premium. Nothing to be charged £5 outside the museums for a 99. Seriously, you know, be careful. Just be careful. We like to warn you of these things. Connie, and if it seems too expensive, check the price. Check how much is that? And if it sounds too expensive, go somewhere else. Simple as that. Connie in Stockwell says, talking about the hot weather, have you been on the C2C train? On a hot day, you step into the train, it feels like you're in the fridge. I don't know what C2C is. Oh, London to Essex. Would that be not L2E? Why is it C2C? I don't get that. Is that because that's the name of the, bless you. Is that the name of the train then, is it, or something? Oh, the C2, oh, right. And it's got, oh, look, you can do Benfleet to Chafford 100, £5.30, or London Fenchurch to Southend, average time an hour, returns from £12. That seems quite good value, especially if it's air-conditioned. I like it. The trouble is I mean, I've got air conditioning in the car. Sorry, comfort cooling, but I swear by it. Swear by it. I think it's wonderful. I think it's absolutely wonderful. I really do. I feel sorry for people who in this hot weather have to open the windows of the car only to let in more hot air, which is a bit dreadful, isn't it? Tony Beak and Giovanni Panicci are going on holiday together. It's going to be a travel-log for the BBC. Oh, God, how boring that is. What is it with these dreadful people who have to go out doing these travelogues and all the rest of it? It's boring, isn't it? Who's remotely interested? It's going to be filmed this summer and air after the dance contest returns in the autumn, called Giovanni and Anton, because his name's Tony, but they call him Anton, apparently. Anton Dubek. I mean, to be honest with you, irritating to the last. And the other one. So they're just all the BBC do is just pick up on what other programmes are being done on the network. ITV have been doing this for ages. Now the BBC, I think we'll do a travel log programme. What did I see the other day, which I thought was very good? It was Joe Lumley. And she went to the Vatican City, okay, and she was allowed inside the Sistine Chapel with the man who opens the Sistine Chapel every day. And she was led through, and they've got these bunches of keys, but there is one key for the Sistine Chapel. One key opens that door, and he's there to open the door for all the visitors that are going to go through the Sistine Chapel. But she was there with him, and she spoke Italian, actually. I was quite surprised. I didn't know that Joe Lumley spoke Italian. But very good she was too. And anyway, she goes in, and they open the door, and he lets her go in first, and it's pitch black. And he flicks a switch and all the lights come on, and there is Michelangelo's work, the Sistine Chapel. And she said, I shall remember this for the rest of my life. And I have to be honest, I sat there with my jaw on the floor watching it, because it is something that is so impressive. And they have to have all the shutters closed because they don't want the sunlight to fade anything. And when you consider how old it was and how every day Michelangelo used to walk out, because he spent most of his time on his back on the scaffolding, and they would a bit like Love Island, and so he lies on his back, and what they had was they would do these pictures and all the rest of it, and he would blow soot through perforated paper so they could see the outline, so they knew what they were doing, and it's stunning, absolutely stunning. Absolutely, you know, for her, as I said, she said she'd never forget it ever again. And I thought to be allowed into the Vatican City was very good. Yeah, she's very good at doing things like that. Although I also saw, and I'd seen it before, the Louis Theroux programme on the Church of Scientology. What a nasty bunch of people they turned out to be. This is a private road. Get off, goes this woman. Get off. We own all of this. I thought, what are you frightened of, love? And then I suddenly realised they're frightened of him because they had an ex-member. Because she wouldn't give her name. What's your name, says Louis Theroux to this woman who's being very dictatorial, obviously a very nasty little piece of work. And he said, oh, she's so-and-so, so-and-so. And they wouldn't even take a letter in. They sent him a lawyer's letter. That's what they tend to do. Nasty little bullies. Really horrible. Really horrid. Graham the chauffeur says, after 14 days on the trot, I have to say Wimbledon just about got it right this year. Traffic good, parking good, and bacon rolls excellent. So there you go. That's what it comes down to, doesn't it? Apparently C2C, says Kevin the Milkman, stands for City to Coast. City to coast. Ray thought it was coast to coast. So I'm going with Kev. He knows it. Of course, ideal for him and for my postman, Darren, because they wear shorts all year round. Mind you, Darren earlier on was wearing shorts. I said to him, are you allowed to do that at your age? He took umbrage at that. The trousers had shrunk in the wash. Bless his heart. Apparently, Coronation Street fans will be rocked this week. Oh, please God, it's coming off air. No, you're going to be rocked because Kelly Nealon finds herself imprisoned in a dark cellar. Well-meaning Kelly tries to right her criminal father's wrongs, but ends up in big trouble. Actress Millie Gibson says Kelly is distraught. She's hit rock bottom. Yeah, more gritty realism on Coronation Street. I love it. Don't you love it? It's fantastic.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Steve, Joanna Lumley, a living legend. Well, this thing, it was the best one I'd seen, actually. I've seen a lot of Joanne's things. And it was so... She was so in awe of this place. I mean, you're seeing the Sistine Chapel before all the crowds were there, before anything else. Because once you get... I don't know if you've ever been to Rome. Don't bother. It gets very, very hot. They've got more graffiti than you can shake a stick at. And Vatican City is sort of huge, and it's got... You'll see groups of nuns. It's like they're refilming The Sound of Music again, and you get sort of all the men and all the rest of it, and groups of school children, and then you go inside St. Peter's Basilica, and they tell you... We didn't do the tour, we just wandered around, and we went to see where the popes are buried underneath the thing, because the poor old Pope he's there till he drops dead. Well, apart from one, and then they bury them underneath. They leave them sitting up top, you know, for ages and ages, and then they transfer them downstairs. I mean, it's quite a strange place to live, I should imagine. Very strange. But they tell you that the letters around the top of St. Peter's Basilica, they just look like normal-sized letters to us, but they will tell you they're 9 feet tall. So it gives you a rough idea of the dimensions of this place, and it's lovely. But the rest of Rome is, you know, it's got the history, and I love the history, but it's just full of graffiti everywhere. And in the middle of summer, it is baking. I mean, it really is. It's like, you think it's hot in the Nevada desert, but believe you me, you ain't done nothing until you've actually gone out and done Rome. But it's got the history, it's got the places to go to and the places to see, and that's what I quite like. Steve, just getting ready to go out as it's so hot in the flat, so I'm going to the marshes near me to feed some of the horses some carrots from the fridge. They love it. I bet they do. Cold carrots, good Lord above. I mean, that's something that could tempt anybody. Absolutely, tempt anybody. But it's one of those things. Either you're one of these people who keeps cool in the summer, and some people just don't feel the heat. It's like in the middle of winter. Some people don't feel the coldness. And I've been quite good with this heat, because what I do is I don't stay out in it. I come in. So I watered everything, and I've left it. So I will not be watering again until tomorrow morning at about sort of 10:30, 11 o'clock, which is just right, because the temperatures drop considerably by that time. But I drenched everything enough today to make sure. My neighbour Lindy, she's watering twice a day she's watering, and yeah, well, I've got to water her stuff because she's away on Saturday, so I'll be doing the watering. But it's good. But also remember, if you've got a water fountain or a water feature, to top it up with water, because in this weather they drink about 1 litre a day. Even my little fountains indoors. You know, I've got these candles, these water candles that bubble away. Oh, you can put a cup of water in this every single day. Seriously, and I've got 3 of them, which I like very much indeed. They're very nice. I was just having a look at my star signs for today for another Mystic Meg. It's not the original Mystic Meg. This is somebody else they've stuck in the wig. And she sort of comes up with things. And it says here, apparently, a peaceful time lies ahead. I never know whether to believe these things or not. I don't really bother, actually. I sort of read it. If it says something nice, like, you know, you're going to win the lottery, then I sort of go for it. But it's never said that. And as we pointed out yesterday on the programme, no sort of television mystics have ever managed to come up with the lottery numbers. Funny that, isn't it? They come up with everything else about, you're going to drop dead very shortly. And, yes, you're definitely going to change your job. But they can't give you the lottery numbers. You know why? Frauds. There you go. Liam Gallagher, according to the papers today, has found God. He said he's become more philosophical. I don't think God wants him, does he? Does God want him? What would you do with Liam Gallagher? Twice divorced Liam says he believes in the power of positive thinking. Oh, God, he's gone mad. He's gone completely round the bend. He turns 50 in September. He believes the secret to happiness is never to take yourself too seriously and always trust in the man above. Oh, he's gone right round the bend, hasn't he, on this one? So, never to take yourself too seriously, but that's what you do, isn't it, sweet cheeks? You treat yourself very seriously. But anyway, he's also shared his thoughts on what success means to him in an apparent dig at his older brother. Oh, dear. Obviously, you haven't discovered God, dear, if you're still doing that line. He's been accused of being a showbiz phony. He said, the definition of success to me is not turning into a nutcase and being surrounded by fools. I thought that summed you up immediately, actually. I never thought of anything else. Amazing, amazing. Oh, look, very busy beaches. In Brighton, packs. Isn't it funny? We all want to go to the beach when you might as well go to the local garden centre and buy a bag of sand and throw it on the ground. In Scarborough, you have to weed into the bloated people. Oh, it's awful. Weave in and out of them to try and get to the sea, which is somewhere over there, I think. In Southend, packed. And Bournemouth, I mean, Lord, what is the point of going to Bournemouth and sitting on about an inch of sand? Why don't you just stay in? I don't get it at all. But apparently the sun-seekers flock to the beaches. And my God, there's a lot of overweight people. It's like barrage balloons back again. You could barely see the sand from the pier at Bournemouth, filled with day trippers. Meanwhile, huge crowds descended on Southend to make the most of the race. Parks and pubs were also full to the rafters, although one man chose a rather more dangerous way to cool down by leaping off Durdle Door near Lulworth. Well, there you go. There's another accident waiting to happen, I'm afraid. Tombstoning, it is called. Tombstoning. And this is the biggest skiving week of the year. You know why? Hello. I don't feel very well today. I'll be back in tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, I'm going to go and see the doctor later. Ray, we're going to the beach. That's how it works, isn't it? We've all done it. I haven't. I've never done it. Never done it. The only reason I've never done it is because I don't work. I don't get paid. I'm far too mean. I've got to put petrol in the car. Goodness sake. Bookmakers Corals have cut the odds on breaking the 38.7 degrees centigrade UK temperature record set in 2019. Apparently, employers are braced for £200 million worth of costs daily this week from staff dodging work. They must really hate their jobs. I've never pulled a sickie in my life. I remember I got phoned once about 40 years ago. I had to take some time off because I wasn't very well. And my boss's secretary phoned me up saying, "Oh, Steve, I'm just checking. Are you really ill?" Hello? Who am I speaking to? Of course I'm really ill. Why would I take time off? It means I don't get paid. I mean, some people obviously thrive on things like that, but it's mainly people who are staff. If you're somebody who gets paid on a daily basis, I'm not taking time off. I'm not silly. Goodness sake, honestly. Tory donors want the party to find a way to keep Boris Johnson as leader because they've got no faith in the Alternatives. I'm telling you, this is looking slightly dodgy at the moment because people are going, I mean, I've heard people on LBC, I've heard clips on the news, people saying, oh, definitely a few weeks' time we'll be calling a general election. No, you won't. No, you won't. Grow up. No, you won't. Boris has said, yes, he will be going, but it won't be too much later in the year. It could be September, October, in which case far too short a time before Christmas to actually organise an election. And also, who have they got? I mean, we will find out the timeline today, because they've got to whittle down all these people, haven't they, to sort of come up with two. But I tell you, as a lot of the papers are saying, strangely, they're saying you may discover that the person you're getting is even worse than Boris, because I'm telling you now, they tell lies. Politicians tell lies. They will promise you anything. Prices at cheap boozers, J.D. Wetherspoon, could shoot up this year. But didn't we found the cheapest pint? I thought, was it Friday or over the weekend? I can't remember. Yeah, the temperature, where am I looking at? Oh, this is over, where is that? Is Spain, 42 degrees. Oh, God. What do people want to do around here? They want to get out on the Thames, don't they? And they want to. My advice is don't even think about tombstoning, which is jumping off bridges, because you don't know what lurks beneath the water. Could be everything from bedsteads to shopping trolleys to all sorts of things. And, the amount of... There's some people the other day fell into a lime quarry, an old disused lime quarry, and fell 100 feet. The boy died instantly. Don't go anywhere near these places. There's also, if they're filled with water, there's plants that will drag you under. I never understand how that works, but people get caught up in these things. They're really strong, these plants that grow in water. Just be very, very, very careful. Very careful. Just because it's hot, just sit there. In fact, the more you relax, and if you really want to cool down, have a cup of tea. Don't have a cup of coffee. Cup of tea is the thing to cool you down. Because otherwise, if you have an iced lolly or a cold drink, it drops your body temperature so quickly. Tea is... No, it's not a myth. No, tea is a thing to cool you down. You go... Put it this way. Go to Dubai. How many people will you see, Bedouins, etc., eating iced lollies? You won't. You will see people drinking tea. That's what they do. People will drink tea. It's the thing that cools you down, because if you have an iced lolly, your body temperature drops so quickly, you then start sweating. So you don't want to do that. But you won't find anybody driving camels sucking a 99. It's not going to be happening. They don't do ice cream like that out there. They do have ice cream, but you won't find anybody with an iced lolly going, I'm going to cool myself down. No, it doesn't work like that. Cup of tea. Best thing to do. Best thing to do. There you go. Drinking hot tea in the summer really does cool you down, and here is the science. Even though you might be tempted. So what happens is a hot drink can cool you down, but only in dry conditions. They say what it does, if you drink a hot drink, it does result in a lower amount of heat stored inside your body, provided the additional sweat that's produced when you drink the hot drink can evaporate. So it's a cup of tea. It's a cup of tea. I mean, sweating is a bit embarrassing. Nothing worse, is there? Somebody on the train, they put their arm up and there's that damp patch underneath their arm and you go, oh, poo. No, it's like, somebody will be wearing a blue... There'll be people today just putting on their shirts going, I'll put that blue shirt on, Steve. Oh, no, it's terrible. Sometimes you see them on the television reading the news and programme presenters, and they sit there and you can see they're sweating. I used to work with somebody years ago. They used to have to get pads to put them under his arm to absorb the sweat. Whereas the funny thing is, I've never sweated at all. I'm a non-sweaty person, which is... Yes, yes, I don't know whether it's a diabetic thing. I'm going to sneeze. I've just got this feeling. It's nothing to do with hay fever. It just means I'm going to sneeze, and I thought I'd... What? Thank you. Only one. That's a bit odd.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6, and the temperature at the moment is fine. But it's going to climb, and it tends to be about lunchtime, which is actually great for me, because what I tend to do is sort of do things I've got to do early in the morning, and then by the time the temperature peaks, I'm indoors. Much, much easier. Steve, guaranteed we'll be getting forest fires over here next, says Martin. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest, actually. Steve, I'm getting ready for a sea swim at 6:30, and then I'll be going again for 10 a.m. I might as well triple dip this afternoon, says Elaine. She says, I do like to be beside the seaside. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I quite like... We've already got forest fires in France, by the way. That's at this precise moment. There are forest fires, and they're raging badly because their temperature has risen to 45 degrees, which is 113 degrees Fahrenheit. That's Portugal. I mean, really terrible. Really terrible. I mean, on Saturday, Portugal reported 125 fires. So the government have now declared a state of emergency, because that's what happens. It goes tinder dry, and it's only got to be a little something like, a piece of glass or something like that reflects the sunlight, as you used to do years ago. You got a magnifying glass and you'd hold it against a leaf, and the sun would shine through, and then you'd burn the leaf. I mean, you don't see kids doing things like that now, do you? But or gaming, it's shame really. But there you go. Hugh Jackman likes dogs, perfect loving pets. That's what they say, actually. Although, in one part of the country, I think in Rushcliffe in Nottinghamshire, also planned by Somerset, Devon, Lancashire and Derbyshire, if you go out with your dog and you do not carry those little poo bags, they're going to fine you. How much? £1,000. Can't wait to see how they're going to enforce. What are they going to do? They're following dog owners around or something. Owners may already... I mean, lots of dog owners are very responsible. But you do get the people, on the dogs on the lead, which stretch, I mean, you can get fined for dropping cigarette butts now, can't you? Yes, I'd heard about that. But this is £1,000. I mean, working on the assumption that people have got £1,000 to pay because you didn't pick up your dog poo, which, of course, I mean, you should do. You should do. I mean, it's only just common decency. I couldn't understand why anybody would not want to do it, which is, a shame. I mean, how they enforce it, I don't know. What do you do? Say, it's not my dogs. What are you going to do? I mean, if somebody sees you, because that's how they do the one of dropping the cigarette ends, don't they, really? Somebody will see you and then go, right, I'm slightly disturbed that Chris Eubank is swapping his boxing gloves, although he hasn't boxed for years, for oven gloves as he leads this cast of Celebrity MasterChef. Oh, you can imagine what a pain he's going to be, can't you? It says here that I should put the flour in with... it's just going to be a nightmare. A nightmare. Also, Nancy Delusional. I didn't know she was still in the country. I thought she was some lawyer or something. What's she doing on this cooking programme? Claim to fame went out with Sven. That was it. That was it. Paul Chuckle Elliott and Katya Jones. Queen Mojo. Anybody on that one? Queen Mojo? No, I'm none the wiser with that one either. But also comic Kay Kurd. We didn't know Kay Kurd was either. Where did they find this? Is there an agency? There must be an agency, because I don't know who these people are, and I should do it when they say this is celebrity. And we're supposed to know instantly who they are. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, I don't know who they are. For example, do you know who Adam Collard is? No, you wouldn't know him. Apparently, he's the ex-Love Island hunk, dubbed one of the show's biggest love rats, is coming back to shake things up. God, I can't believe they're dragging it out. The Geordie appeared on the series back in 2018, which was won by Danny Dyer and Jack Fincham. Where did he disappear to? Nowhere. Initially a hit with viewers, his cheating antics soon turned them against him and they branded him a bad boy. I thought that's what they wanted. Wasn't that the kind of thing? But, I mean, listening to their conversations on Love Island last night, they can barely string two words together, these people. The boys have all walked out of the orthodontist, so they've all had their teeth whitened. It looks like when they open their mouth, some of them, you feel like saying, I'm sorry, is that Tipex? They look absolutely ludicrous. It really is. Honestly. And believe it or not, and I'm not sure whether or not I'm believing in this one, children are being taught, I'm not even sure I believe it, actually, that being a prostitute, children are being taught this, is a rewarding job. I mean, well, a website run by a sex education provider is also promoting kinks like being caged, whipped and beaten. I mean, am I in the right world? I think I've wandered into something which is very strange here. Campaigners blasted that inclusiveness is overriding child safeguarding. And this prostitution is rewarding claim is in an online guide from the sex education and relationship organisation BISH. It was written by Justin Hancock, who also teaches sex ed in schools and provides teacher training. Blimey. I mean, it's all changed a bit since my day. We just grew plants and made cakes. Nowadays, they're teaching like that. He said his website is not meant to be used in the classroom and teachers must use his training site for resources. But he refused to comment on the material when asked by the Daily Star. We did have sex education at school. I'm not going to lie to you. But unfortunately, ours was sex education based on plants. I couldn't walk past a florist without a stirring. I have to tell you, it was all very, we were doing sticky stigmas and this and all the rest of it. Yeah, and as for hanging baskets, don't even go there. No, we didn't do proper, because mainly it was a bit embarrassing because we knew more than the teachers. I can remember at 14 being given a book on sex education by my father. He came up the stairs with this book in a brown paper bag, and I thought, oh, good, a book on puppets. Sadly not. Or a book on magic or something like that, or holidays in Tunisia. He just said, there you go, Stephen. And I said, yeah, have a read of this. Well, I don't know who was more embarrassed, him or me, because people don't talk about things like that. I mean, now I talk about it all the time. Well, you have to when you don't get anything, but it doesn't matter, does it? And I remember thinking all this stuff, and it was all line drawings. And you used to think, yeah, I know all this sort of stuff. You just learn it, don't you? You learn it. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I mean, for years I used to worry about, But this is what normal people look like. Oh dear. I mean, the iconic snack, the Dorset Knob, could be given protected status, as you know, to stop knockoffs being made. It's what it is. You don't know what it is? It's a triple-baked biscuit. I don't know why it would be triple-baked. A group of MPs want the savoury biscuit put in the same category as Stilton cheeses and Melton Mowbray pork pies. Do you know, I've given up eating pork pies. They are so fat. So fat. Not only the pastry, but the actual filling of it. Whoa, bad for you. Really bad for you. But apparently, Tory MP Alicia Kearns, who chairs an all-party parliamentary group studying geographically protected food. My God, they waste time, don't they? Shouldn't they be getting on doing something a bit more interesting? Says, I've seen firsthand the extraordinary effort, care and indeed love that goes into making some of the UK's finest products, I suppose like the Dorset Knob. And they're made from fermented dough and are believed to be among foods lined up for special status. This is the rubbish you're going to be getting. This is the rubbish you're going to be getting from the future PM. Other highlights, Bakewell tarts. Don't think I've had a Bakewell tart for a while. Gloucestershire's stinking Bishop cheese and the Rutland Pippin, which is a pastry filled with ham, hock, sausage and apple puree. Oh, right. Only 4 foods have been added to the list since Brexit, including Gower saltmarsh lamb and Cumbrian mountain lamb. I don't know what they are. They're just sheep, aren't they? They're just sheep. It's our favourite, isn't it? We love stuff like that. Steve, how come horse riders, says Mike, aren't expected to pick up horse poo from the roads? Big problem. Well, listen, round here we've got loads of horses on a regular basis coming from the Knightsbridge barracks. I mean, you can follow the trail of poo a mile, at least. And you think they normally have somebody who picks it up. Somebody normally goes behind. They've got somebody who's got a bucket and a spade. That's a good job. Mind you, years ago, and they were talking about this on QI the other day, they used to have people, when we didn't have toilets in this country, you know, proper flushing toilets that went into the mains sewage system with Thomas Crapper and all the rest of it and all these things they used to make, they used to have somebody who used to come around to empty your toilet of a night time. And there was a name for him, and it happens in lots of other countries. They were talking about it on QI with Stephen Fry, that this person would come round and remove said stuff. What they did with it afterwards, I've got no idea. But it was one of those things. But when you sort of see the horses, definitely I've seen somebody clearing up after them. Definitely. Because, I mean, horses, they don't, you know, horses just keep walking. If only it could be the same for us. If only. Somebody will probably know that. Steve, as a council dog fouling enforcement officer, there's a title. A council dog fouling enforcement officer. I often issue fixed penalties to people who fail to pick up their dog's mess on beaches and parks. I always make sure it's their dog before I issue the fixed penalty, says happy council worker. Yet, you see, if they go on a beach, I'm not sure about that. I don't think they should take dogs on beaches, which is not so good. Tilly, oh, hello, says, I'm a very responsible dog owner, and it frustrates me to see dog poo left on the ground. However, on my walks in parks and along roads, I get very annoyed by the amount of glass. You see that in London all the time. You really do. I'm forever picking it up. Perhaps people should moan about that too. Well, Tilly, I'm with you on that one. Sometimes I've seen, people, outside here sometimes during the football, the council had to, the rubbish, the broken bottles and everything. Why people can't put things in a bin, I've got no idea. People just don't care. You feel like picking it all up, going back to their house and chucking it in their front door. It's as simple as that. Steve, listening to you from your own old... Yeah, if you look at the pictures, I've never seen so much rubbish. I thought the council workers did tremendously well. Seriously, tremendously well. And added to that, dogs and all the other things. Imagine. Mind you, elephants make a bit of a mess, but we don't have many elephants around here at the moment. Yeah, not these days. They sort of died out. Although, in Trafalgar Square, we used to have hippopotamuses and rhinoceroses years and years ago during the Jurassic period or whatever it was. You did. Honestly. I don't remember, but I've been to a museum that showed you what used to be around here. I mean, obviously long before Nelson's column. I don't want you to think it happened 50 years ago. Goodness sake, honestly. Jackie says, I'm listening to you from your old haunt, Hong Kong. Been here 4 weeks now. It's 33 degrees most days. Had a typhoon last week and thunderstorms, but hot and sunny now. Nice to hear your dulcet tones from afar. Oh, Hong Kong. I'd love to go back, actually. I'd love to go back just to sort of... just to go back, just to see how much it's changed since, when I was a little 10-year-old boy. in Hong Kong, and we used to go to Government House, and we used to go to Happy Valley, and the New Territories. There was nothing on the New Territories. You went over on the Star Ferry, New Territories, and there was nothing there. And we went to the Tiger Balm Gardens. We used the Peak Railway. Oh, happy days, happy days. And those fireworks. Oh, I love them. Used to love those big boxes of bangers you get. Bang, 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 bang. Love stuff like that. News at 6. Here it comes.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So exciting. I get excited by that bit though. Do-do-do-do. Don't you get excited by that? I've seen the recordings of them going do-do-do-do, and I thought that sounded quite nice. No, it is the Prague Philharmonic. It's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. Nick Ferrari back today. Is he back? He is back today. I thought so. I got quite panicky then going, maybe James O'Brien is off now. So at an interesting time. At a very interesting time, especially when, everybody's still going to be looking at who could be the next leader of the Conservative Party, and will it be out the frying pan into the fire? Will it be somebody better? Shouldn't think so. Otherwise, they would have got it first time round. But they have to go through due process. So they, with the 1922 committee, they'll knock it down to 2 people, and we'll all be going, oh. And then somebody vote. Do we vote on this thing? I can't remember when we get round to voting. We don't do anything, do we? Conservative Party members only, of which there are 200,000, I believe. So they'll all be voting, so it'll bring it down. And then, but put it this way, if there's fighting at the moment over Boris, you can imagine how much more fighting there is going to be. How much more infighting, which is, always a little bit worried. You think, why don't you just get on with the job in hand? Why don't you just get on with it? People are talking about, they're going to be examining so-and-so's tax returns. Where did this money come from? Where did that money come from? Is it somebody who's got too much money? Could they possibly ever be the Prime Minister? Do they understand about the real problems in the world? Do they understand, about all the legacy that Boris left after the Ukraine? After Ukraine, Boris, people over in Ukraine are quite panicky, thinking he's not going to be helping them out anymore. He was instrumental in doing everything. He's spoken to Zelensky on numerous occasions. Once, I think it was only the other day, he spoke to him. But we've all forgotten about that, haven't we? We've all given up on the war in Ukraine. So people got a few bombs, nothing really to worry about. Eventually, Putin will get sort of bored with it and go back to playing with his train set. But at the moment, it's all hands to the pump. They're still collecting money. They're still looking for things. It hasn't gone away. It hasn't stopped or anything like that. Spiker Wendy, original, says horse poo is made of grass, hay, grains, which are all vegetarian matter and degrades very quickly. Dog poo has animal content, so it doesn't biodegrade easily. Yeah, if you go to stables, you can go and take a bag down there and fill it up with manure. Because, and it's very good for your roses and everything else. And I don't think it smells horrid. I don't think so, because it's, I know that lions, I must tell you a story. We couldn't keep it in the house. Although actually some people do, don't they? They do. Siegfried and Roy kept them in the house, but they were separated by 1.5-inch thick plate glass, just to make sure. But you can imagine. But they had a magic circle show years and years ago, and a magician called Eric Z, had was it a cheetah or I think it was a panther or something like that. And the idea was it was going to be produced from a box. And without giving away anything at all, the cheetah was contained, but didn't make an appearance until they threw a cloth over and set fire to it or all the rest of it. Unfortunately, what you can't do, if ever you're using animals in magic tricks, don't feed them for God's sake, because if you feed them, they're going to go to the toilet. And unfortunately, this cheetah decided that it was going to relieve itself in every which way you can think of. They had to evacuate the theatre. People couldn't breathe. They said it was absolutely terrible. It's like going to a zoo, isn't it? You always get smells at zoos and you think, oh, it's like the smells of, I don't know, the Transvaal or or sort of the jungles or the Serengeti, or all sorts of different places. They smell of animals because there's lots of, when you've got 2 million wildebeest going on, do you think there's somebody walking, through there with a bucket and spade picking up the manure? from the wildebeest? Of course not. Or my studio with Creed. It's as simple as that. Steve, even when I've got the boys out walking, goes Kim, over the country fields, I pick up after them. Quite a lot of folks also walk there, and I don't want them to be walking in dog mess. Nothing worse. Totally different subject. I've had a Bakewell tart in the town of Bakewell. Yum, yum, and triple yum. Different from the supermarket ones. Actually, on the subject of you don't want people treading, I remember coming outside of the house and treading in some dog poo. And it was just one of those annoying things. And then somebody else came past and they trod in it as well. And I said to them, I've just done that. And they said, you dirty devil. And an old gag, but it's worth repeating, even on a Monday morning. People shouldn't complain about horse poo, says Ken in Brighton. They only eat hay and grass. We can use it in our gardens. Would you spread dog poo around your garden? Absolutely not. Absolutely. And Ian says, do you know why we don't see white dog poo anymore? Yes, it's the diet, isn't it? You used to see that a lot. And it just looked a little bit strange, but you don't see that anymore. But occasionally I do see people whose dogs have been to the toilet and they don't pick up. Round our way, people are quite hot and going, excuse me, hello, come back, pick it up. Chalky white dog poo was everywhere in the 70s and 80s. I think it was rarer in the 1990s and today practically non-existent. And dogs are still doing business. But thanks to the changes in the pet food formulas, what comes out has changed. So there you go. And you'd see it quite a lot, actually, but you don't see things like that. It's like, smokeless fuel, isn't it? London was very smoggy, very, very smoggy. I mean, and now you've got smokeless fuel, so you don't get this fog that hung over London. I mean, London was terrible. Anybody will tell you who's over a certain age, don't go out in London on a Saturday evening. Less factories as well, pumping out all this smoke. And also, how many people have a coal fire nowadays? Not that many people. People have these wood burners. Weymouth Beach, Steve, says Maxine in Dorset, voted one of the top beaches in the UK, has a designated dog area at one end. It works well for everyone. So please remind people about walking dogs on hot pavements. Oh, listen, I think if you've gone as far as getting a dog, you should know this by now. If not, you're too stupid to even have an animal. As a member of the Conservative Party, Steve, says Graham, I will have a vote on the two candidates selected by MPs. Well, I don't like any of them. Since Ben Wallace has withdrawn, I've lost interest. Yes, I was surprised at him withdrawing. I was convinced he was going to get it. But there again, I mean, what do I know? And he said he's doing it for the family. He wants to spend more time with the family. But I thought he would have been a very good contender. But you're right. He just wouldn't want the job. No. I mean, nobody really wants it. They have to be seen to be putting their hat in the ring. But, I mean, you're going to be hated by everybody. The two people who are going to end up with it, you're going to be getting hate mail, Twitter accounts will be closed down and everything, people sticking their fingers up and doing all this kind of stuff. It's going to be Garslow. It's the job where everybody hates you. I mean, I'm trying to think, and if I racked my brains hard enough, I could probably find out, whether or not there's ever been a Prime Minister who's been popular, where they leave office and people go, do you know, we're really missing you, we really loved you, you were really fantastic. No, they're all hated. All hated. Even Churchill was hated. Yeah, voted out after the war. All these different people, all these politics. So why would you want a job where everybody hates you? Doesn't make any sense, does it? It's like, I mean, poor old Graham, being a member of the Conservative Party. So after they whittle these people down, and especially at the moment, I mean, there's more backbiting and knife stabbing in your back than you could ever shake a stick at. What's the point? I think some people go, oh, at least I was the Prime Minister. And you think, yeah, but you're going to be hated. People, if they put a statue up to you, I mean, I personally don't see there's going to be a Boris statue. I don't think that's very likely. But, people have said, oh, we'll definitely be sort of desecrating that and throwing it. And you think, oh, God, what is the point? Why would you want to go into a job where everybody hates you? Oh, look, the ex-England ace. This is Neil Razor Ruddock. This is the one who featured. Do you remember? It was on the bailiffs. And they went round there because he owed money. And his wife started throwing water over them. A deeply unpleasant person. Deeply unpleasant. But he's capped his partying days. He was fitted with a pacemaker 2 years ago. He went on a stag do this month. He had been arrested for a fray and getting very leery. And he says, we're in our 50s now. It's more like a stag don't, not a stag do. And he's one of these do-gooders. Ooh, I think we shouldn't all smoke and all the rest of it. So he's pictured wearing a T-shirt saying "Ban smoking for good." Mind your own business. Goodness sake, honestly, you have to tell people all the time. Steve went to a tannery. Oh, I know all about these. And in Morocco, that smell is the most awful thing. You see these outdoor tanneries. They're not just in Morocco. They're all over the world, in India and everything else. And they're literally taking these animal skins in water and they're rinsing. People stand there. They're doing it in their bare feet and all the rest of it. The stench, I'm told, is unreal. And then they dye the skins of the animals. It's apparently really, really dreadful. I know all about it. Chris says the white poo was caused by the dogs chewing marrow bones. No, it definitely came from. I mean, it might have come from that as well, but it definitely came from the food that they were given. I don't know why people have dogs nowadays. It's so expensive to feed the things. Why can't they learn to cook? Would it make it easier? And you've got to get them insured. In fact, if you've got half a brain cell, you would get your pets insured, be it cats or dogs and I don't know whether you'd insure mice, but no, you probably wouldn't actually. Yeah, pet mice. Well, people have pet mice. They still have them. There's a pet shop opening down my way in Richmond. It used to be a car showroom called Coy's, and they used to do luxury old vintage vehicles, and then that seemed to disappear. And they've got pet shop coming away, and I'm thinking, we don't really see pet shops anymore. There used to be one next to Richmond Station, and that's now a little mini supermarket. They used to have dogs in there as well before we decided to get rid of dogs in pet shop. In France, you still get dogs in the window, sitting in boxes. Seriously, it was like tic-tac-toe, but for doggies. And I don't know what they're going to be selling, budgerigars or something like that. I don't know what constitutes pet food or something like that. I've forgotten about that. Where would you normally get it? Well, you can get it in Costco. You can get pet food in Costco, which is good news actually. I said, if you've got a pet, do you get it? Leeds? Well, Leeds, it's Leeds. You'd order those online, wouldn't you? Or you get them from your vet, of which we have a vet as well in Twickenham. Now we've got everything. We do have a couple of empty shops. We've got one was a shoe shop which is still empty, and the other is the NatWest Bank which is boarded up. So we're hoping what we would like to see where Johnson Shoes would be a Robert Dias. That would be very nice. So just thinking that they've got one in Richmond, but we could do with one in Twickenham. And what for the other one? I don't know. Can't think, actually. Yes, I'll have a think about that during the break. Something to ponder on, isn't it, really? Let's get the latest.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So lots of pictures of Wimbledon and lots of pictures of Prince George serving up, they say, a masterclass in royal appearance. Oh, he was picking his nose. That's not a masterclass, is it? Did you know he's been having private lessons? He's been having private lessons from Roger Federer. George gets private. He's 8. And Roger Federer said, I think this sounds a bit of a backhanded compliment, he said the youngster showed some talent. He's 8. Doesn't sound very good, is it? Tributes to Sue Barker, retiring from Wimbledon duty. She's only 66. But anyway, and poor old Prince George had to wear a suit. And he'll spend most of his life in suits, and we'll just have to wait and see. Actually, it was Sue Barker's choice to go. Yeah, I don't think they got rid of her because she's old. Because well, she's not old, but I mean a bit different, really. The BBC seems to have a very odd thing when it comes to sort of ladies doing work on the television. I don't know why, but Jonathan Shallett says. Professor, he said, I knew somebody would pick up, but I didn't think it'd be him. He said, "Good morning, Steve." The professor says, "Be careful when you say you don't sweat, to somebody very unsavoury immediately comes to mind." Actually, the funny thing is, Jonathan, I think the reason that I don't sweat on my body, I sweat on my face. And when I was first diagnosed as diabetic, I can remember sitting in the middle of winter, sweating. And a friend of mine looked at me going, "Are you all right?" And I go, "I'm just so hot." I didn't know I was diabetic. And so, of course, what I was doing is having fizzy drinks, which is not the thing to have. And when the parents of my godchildren got married, I sweated profusely. Again, I didn't know I was diabetic. So I kept drinking glasses of orange juice filled with ice. Well, that was making it worse. It was absolutely the worst ever. Although when I look back at the video, you'd never know. Never know, but I was very shiny, a shiny boy, very shiny. But Jonathan, thank you for that. Do I hear you have another job? I hear that Jonathan is something to do. Is he going to be chief barker at the Variety Club? Has he been voted? I'm pretty certain. I'm sure he tweeted something the other day, and I remember thinking, there's a good job. I mean, he should have had it years ago. But I think he's going to be chief barker at Variety Club. I'm pretty certain. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty certain I read. There you go. He's going to be chairman. November the 21st. Proud to be elected Variety Great Britain chairman. And they'll be celebrating their own Platinum Jubilee. So good for you. Good for you. I noticed a picture of you actually standing next to Mark Wright the other day, which he had, because I think Mark Wright was showing him around the house. He's got carpet in it. I think in this day and age, I'm not sure about carpet. I'm having second thoughts about carpeting. Because it does, after all, you put furniture on it, then you can't get rid of it. Whereas if you put rugs down, it's a lot easier. Much easier, I hope, anyway. Anyway, so good luck to you. That's very nice. And what have we got here? Oh, good. Sorry, I'll just check it. We had... Sorry, I was sort of musing because my brother sent me something, and we've agreed a VAT thing because they estimated my VAT, which is going to be adjusted. So, then we can do that. So that's good, actually. We don't have to pay it till September. Thank God for that. It's non-stop paying bills, isn't it, really? Steve, do you think, says Colin, we will ever get a government that actually has people's best interests at heart? No. I mean, I can tell you that now because I don't think I think they've got their own interests at heart. In 50 years, he said, it just seems to have got worse. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. I mean, none of them seem to have a plan. What they're saying is they're saying exactly what you want to hear. We're going to lower taxes, make sure you've got more money in your pocket. Yeah, it doesn't matter where the money's coming from. This is what they're going to be promising you. We're going to make sure that people will not be suffering. The elderly will get more money, at the end of each month in their sort of pension. And we're going to make sure that people have more. We're going to give people more opportunity to buy their own property. And it's just rubbish. It's just rubbish. We'll all be going back to, and you'll all have 2 weeks holiday fully paid every year. And, if you vote for something, it will happen. We're going to make sure that we can stop people arriving illegally in these little boats and all the rest of it. And we don't know where to send them. We just don't know where to send them at the moment because the Rwanda thing went up the Swanee, didn't it? Well, it didn't go anywhere up the Swanee or anywhere else. So it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, Priti Patel just basically makes promises which are it's just pie in the sky. It never happens. Nothing's ever happened. The Rwanda thing. The plane sat on the runway waiting for all these people. And how many was it going to take? 10? A plane that was costing £500,000 to take people to Rwanda. So we've given all this money to Rwanda for them to look after people who, while they're being processed. Well, that's not happened. They haven't got rid of anybody. In fact, another 13,000 came in the other month. So it's just pie in the sky. Why are we still waiting for the price of petrol to come down? Because they can't do anything about it. They have no control over the petrol companies. Did you see the other day? Which coffee shop was it? I'm trying to think. One of the coffee shops, out of all the coffee shops that they've got, was it the coffee shops? I'm trying to think. All they paid was just under £1 million in tax. On something like a huge amount, on a turnover of something like £600 million. I began to think I'm paying more than that. It's absolutely crazy. There was one company, it was Apple. It was Apple. It's just come to me. Check Apple. They've just had to pay. It's a small amount of money compared to what their turnover is. They don't understand how these things work. So all these companies come to this country. As I say earlier on, I mean, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but you sort of look at it. There you go. Apple paid less. This is the Apple stores, of which there are how many? How many Apple stores are there? 25, 40, something like that. They paid less than £800,000 tax, despite sales of £971 million. How is that possible? Listen, they actually can't do anything about it, can they? They can't do anything about it. That's why we're the soft touch. People just go, I'm not paying that. So the petrol companies, they're not going to reduce the petrol at the filling stations. And the government do nothing at all. So, Colin, you're quite right. We'll never get a government that's got your interests in heart. They're not really interested at all, I'm afraid. I find it deeply depressing, because you have to now work longer and you have to work, more hours, probably to get less money. And that's what it comes down to. People now, everything's going up in price. Food's going up. Oh, they're going to have to put a lock on a cup of coffee. I mean, you see the price of cups of coffee that are going on in the coffee shops. Can't people make a cup of coffee? Whatever happened to sort of people going out and buying a little coffee machine and actually making a cup of coffee? No, we have to go and have our flat white. I mean, the best deal turned out to be Pret-a-Manger. For 25 quid a month, you can have limitless cups of coffee. Why would you bother going anywhere else? 25 quid a month and you can have as many cups of coffee or hot chocolate or smoothies or anything. Up to, I forget how many it is a day, but whatever it is, it's a lot. Seriously, I mean, why would you even bother going to anybody else? Ridiculous. Jamie the Skip says, good morning to you, Steve. Just stopped off and picked up a bacon roll. Lovely. Hope you get one soon. Yeah, I mean, do you know, at the weekend, Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station don't bother doing hot food. They couldn't really care less. Yeah, well, really during the week. And Pret-a-Manger's given up completely. And you go to the one, the one at Waterloo Station, there is a Pret-a-Manger there, but they seem to bring things out in sixes. I was standing there queuing yesterday on a Sunday, I ask you, waiting to get some little sort of flat floaty thing. And the bloke came out with 6 sausage rolls and just put them into the hot thing. I felt like saying to him, I'm sorry, can you not cook any more than this, or is there something the matter with you? And if you offer them cash, they look at you like you're mad, because everybody pays on card. Everybody does touch on the screen, because they've never got any change at Pret-a-Manger. Did you get turned away at Waterloo Station? Really? What, from Pret-a-Manger? From Café called Pure? What, because you wanted to pay cash? They don't take cash. Well, I had that when I went to this place where they've got lots of cakes in the window and all the rest of it. And during the pandemic, they didn't take cash at all. And I went, well, I actually lied. I said, I don't have any credit card. I don't have a credit card. Why do you assume everybody's got a credit card? And they do. Oh, this is Waterloo Station's Pure. Open from 6:30. Sunday, 7:30. But what sort of food do they do? Is it the sandwiches and cakes? Usual sort of stuff, isn't it? They do a delivery and click and collect. Click and collect for a cake, I ask you. And so the producer turned away at Waterloo Station. Well, I tried it in the Pret-a-Manger in Twickenham, where I sort of held it, and she said, we don't take cash. And you think, I'm sorry, is there something the matter with you? Are you not allowed to touch cash? I walked away. Are you not allowed to take cash? Do they not trust you? Are you untrustworthy? Very odd, isn't it? Ridiculous. I don't know why. The whole place is all falling apart. And now, ambulances. Just to add to our problems, ambulance crews are getting stuck outside A&E for more than a day as the NHS seizes up. Paramedics, we're told, are waiting for ailing patients for up to 27 hours to hand them over. When I was in hospital, there were 20 ambulances outside with people in them who needed a bed. And in the end, they started shunting us around all over the place. It's odd, isn't it? I mean, it really is. It's not good. It's not good. And I thought it was all going so well. I was hoping it was going so well, but of course it's the bills that you've got coming in, and people are going to be suffering. I don't care what. And also now the shops are admitting more people are stealing, and people are driving off from filling stations. I mean, we're supposed to be a world leader. I don't think so. People are driving off from filling stations. They're filling up because apparently they've got no money. So assuming they've got no money for petrol, presume they don't have any insurance on the car either. Which means if you have an accident with them, you whistle. It's that bad, I'm afraid. That bad. Dreadful. What else we got? The new Doctor Who. Can't wait to fight the Daleks. It's only pretend, love. They're not real. They're not real, but they are as good as it gets, actually. And here we go. Paddy and Christine McGuinness still dragging out this torturously dreary. Are they falling apart? Are they not falling? Who cares? There are bigger things to worry about, like, are the kids going to starve? Can you pay your electric bill? Can you pay your gas bill? And this dreary couple, oh, I've been through a lot, goes, I couldn't care less. Try and make it a bit more relevant, dear. Not always about you. Not always about you. There's also presenter Declan Donnelly's brother, remembered yesterday for his humanitarian work. That was a shock. He was only 55. Absolutely. It's always a shock when anybody dies, you know. And also, was it Oprah Winfrey's father died? She'd only just held a party for him the other week to say, this is my father, and brought people round and everything else. And then he dies. I think he was not young. He was about 88, I think, or something like that. And also Archie Battersby. Now, you know Archie Battersby, don't you?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Hot, 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 hot. There's no point moaning about it. We moan about it when it's too wet. We moan about it when it's too cold. And we moan about it when it's going to be like it is for the next week and a half, which is not so good, I'm afraid. And can you feel the humidity through the window? No, you can feel it. Oh, right. See, in here, I'm in a little box. I feel like a caged animal at times because it is cold in here. I think it's about 20 degrees, just under 20 degrees, which is fairly chilly because I'm sitting right underneath a vent which pumps out cold air. And but it's also quite good for keeping me awake. I'm better at staying awake, which is quite nice. Because, I mean, it does make... When I came in this morning, I was quite sort of weary in the back of the car. And I did close my eyes a little bit, because I quite like doing that. That's a good thing to do. Steve says, Richard, could you tell Jamie the skip to lay off the bacon rolls? But at least he's in work today, unlike a few others. Oh, dear. I sense a row. Jane says, why don't people just make coffee using instant granules? A lot cheaper, and you can also make a flask to take with you. You can buy sachets for lattes and other posh coffees. Apparently, £1 for a box of 8 latte sachets at Sainsbury's. Yeah, I mean, I never understand why people say, oh, it's all terrible, I don't have any money and I can't afford to do this and anything. Oh, I'm just going out to buy two lattes and having sort of a cheese and Marmite bagel or so. I don't know what it is. I can't remember what it is, actually, now. It's one of those sandwiches that they toast, which I quite like. And you think, because I remember going in there and buying a drink and a toasty sandwich, and it was about £9. And I remember thinking, well, that's the last time I'm doing that. You know, even if I was desperate, I begrudge paying £1.60 for a little tub of ice cream. But, you know, that's what it is. But you're going to be noticing more of this. And then people are going to be complaining and they go, but, you know, cigarettes are going to go up in price. Booze is going to go up in price. It's not going to get better. And it's not going to change with another Prime Minister. You know, I think people think, oh, let's vote in somebody else, which we won't be. It'll just be the Conservative Party members voting. And most of them, I mean, most of these people who are putting themselves up are absolutely stinking rich. Most of them are saying cut taxes. No mention of how they're going to be doing this, you know, and how they're going to be paying for it. So, you know, when you see people putting themselves up and you think, OK, great. How much money have you got in the bank? Where do you live? Ever seen anybody going onto a council estate? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, all of them are very, very well oiled and lubricated. Hotter than Hawaii, but no palm trees. So when you look at the people packing the beach in East Sussex the other day, and also they've taken an overhead shot of Dorset. And what colour is it? Brown. Brown. In a few days, brown. You know, all we need now is we need... You know, to deluge rain, we need to fill up the reservoirs and everything else. And all the people down at Bournemouth and Southend and Brighton, all these other places, they're thinking, how many ice creams do you think we should get in today? And the answer is fill up your freezers. It's not rained for a long time, has it really? No. What I do is I fill up the water butt when I'm watering the plants. I fill up the water butt, so I've always got that in my reserve. But apart from that, I've been very, very good. For more than 2 centuries, Savile Row apparently has been synonymous with the finest tailored suits. I don't know why it was there. Perhaps it goes back to, you know, Victorian times, reflecting the demise of formal wear post-pandemic fashion house Cloth Surgeon is about to open the first ever bespoke streetwear store on Savile Row. I'm not sure whether or not you're going to be liking this. What has not changed is the steep price of a pilgrimage to London's most fashionable street. Their bright pink Italian lambskin bomber jacket costs £825. I mean, do you not think maybe, as people are trying to sort of cut their cloth, they're not going to be bothering with something like this? It's like Victoria Beckham's shop. I mean, queuing for that? I don't think so. But apparently, they can also sell you a herringbone tracksuit. Dear. £520. But that's a snip compared to the Dormule canvassed MA1 bomber jacket at £2,750. A cloth surgeon spokesman said the consumer is changing. They're becoming younger, they're more educated, they have different taste level. They've got no money. They've got no money. I mean, I think actually Savile Row, I think tailors started doing business in the area late 18th century. So that would be about 1790. By 1802 or 3, in Savile Row itself, in 1846, Henry Poole, later credited as the creator of the dinner jacket, opened an entrance to Savile Row from his tailoring premise in Old Burlington Street, founded by Henry Huntsman. H. Huntsman and Sons moved to number 11 Savile Row with the ending of the war in 1919. During the First World War, Huntsman's was the tailor to the military, producing dress uniforms for British officers throughout the conflict. And I do sometimes drive down there, not, if I'm lost, and you sort of look at them and you think, how much would be a handmade suit nowadays? You'd be looking at thousands. So, very nice. But, as we're sort of going into, more and more problems with people being able to afford anything and looking at all these ministers who are putting themselves up for prime minister. Not that you earn a fortune being prime minister, but it doesn't matter. They don't need to worry about that because everything's free. Car comes free, house comes free, food comes, everything. It's all free. People who buy tailor-made suits probably will not be struggling. There are people who don't worry about things like that. Which is a very nice position to be in. And if you win the lottery tomorrow night, you can be that person. Somebody went down to Jeremy Clarkson's restaurant and left with diddly squat in my purse. They do a £69 menu. Okay. Beer bread served with beef dripping butter. I don't even know what that is. 3 snacks, grilled courgette with bone marrow, mini beef pasty with salsa verde and raspberry, sticky beef croquette with aioli. Is that aioli? A garlic sauce. Starters to share beef tartare with mushroom and radish, smoked beef with sauce. Main course is roast Sunday lunch. Pudding is ice cream, honey and strawberry, and you get some English sparkling wine. And that was £69. Seems very reasonable. Seems very reasonable, doesn't it to you? That's Diddley Squat Farm. And but it's all about the beef. On Clarkson's farm, Britain's unlikeliest farmer presents himself as a man of the cattle, a beef baron, the sheik of steaks. A lot cheaper than that place that they opened in Mayfair. Haven't heard from that for ages, have we? That one where they were charging serious money and they said, and, celebrities went there, including Gemma Collins. Went straight off my list, thank you very much indeed. And Andrew Pearce asked the question, does the next Conservative leader need to be a true blue Tory? No, as long as you have the ability to throw knives in other people's backs, it should be fairly okay. And now we're coughing up more for instant coffee. Apparently, Kenco Smooth Instant Coffee used to be £4.25, now it's £5.38. Nescafe, but things go up. This is from 2021, and of course for a year things go up. I mean, I've seen that in lots of the supermarkets. Coffee pods, £3.63, now £4.30. Nescafe Original Instant Coffee, £4.31, now it's £5.25. Well, you just have to sort of cut back on things. Lurpak, £9, of course, which it isn't. It's a load of old rubbish. You could, if you want to buy sort of, basically a carrier bag full of Lurpak, it'll cost you £9. But then buy another butter. Much, much easier, much easier. Perhaps we should have a word with Elon Musk, because he's ditched that £44 billion deal. Do you think he worries about the price of Lurpak? Or failing that, why don't you just buy British? Buy British butter. Don't need to worry about it. So here it is. Lurpak salted spreadable blend of butter and rapeseed oil. And it's £3.75 for 500 grams. That's big. 52% milk and 26% rapeseed oil. That's that stuff that's in the fields that I used to think was mustard years ago. All these fields of yellow. And I used to go, I wonder what that is. They go, it's rapeseed oil. I said, is it not mustard? Steve, I have a daily Starbucks coffee, says Sarah, and I don't mind paying the high price because I don't smoke and I don't drink, so that's my treat. That's fine, but you can get all these other coffees, as many as you want, for £25 for a month in Pret a Manger. 25, and that's every drink that they make. You can have your hot chocolate with the cream and all the rest of it, all included, everything. It's a special deal at the moment. £12.50 for your first month. What, from Pret a Manger? That's their subscription. You can get 5 barista-made drinks, organic coffees, teas, frappes, hot chocolate and more a day for just 25 quid a month and get your first month half price. That's £12.50 for up to 150 barista-made drinks. You'd be mad not to take that on. I haven't taken it yet, but I mean, to be honest with you, I don't drink that much coffee. But I mean, I can have other things, can't I? I can have a tea. But so up to 150 drinks for £12.50? Come on. I mean, it's like somebody saying, and we're going to charge you £100 a month for as much petrol as you want to put in your car. I'll be there like a shot. £12.50 for 150 barista-made drinks. All of them? Come on. I mean, even I would be telling you that one. So, Sarah, if you move, think of the money you're going to be saving. Keith says, I remember going to an ice cream van in London and they were going to charge me £3 for a can of Coke. I said, oi, I'm not a tourist. They set up a few of those ice cream vans, the ones parked down by Westminster Abbey, and they set it up with a hidden camera, and they had 2 Japanese, in inverted commas, tourists, but they weren't. They were actors, and they were seeing if they were going to cheat them. And so they ordered, and I think it was 2 ice creams, and handed over a £20 note. And the bloke went, thank you very much indeed, and nicked their money. So be warned. These people are out to rip you off. And they did it on numerous occasions just to find out how corrupt they were. So be very careful. You have to be very much on your guard nowadays. Bus fares, £2 bus fares to cut the cost of living. That's going to help, isn't it? Going to help. Perhaps if we all walked more, we'd all be a lot better and a lot healthier. The BBC has still yet to pay £1.5 million, which it agreed to give to charities after Martin Bashir's deceitful tactics, again in an interview with Diana. And the payment will be taken. But so far they haven't bothered. They obviously think we forget about it. They keep reminding us it's our BBC. So, as I say, I'm campaigning to get rid of loads of things on it. Save yourself an awful lot of money.